Hello, everybody. Welcome to the last day of the qualifiers here as we're on the road to the International 2026, getting our last couple of teams out of Europe with 2 slots remaining, 2 best of 3s between these teams and those slots. Wagga, we've been on a tremendous journey already. Great Dota 2 to be had, tons of games already, and some little underdog stories popping up here and there that we love to see heading into TI.
Exactly, and we're here with one of those underdog stories in particular. So we're here looking at the first game that we're going to have. It's going to be Huligani versus VP. And obviously Huligani, not the favorites going into this, but they weren't the favorites going into the Navi game either. You know, they have been stepping up and they've been playing really impressive Dota. We can have a look at their lower bracket run all the way from the start, Gareth. They dropped out immediately lower bracket, and then they've made this journey. 2-1 against Cheeky, 2-0 against Enjoy, and then 2-1 against Navi.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, looking at the series, but both these teams have played, only one of them was a 2-0. Everything else has been 2-1, a pretty close-fought battle for both VP and Huligani getting through this bracket. Excuse me, because we started off this qualifier with a bunch of 2-0s. You know, everyone's worrying, oh, is this going to be a sweep, a stomp? 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. You know, look at that upper bracket. It's kind of crazy. And then Team Spirit, Nigma Galaxy following through on that script. Then we got to the nitty-gritty. Then we got to this standpoint where, you know, teams are learning, developing the meta, having these drafts being built up, stealing some ideas from some other teams, and now getting ourselves into this last position with 2 slots in that lower bracket. Nigma Galaxy, Yellow Submarine later on today, but VP against Huligani, the first one up.
Some of the most picked heroes. I like that you used the word learning, because I think that's really important here as well for the teams that we're going to have in our first series. In particular, Huligani, I think that they've adapted a lot throughout the tournament. They have a clear style, and it was addressed by Navi in that series, but they overcame Navi and their attempts. And similarly, I actually think that VP, I'm curious to see how much they took from the series they played against Team Vision in the upper bracket. VP played against Team Vision, and I don't want to get too deep into the draft, but you know, we'll get to that in our own draft.
Is it the puck problem? Do you see a solution to the puck problem? Yeah.
Exactly. Team Vision, you know, showed up with some interesting ideas for how to solve the puck.
Yeah, we'll get there, like you say, when we get into that draft. Because obviously there's potentially 3 games ahead of us, and even more development for this matter within the series. Never mind just across the board in general terms. Because we saw there those popular heroes, you know, Clockwork Bane, Ember Spirit. Everyone's picking them. It comes to a point now where you have to kind of, you know, shift away a little bit from that developed matter and find a groove of your own to, you know, push the boundaries, right? I'm not saying throw it all in the bin, but I'm saying find individual heroes that maybe you counteract some of these very popular guys. Like we had this Undying offlane meta kind of develop in these qualifiers against these Drows SFs, showing that you can beat them in the lane.
Yeah, it's a hero that, you know, was tried by a lot of teams, and everyone kept going back for it early on in the qualifiers. Now it's kind of fallen off. We see it being picked up. You know, we saw Respect playing it on the support role, but I don't think that we're going to have as much focus on him anymore. But any tournament, any qualifier even, you will have tournament metas evolving and changing as we head deeper into the drafts of the later stages. So very curious to see what lessons Huligani and VP have had throughout the tournament here and what they can bring to the table. Obviously, the second series as well is going to be pretty hype. I think Nigma Galaxy look like the clear favorite against Yellow Submarine, but can Yellow Submarine be the ones to upset? That's going to be an exciting one to keep an eye on after we're done with our games.
Yeah, you just never know, right? On the day, any one of these teams can absolutely take a series away from the other. You might have this expectation or understanding that one team is slightly ahead in those expectations, but we've already had Huligani knock out Enjoy, who were already that directly invited team versus this qualifier team.
Yeah, I mean, Huligani have really impressed me. I didn't expect, you know, I didn't know what to expect going into this, but seeing them drop immediately to Power Rangers in a 2-1, it was a closely fought 2-1, but I didn't expect too much from them. I think maybe that was the case for a lot of teams. You ended up underestimating Huligani, who, now that we've watched them a lot, you and I have gone to cast them quite closely and see a lot of their series. I want to say definitely their star player in my mind is Mirage. That mid laner is doing really, really good stuff in every single game. However, everybody has, you know, a clear understanding of their game plan. And I think that's the impressive part about this team. This is not just a team where they have good players. This is a team that actually feels like a team, which is not always the case when you have these, you know, underdog stories. It's usually some star player potential and, oh, they win because they have some good talent. But no, they're actually very, very cohesive. They have their idea of how to win the game, and they play towards it very impressively.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm reaching a little bit, but watching Huligani go through this tournament, it feels like they do have these, you know, obviously dedicated roles where one's a carry, one's a support, one's an offlaner, but also these roles in terms of information gathering, right? Seeing Respect on his Treant or Seosh on the Hoodwink, they do a tremendous job in gathering and relaying information to their team. And the reach for me is just thinking about how the whole system of communication must work for this squad, because it feels like they're all one organism, basically. You know, playing off the back of this information, they very quickly disseminate it across the team and say, okay, this is where we need to be playing. This is where the enemies are coming from. The reads, I think, is something that we also touched on in their previous series. Their understanding of, you know, not only where they need to be, but where their opponents need to be. And then obviously adapting to that has been spectacular.
Yeah, we'll see how they can deal with the challenging team of Virtus Pro, though. Virtus Pro, of course, need no introduction. These players, very, very strong and, you know, tons of experience. They have good coaching as well coming into this one. We'll see if we get any of his classic favorites. But heading into a draft, quick note on what we have. Lone Druid banned out. As always, Treant Protector Puck getting banned first is interesting from VP. I think they maybe don't want it anymore after they lost 2 games with the first phase pick Puck against Team Vision. Perhaps they, you know, still feel like it can be problematic for them, but they don't want to get countered again.
Yeah, because Team Vision came into that. No one in the interview at the end as well was saying, yeah, Earth Spirit's just a great hero against this Puck. Has that silence, has the tankiness, the gap close, and this ability just to roll over team fights with this massive AoE through Magnetize. He felt pretty confident in that kind of pick. So I guess if you're looking at this thinking, okay, we don't want to give Mirage Puck, and we don't necessarily want to pick Night Stalker or Earth Spirit or one of these, you know, a Huskar or something. We don't want to lock our draft into needing to deal with it. We'll just ban it straight up anyway.
I think it makes sense. Too many teams have tried to deal with the Mirage Puck, and then they just horribly fail, and he goes without dying a single time in the game. So I think it's been his best hero. Just get rid of it, and then you don't have to worry about it. Because I often talk about, when you leave Puck in, you need to pick multiple things to counter it. You can't just pick one thing and be like, oh yeah, we dealt with Puck. And that can be really bothersome for your own draft. If you have a game plan you want to go towards, or a type of constellation you want, then having to, you know, address multiple picks into one enemy is really annoying.
It's like I'm required to pick Night Stalker and Tiny, or Ember and Lion, or it just gets really down in the weeds with picking all these heroes. So we'll just get rid of it. Also get rid of the Treant of Respect, another one of those big heroes in the meta, but also in his hands has looked very good, giving that information to his team, guarding towers, setting up team fights. So not going to have that in his hands. Instead, we get this Drow opener into Centaur Response. So not only do we not get the Drow Centaur combo, but we've also got this pretty tanky gap-closing offlane hero who can make life a little challenging for Drow.
And Drow is a very slow-based hero, so being able to burst your team with that stampede speed can save them pretty well, or just gap close and get on top of the Drow Ranger. So I don't mind the pick, even though the lane can be a bit problematic for Centaur.
10 seconds remaining.
And then Clockwork, is this the dual lane for VP?
5 seconds remaining.
It could be. We have seen teams run similar lanes with the Centaur, either the Tusk Centaur or the Clockwork Centaur. We've seen it before.
Or
It's acceptable.
Is it them setting up for a Clock SF of their own?
I think that's more likely, right? You have the Aghanim's cart right now, and the SF is a fantastic combination with it. And Huligani now in an awkward spot, as they definitely don't want to pick an SF. I think they already have the Drow, and a lot of people, you know, not many people play the mid SF anymore.
No. Usually this would be where you pick your techies or something as Huligani. They're going to come out with the Keeper of the Light, though. So maybe the Kotl Ember could be the duo they grab to give Seosh his signature Kotl, have Mirage on the Ember Spirit. If it's already banned, so maybe it's a Storm, something like that to go along with it.
Yeah, Storm has potential. I also think Invoker could be a high contest hero here, because it's really good for Virtus Pro, and both teams can play this hero quite well. So that's an interesting one. I don't think Huligani have good setup for an Invoker yet, but they could easily still pick into that. They haven't picked their offlaner. Got one more support pick to come out.
Well, they go for the Earth Spirit themselves. Interesting. That's
That is the hero that VP lost to in their previous series, of course, against Team Vision. Being used twice.
10 seconds remaining.
nothing necessarily here that it's dealing with, though, right? No slippery hero that you need to silence or gap close onto. It's just a good all-round mid lane hero for Mirage. Something that allows him to play tempo out of that mid lane.
I think so. But this lane is pretty comfortable for Storm, yeah. And VP, they always gonna go for Storm if they get a chance to go for a happy Storm pick. It ain't bad. And overall, I love Storm against Caudle. You get on top of that hero and kill him. He's such a backline support and very, very squishy. So being able to gap close that. Now you have Stampede, you have Ball Lightning, you have Hookshot. 3 different ways of getting on top of the Drow as well.
This has been a hero on the rise as well. I know the other casting duo, or trio now, they've added Lacoste into their duo. Fogged has been away for a little bit, but I know Owen Fogged and Owen Lacoste have been talking about this Ringmaster. Hakoda in particular has been their shining player, but I think we've been able to cover a few Ringmaster games where he's looked very good. In particular against Bane. Here, though, being able to save people away from an Earth Spirit, get this Storm Spirit away from danger. Very handy to have multiple saves when you've got the Stampede and that Escape Act. Never mind his laning presence.
Exactly. I'm a massive fan of how rounded Ringmaster is. We have seen that sometimes be a problem, though, where you have the big responsibility of saving someone with the box, and at the same time, you have to do a lot of other stuff. You gotta deal damage, land your good ulti, and maybe whip to chain stun something. So it can be very stressful for the Ringmaster player if the enemy team has good burst and you gotta save someone as well. But we'll see how he performs. I think the hero is amazing. Pairs really well into the draft. So far, I think VP's draft looks quite stellar. Hooligani's draft is not bad, but a bit more of a question mark to me how well we're going to see them perform with Earth Spirit. It's not a hero they've been playing.
Yeah, and it doesn't seem like there's a natural combination between the heroes. And Drow Range is going to go lane into jungle. Kotl wants to be playing aggressively with somebody, so I'm assuming that's the Earth Spirit. But Underlord is also a kind of tuck jungle and then look global kind of hero where you're not necessarily smoking and moving with your teammates. So I need some other active hero here for Hooligani to play with the Earth Spirit, be buffed up by the Keeper of the Light, and kind of roam around and do stuff.
Yeah, it's curious to see what they will snag as their last one. I think Largo was a pretty solid ban.
Tusk is out there always as that like 5 melee kind of guy.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's not super easy. I guess you could always lane the Tusk Drow Ranger. It's a strong lane, and it's one way to punish the Centaur. They ban it out. VP are on the same page with you.
Yeah, well, that's it. I'm out of options. Good luck. Good luck finding it here now, boys. Well, no Undying, Treant, Clockwork, Tusk, Largo. They're all gone. You can pick Bane. Go for a Bane Drow lane, which they did previously. It looked all right, but I'm not sold when you're against a Ringmaster. We've already covered how good he is with the box.
5 seconds remaining.
Might just be a Rubik or something
Mirana?
coming in. Like, yeah.
Do you like your Mirana this game? Or a Silencer?
Mirana is fine. Actually, I think Silencer is 2 backline. Like, Keeper plus Silencer here and Drow Ranger. You end up gonna just get jumped. These 3 heroes that jump backliners will have a field day. So I would like something that's a little bit more capable of going in. No,
That goes in.
that is, of course, Techies wasn't banned, so yeah. This brings some damage. One thing that Earth Spirit kind of needed is some damage support that can help them get pickoffs. Now they can maybe burst stuff during the silence and the stun. It's an okay pick, but their draft looks pretty haphazard to me on Hooligani.
Yeah.
It's gonna take a lot of good execution to make this work, whereas VP's draft, it just looks clean. I can't really fault anything here. There are so many good drafts you can come up with in Dota, right? The amount of perfect drafts you can have is probably in the thousands, the tens of thousands, you know, so many permutations in Dota. And this is one of them. I actually think it's clean. It's got early game, good laning stage, good save. Teamfight is very obvious how they want to play it. And they have Wind Ranger, who maybe not the most traditional hard carry if we go historically, but nowadays she certainly is. She's a good hard carry. Straight up.
Absolutely. And no real reliance on long cooldown ultis. They've got tower damage, they've got nukes, they've got catch, they've got kill. Yeah, I think looking at this VP draft, no glaring weaknesses whatsoever. And I still look at Hooligani. Obviously, the bias is there, knowing that VP are favored. We've watched Huligani come through this qualifier and seen their gameplay, the style of dragging things out, extending laning stage, trying to make the most of their tier 1 towers, defending things for as long as humanly possible. I don't know if you can find enough time and enough space on the map to stop VP from swarming you. Because there's Drow Ranger and Underlord. They need a fair amount of farm. They need that free, safe time. And the big question is going to be, can this Earth Spirit, Techies, Kotl trio get around when the laning stage breaks down and make that space for them? There's a lot resting on the shoulders of Mirage in particular.
Honestly, I feel like this is a pretty free Storm game as well. Something we need to address is that Abed on Storm, it's a hero he plays insanely well. And when I look at the enemy team, there's like, yeah, they have 2 silences, but Drow is a lot of the times going to be off farming somewhere. So realistically, there's like Earth Spirit silence, and then you have nothing really. Like Earth Spirit roll, I guess, the amount of control and lockdown is very minimal. Blast off is barely allowed to be counted as a disable against Storm because it's so hard to land. Sure, Pit of Malice is, you know, a route that can be useful, but this is definitely a game where Storm should be happy.
So is this a Gleipnir game for Corrupted then? We're going to see the Rod of Atos Underlord?
Aghanim's Gleipnir, yeah, Rod of Atos into Ags into Gleipnir build.
Is that a little bit too crazy?
I wouldn't mind seeing an Atos from they do need more lockdown.
30 seconds to battle.
Let's see if he goes for it. Game 1 here in this best of 3. Virtus Pro against Huligani. And Saberlight and Hellscream wander up top with Tomato in tow. We've got Techies setting up in that northern jungle, waiting above the staircase. But they're going to go around behind him. Drow Ranger's trying to get herself in a safer position further south of that top bounty rune. It looks like Respect is going to get walked out here by Saberlight. Techie stands to get a click in. Gets the bounty rune grab. But he's going to lose his life for this, surely. Getting chased down. Tasers up, but the damage is coming through this Wind Ranger. And even with the blinding light pushed back, they're unable to protect their Techies, giving first blood to Timado.
What a fantastic start. He's pinging out that he wants to kill a range creep as well. Hellscream will come over and help him. So that's the range creep also taken out immediately. Very, very good start for the side of VP.
And especially good against this double-ranged Drow lane. Having your wave now push away from that tower means there's less space for the Drow to chase with the frost arrows. But Saberlight is getting harassed out of lane a little bit by the Techies. Leaving Hellscream here to try and control the wave.
That's a bit awkward for him. He's working, getting his HP back, but the continuous attacks coming in from Drow Ranger and even the Techies is going to be annoying for him to deal with. Oh, Snowy can connect the pull. No, he doesn't get over there in time.
Taser is such an annoying ability. Level 1 doing so much stuff. Disarming, exploding, blowing up on you, doing damage.
Yeah, all that for a cheap price as well, right? You're paying 60 mana. There are not many spells that are nearly as good as that and only cost 60 mana.
That's incredible. Oh.
Effectively, it's like a guaranteed 120 damage nuke, right? Because you're always going to use it when a ranged hero is attacking you, and then you trigger it as well. So at minimum, it's 120 damage for 60 mana, pretty much. That's crazy good.
Nice, great. So far, pretty good across the board for Huligani in the last hits, though. Early laning stage, 9-4, 7-2, 6-1 on the Underlord. Doing all right here, even with a little upsetting move out of VP. So get into this early groove. Earth Spirit is a melee hero. He's pretty tanky. Can definitely shove the wave, but this constant static slide from Abed chipping him down. We lose Fly in that bottom lane. Corrupted on this Underlord, getting a kill on the Clockwork.
Yeah, they have a cute little combo at level 2. They Pit of Malice, and then they blinding light you back into the Pit of Malice, keeping you rooted even longer. So actually decent kill potential on that lane.
Oh, the Snowy
against Clockwork.
The Drow Ranger's dead up top. Saberlight and Hellscream get on top of the Drow. Respect will trade for the Hellscream Ringmaster, but well worth it for VP. Not only killing Snowy, but also holding wave in front of their tier 1.
Yeah, just very good manipulation after the pull earlier. And mid lane Mirage, yeah, try and get this farm on the tower, but Storm looking to do whatever damage he can.
That's non-stop harassment. And Cog's being kicked around by Fly. Corrupted even with the big body. Not going to get touched by it. Again, one of these situations where you're shooting at a barn and you're missing the big old Underlord. But he's got battery assault here, Fly. I like to see that. With the help of the power shot, chases into Sayosh and gets the kill. I'm so happy to see Clock players getting early points in battery now. I'm sick and tired of that 0-4-4 build, I swear to God.
Yeah, 0-4-4 feels like a lot of missed opportunity. I get that Rocket Flare can be very useful, but at least 1 point on battery assault for canceling TP outs or, you know, just stunning and being annoying. But it's also a good ability just to kill, as we saw there, pairing up with a power shot.
Yeah, nice little bit of help from that Wind Ranger. Turn these 1v1s into something a little bit more dangerous.
Ooh, a little bit early on the kick, misses the banner creep, but he's still got very good CS on the Earth Spirit. I'm pretty impressed with how he's laying this so far.
Saberlight up atop. Getting a curious snipe with Hellscream. Still trying to gather up these waves and pull them around somewhere. You've got to respect that snowy damage. Drow Ranger can definitely build it up and chase you down. Yeah, gonna micro your couriers around though. Don't want to lose any of your early items here in this laning stage after having already died. And Respect out in the open.
Respect is pretty far out.
He's all the way away from lane. It looks like he's just about got enough distance away from the Centaur. But now you've left Drow Ranger in what's going to become a 1v2.
Oh, Drow runs around the corner, finds the Centaur.
Ah, the damage just comes in so quickly. Snowy gets blasted out of the lane. Saberlight picks up another kill.
Sneaky, sneaky kill there. Saberlight with the good read on what was going to happen. And Hellscream using the unicycle to get close as well. Love to see that ability put to good use.
It's crazy. 1-0-2 on your Centaur already. 3 out of the 4 kills he's been involved in them. Cracking start for him. And in this mid lane, Mirage now starting to feel the pain a little bit. Abed giving him the clicks, harassing him very low. And this is all pre-level 6, so if we get the rotations in early on, how many times have we called for and seen, what, the 5-minute 10, 5-minute 20 rotations before rune spawns? They can definitely cause some upsets.
Yeah, he was spotted though, so this should not result in something. They bring over the Caudal to try and keep Mirage safe.
Still going to get daggered up
Even
here.
so.
Feared as the Tame the Beast comes in, but he's already rolled up and got behind his tower.
Slightly too late on the fear there from Tame the Beast.
Radiant's bottom
And bottom lane, Cog
Very,
push
very
back on
close.
this Underlord, kicking him out of the lane. And you've left your corrupted Underlord alone down here, so Fly and Timado can bully him. And keeping tabs on the Cottle as he returns to lane as well.
No core is getting shut down or bullied out of the game right now. Every single core is within 8 last hits of each other. Pretty close gap from the top to the bottom farmer.
And a bit of a chance for Cottle to build up some stacks. But the fact that Hellscream is just sat in this mid lane makes life hell for Mirage. Can't go and contest bottom rune. Relying on the techies to guard the top one. Storm at level 6 is going to wander up there. It's spawned down south. Fly and Hellscream both protecting it. So Abed's going to get the bottle refilled while Mirage gets nothing.
Yeah, Haste Rune also a very nice rune for early ganks. Even if Storm has mobility in his ulti, this can be amazing either for getting to a lane and ganking or getting back after the gank. Yeah, bit curious. He's going for the mana boots. We don't see it all that often on the Storm, but it's still a valid build. Partridge is what I've seen the most lately, but he's still gonna go for the mana boots into Soul Ring for tons of mana.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of the Greaves builds. I want to say this qualifier, like maybe 3.
Dyer's courier.
Yeah,
I guess here it makes sense against double silence. You're not really contending with many direct stuns or disables, right? It's Pit of Malice and it's the silence from Drow and Earth Spirit that are the big ones.
yeah, this spell is always valuable. Clockwork is zoning a lot of people away here from the Wisdom, but they're still gonna get in time.
There's so many heroes here. Yeah, Corrupted, Respect, bringing Seiyosha along for the ride as well. And they'll burn through Fly. Firestorm melting all the way through his armor. Well, Storm Spread also came in around, looping in from behind. Looking for a fight. Mirage has dived in onto Tomato to magnetize the Wind Ranger down in this bottom lane. A quick little stampede gets her the distance. A scrappy battle over the Wisdom Shrine, but it's going to end up being 1-for-1 across the map. With Fly dying.
Yeah, very... Ooh, good wraparound. Hellscream is behind, lands the first hit. Whips him.
Oh, and the Drow Ranger again. Yeah, with the Helm Creep and the Clockwork Battery Assault, they've got more than enough to get Drow Ranger dead for a 3rd time.
This has been a very, very hard lane for her, and Drow, not the type of hero that wants to get kicked out of lane early, so she has repeatedly come back to this lane, but now it's just feeling like you have to abandon this. Go jungle. You got power treads at least, you can farm decently.
That was one of the big problems in the draft, right? We saw there wasn't that classic melee 5 to defend the Drow. This Techies has tried what he can, but it's not the ideal hero to have a good laning stage. Especially when you're leaving that lane because you're required elsewhere. You got, people screaming for your help. Down bottom, down mid. Come on, Techies, help me out here. Koppel will move out of that bottom lane. Mirage definitely asking for some assistance to get him off the ground. Yeah, see that item queued up by the Centaur. We're going to get that big heart build.
Yeah, I got the stopwatch ready. We're going to time in for the speed run. It's the Dominator into Heart. I think what we typically see is like 16:30 or so is like average timing, 17 or so. See if we can get a good record.
But what was the fact? We had one like 14 minutes, didn't we, one day?
Oh, I don't think 14, but almost.
There was something ridiculous,
Almost.
like, I don't know, it was pretty freaking quick.
Yeah, maybe we have a stat for it from production later. We can see.
Yeah, see what the fastest one is. Maybe I'm over exaggerating. I mean, that's my usual. It was a 10-minute heart. Wasn't it a 10-minute heart in hell?
Did he have it in single-digit minutes?
Yeah, I think he did. It was already on the courier. That's what counts. Not when it's delivered. When it's on the courier as well.
It's the Dota Plus advantage right there. Load into the game with a heart.
And he's already got 5,000 net worth, so he's well on his way.
Wow, that's a lot of neutrals crafted at the same time coming out.
Sudden flurry on that right-hand side.
So everybody got their neutrals ready.
3k lead for VP. Puts them in good stead right now. The fact that these cores haven't been shoved out of lane or picked off at all. Storm Spirit 000 hasn't been involved, but the fact that he hasn't died feels pretty comfortable. Just continue playing through this mid lane. And it's about the same story down at bottom. Playing towards the 10-minute arcane rune.
Storm
Spirit zips in and bottles it as Mirage rolled towards him. Magnetize is out, Abed at half health as they chakra up this Earth Spirit and get onto Hellscream. He has to escape act, box himself, get to high ground. Away up the staircase, and he's got enough distance to get out of the grasp of the Koppel, but another magnetized Stone Remnant kick forward comes forward. Mirage gonna get focused though as Fly and Abed get on top of him. Fiendskate with Corrupted coming in though. The numbers are mass from Hooligani. Turning back onto Fly's clockwork, surrounding him, and actually getting a kill over on Fly.
Typical carry contribution. Comes in with a one hit to get the last hit. Snowy. Gonna feel good about that. He kind of needed it after this rough start that he has had. Good CS, yes, but those 3 deaths means any free kill he can get is very welcome.
Still a lot.
Big commitment though for Earthbear to chase like that.
Oh, Abed has zipped into a pit, but I'm not sure it matters all that much. Timada with the focus fire, Vortex back corrupted. Power shot not on the mark. Underlord actually going to survive, so maybe it did matter that Abed didn't zip long enough.
Yeah, also the Taser. Taser plus the power shot missing there, making the difference. Otherwise, definitely would have been a kill. Also, one thing about Taser that's so good is just a massive value point at one level. Sure, it's good when it's maxed out, but a single point in it, just being able to disarm people and repeatedly disarm even, is super powerful.
Blast off. Okay, it's clearing creep wave. I was wondering what he's going for there. But yeah, that big fight,
defending.
Heavy commitment, right? 5 from Hooligani to kill a Clockwork. You don't get the Ringmaster. You didn't catch the Storm. You invaded a little bit into enemy outpost, but didn't get much farm from it. So it's still back to recovering and back to farming.
Yeah, just a taste as well of the difference in speed that these heroes can play with, as the Storm doesn't really care if there was a fight up top. He immediately transitioned to fight down bottom. And meanwhile, Earth Spirit, he kind of wants his ulti, or at least he needs a lot of help on his support to be able to kill stuff if he doesn't have it.
Any little waiting period is a sad time for Mirage.
The Scepter Banisher is a pretty good creep for Sableye to have right now. There's a lot of good stuff to dispel. The Rune from Underlord, the Solar Bind, Silence.
Yeah. I always forget about Solar Bind. You're right. We talked about Greaves and the Dispels. That's also a big one.
Yeah, it's massive. It's one of the nastiest spells to get hit by in the early game. For a lot of heroes, you just cannot move. You get Solar Bound, and that's it. First off, you can't move, and you take insane amount of magic damage too.
That's what Hooligani have tons of. Magic damage through this Underlord and Earth Spirit.
Radiant are scanning.
Tomato still trying to get this tier 1 tower bottom. He's brought it within an inch of its life. Needs a few more hits to finish the job. Doesn't look like Hooligani are going to be really defending this with numbers.
Is under attack.
They are smoked up as VP just sat behind this Wind Ranger and waiting. Nothing's happening. Our bad.
Sayu walks pretty close.
Yeah, zips right onto the Cockle. Will of Wonder and Tame the Beast. There's a pretty hefty heal from this Keeper of the Light. That's not enough to keep him alive.
And Clockwork gets the kill with level 1 rocket flying across.
Oh, he did? Yeah.
I think Storm may have wanted the kill there, so he invested a lot of his time and resources, but you know, he just wanted to help on Clockwork.
Fly.
Gotta fix his KDA a little bit.
Fly's like, sorry, dude, I didn't mean to. I was just trying to give vision. Like, oh, I know you better not. Don't do it again. Pause 5.
Update on the timing. Doesn't look like we're gonna get a 14-minute heart, so that's for sure.
Sad.
He's still 1,000 gold away from the Reaver and needs the recipe as well. So this is actually not looking like the fastest ever, even though he's the second most farmed.
I'm going to catch on the Drow Ranger again, though. This move from Fly finds the perfect angle for this hook shot, cog push back, and slam down from Saberlight. Double Edge picks up another one. Snowy's 4th death of the game, really struggling. Like, net worth-wise, he's been given a lot of time, obviously, to farm jungle and catch back up, trying to give this Snowy Drow way back into the game. Top of the net worth on the dire side, sure, but you're putting all your net worth into this hero that keeps on dying.
Yeah, they overlap their stuns pretty hard when they try and kill her there, but it doesn't matter. She can't move, especially with the Stampede coming in as well, just trampling her down. I really like that as well. You know, some teams... I remember a long time ago, there were players arguing that you should never stack stun, so you should always chain stun if you have the chance to do it. But I instinctively felt like that was wrong back then, and it's been wrong. It's basically proven wrong, right? The amount of times that you can kill something if you just quickly burst versus if you slowly kill something, you stand there for a long time stunning it,
yeah,
then the enemy have time to react, so it makes sense to dump your spells.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's just damage matters most, right? Who cares about stunning?
Yeah.
Stunning something is just letting them live for a little bit longer. You want to kill them. Get them off the map.
Yeah, it's hero. It's case by case and hero by hero. If you're against the puck, obviously chain stunning is insanely valuable. If you're against the Drow Ranger, she's not going anywhere. She doesn't have a Hurricane Pike yet. And actually, he's going for a Yasha, so going for a little bit of a stop before going back for the Hurricane Pike.
Yeah, just try and incrementally build up whichever way you can. You know, it's going to allow her to farm a little bit faster, run across the map, and try and run away from VP a little faster. While Timato's about to finish off Mjolnir.
Corrupted doing what we saw him do last time as well. Go for the first item, Aghanim Scepter on the Underlord. Not super common builds. A lot of times we see one little item first, but I'm a fan. I think this gives them a chance to kill the Storm Spirit. They can get onto him. He does have Greaves already, so sure he can dispel, but everything you add, right? Every little root you have, every little bit of extra increases the chance of Storm dying. Because what if he uses the Greaves and now, globally, you can root him whenever you want.
And just adds another layer. Another little chance. Hooligani protecting the Drow Ranger now with their Earth Spirit and the Techies. Sat around Snowy in this top lane. Dota Plus says it's 59% to VP. We'll see how that shifts in the coming minutes as this 5k lead is undoubtedly going to build once these big items are completed and arrive in the hands of VP. We now have the Greaves done on Storm, but his heart on Centaur. It's just arriving.
I actually think Dota Plus is being pretty generous to the Dire team as well with that number. 5k lead, and this draft just looks so good coming out from VP. I think they're in a superb spot right now.
Well, it says the heart average on Centaur
minutes.
is 22 minutes. But I guess that's...
Is that the average? Wow.
I guess that's not as a first item, right? You get the heart as like a third or fourth item, something like that.
Exactly. I think someone's buying it later in the game, and that completely scuffs the average. But yeah, he got his heart at least. Definitely no record time, but he got it in a respectable time.
Yeah, still pretty damn good. And makes him very difficult to handle. So now he can just sit in this top lane, gather up wave after wave. The top portion of the map becomes kind of uninhabitable, ungankable for Hooligani unless they want to commit 5 heroes with a massive smoke gank. I'm not saying they won't do it. It's just going to take a lot to...
Oh, the Wind Ranger.
Oh, God.
Is she dead?
Into the minefield? Because what, she came through the twin gate, nearly died, burning the searing signet, ticking down lower and lower. She's about to fall. 5 HP remaining. Tomato barely stays alive. Saberlight, he's going to find an opening on respect for a power shot kill. But they lost their clockwork, traded for techies, all because of that mine setup. And now with a roll in, this amplified damage Earth Spirit, he gets the gap close on a Centaur, but knowing there are no stuns, the wise words of Saberlight. Bing bongs, back to Fountain.
Oh my god, dude. If Techi's committed there, I mean, he already got a kill and he almost killed the carry, so it's amazing what he did. But he couldn't kill the Wind Ranger too. He just, of course, couldn't have known that he should have kept going.
Where are we
5
stampeding to?
HP.
Where are we going?
Not sure. I feel like... Did they see anyone? It feels like a Mystic sound.
Stampeding to Rogue. Guys, we're going Rogue. Stampede there. Go fast.
Yeah. Speedy call, I guess.
A little bit of dire vision. Let's seen them go into the pit. Hooligani know that Tomato and Saberlight have wandered across there.
Aware, but unable to do anything. They don't have unload ulti, and they're not moving fast enough to get over there.
They can't do anything about it.
Be a free Aegis.
Roshan's just gonna die. Tomato picks up the Aegis. He came a little bit too close to death with, with the twin gate mind plays. Like, guys, I need a second life.
Yeah.
Screw you, Storm. Wheel of Wonder in on this Underlord. It's gonna catch him as he tried to escape from Hellscream, but he has so many ways to stop TPs. And a shackle shot. Make sure he can't go through the door. Twin gate is shut.
Nicely played. Hellscream with the Ether Lens as well already. Amazing item on Ringmaster. Always feels good having it when you have these multiple different abilities that benefit from it. You have 4 spells that all get boosted. Even boosts your little souvenir too if you want to heal someone. Get a bit of extra range on that.
And this is where things really ramp up for VP. You know, that 4K lead, now up to 6. They got this Aegis. They're pressing forward towards tier 2s. Going to take some big moves out of Hooligani to try and hold on to this map. Like, honestly,
We haven't really seen anything from Mirage so far. Like, he has been in some fights, but he's 0-0-1.
Yeah.
And I've been saying that Mirage is the one they lean on to be able to stay in the game. I'm not sure how it's going to work out. He does have his farm, like, going decently, I guess. BKB is coming in. He's keeping par with Storm, but he may be missing the biggest power spike for him. Later on, I think Wind Ranger and Centaur will not really care about their spirit at all.
No, probably not. And Techies coming out to shove waves. Gonna get caught and punished here. Saberlight and Fly ready. Man marking respect as he trying to cut out that top lane. Now, honestly, like Hooligani have done a pretty okay job at staying in this one and keeping it like less than a 10k disadvantage, because it's felt like VP have just run the game completely. Out of all 3 lanes, looking very solid. Every move has landed and connected in a meaningful way. Hooligani have kept Drow farming and trying to bridge the gap into that mid and late game, as VP gonna tumble up into this top lane with 5 Tumblers toys.
All the Tumblr's toys. They got jump.
Look, he's
They
gonna
got jump
hobby
right
horse
now.
and bounce onto this snowy Drow Ranger now. You just never see it coming, do you? Imagine 5 people just bouncing around down the road on this funny little pogo stick, hopping into battle.
They almost need to do a team video at this point. If they're gonna pick 5 of them like that, we're gonna have to have some special content being produced.
That's so funny.
I want to see the team videos, you know.
This is way better than having, like, you know, 5 of the freaking occult bracelets or 5 philosopher's stones, 5 whatever. 5 Tumblr's toys is actually legit. That's a great item.
I mean, Tumblr's toy is one of those items you can never really complain about. It is so good for what it does, right? Being able to jump can either initiate or save your life.
I've got a hit into Blast Off. Planting mines by the feet of Saberlight. Another little pit there, catching the Centaur on his attempt to escape. This Underlord with the Agnum Scepter just comes out globally, traps them, holds them in place, and the tier 2 push comes to an end.
It's a fantastic kill to get 1,000 gold for it. They can get the rune control up top as well. And I think Centaur got himself a little bit too far forwards. The Ringmaster looked at that and said, you know what? I have Ether Lens, but I cannot reach you. You're too far away. Not gonna save you. So Hellscream just left him for dead.
Yeah, difficult choice to make. Do I run left, right, up, down? You're never sure where they're coming from. It's not obvious what the angle of attack is when you just get hit by a global Fiend's Gate Pit of Malice.
Radiant's middle tower.
I'd say I got a little bit lost.
comes from the ground underneath you and from the gates of hell.
One of those StarCraft burrower pits, whatever the hell they were called. Suddenly you look in the back of your base and there's freaking zerglings swarming around
Oh
everywhere.
no, they're burrowed banelings.
Burrowed banelings.
Centaur is dead.
What was it called? The Nexus? The corrupted Nexus? What was it called? A Nidus network.
Oh, yeah, you're thinking of Nidus worm.
The Nidus worm, yeah. Like being able to burrow underground and tunnel everywhere.
That's the best shit ever.
Nasty business. I'll roll in towards this Ringmaster now. He's already spent a couple of his spells to disengage, and it looks like Mirage not going to keep giving chase. They lose respect a little further back, and now Abed is in onto this Earth Spirit, vortexing the Underlord though. And we've got a gap close in from this Wind Ranger. Tomato with the damage, trying to latch onto the Underlord, and successfully so, and fly even more. Going for this hook shot, and the block out on the roll. Mirage has been caught. The Earth Spirit thought he had a free way out there, but Fly shuts it all down in the blink of an eye, and Abed just keeps going for more. More jumps in, more blinks forward, more damage, and a double kill for Abed. Storm shuts down Hooligani.
It's a nice team fight from VP, and they definitely did just catch Hooligani in a weird spot, but I also feel bad for Hooligani. Their draft, it really doesn't play itself, you know? You need to make some impressive stuff happen. That's what they did in the previous fight, but unless they outplay severely, I feel like they lose every fight. Yeah, attempting to kill Ringmaster, he gets himself to safety, even unicycling on them.
Abed has
Unicycled onto a mine.
Did he?
That is unfortunate.
Unlucky. Maybe showing they've got more than enough damage to kill off these tanky cores. Unload and Earth Spirit felt pretty brawny heading into this fight, but quickly meet their match.
Torment to take down bottom. It's cutting it fairly close, but gotta be fine. Of course, Centaur will easily heal up, but Wind Ranger needs a bit of medical attention.
Stand in that glorious green. A snowy 1-5 and 1 Drow, still trying to salvage what he can in this game. You're looking at a 4-0-4 Wind Ranger on the other side, though. Death's not found for Tomato.
Yeah, it's always tough to play Drow Ranger on the back foot. The more the closer the game is, or the more you're ahead, the more Drow as a hero shines. She's amazing in those situations, but when you're behind, since all it takes is the enemy jumping you, and you kind of die. It becomes problematic now that we see the items coming in. The jetpack, the force staff, the blink dagger, obviously the hurricane pike on Wind Ranger, all these different tools coming in. It's getting troublesome to have good position.
Hooligani trying to position themselves on the enemy side of the map and get something going. You need to try and find something of your own design. You can't just get gone on, rolled on.
They have yet to take a single tower, and while we did say earlier that both teams, have some tower damage, most of the tower damage of Dire comes from the carry, and if the carry isn't having a good game, then it's been difficult to really push. Yeah, they have a little bit of cheeky ways to push. Respect this Pertest just getting vision with these mines, though, putting them on Tormentor or getting some control in the runes.
I just love the cheeky little giggle and smile out of Fly. He's holding an enemy outpost. Drow Ranger came to multi-shot him, and Fly is like, guys, they scouted me with a Drow multi-shot, but she's too scared to walk up the staircase. Snowy finally reclaiming a bit of land over there, but just a single clockwork was enough to scare them.
Yeah, and he can play pretty aggressively. He didn't go for the Blink build, which is quite common on Clockwork to go for lately, but the Force Staff fills a similar purpose and is a little bit better for saving your friends here in this game. And I think in particular he wants to be able to bail out if Storm gets rooted or trapped up, get him to safety.
This lead has skyrocketed pretty quickly. 11k now for VP. They know that they're pretty comfortably ahead, so feels like time to gather up their forces and look for one of these big smoke maneuvers. Roshan is potentially 5 seconds away from spawning, so all 5 of them holding hands together and playing with Fly leading. Nobody nearby here. Drow has tucked all the way back into the base after clearing camps. Scan turned red momentarily. I think VP realizing they've missed their shot. And we know that Roshan is 2 minutes away, so plenty of time here for Hooligani to set up with a bit of vision somewhere.
Can't believe that VP were the ones with 5 Tumblr's toys, but now they have recycled all of those, and Snowy is the only one who has a Tumblr's toy still.
He knows what's good. Saberlight, with the last second of that vision, has found a go on Techies. Quick little blow up on respect.
Can't just say Spellslinger on Storm feels like a broken item. What do you mean recovering 20% of your used mana over 10 seconds? That is so good. Obviously with the Kaya Sanj, the Greaves, and the Soul Ring, it feels like he has near infinite mana in this game.
He does. I mean, it's a mystical Spellslinger as well, so it's got mana regen baked into it. He's got tons
and
of
a
it.
regen rune.
Oh,
Goddamn illegal amount of mana.
How much does a man need? That's crazy. Yeah, 12 Galvanize. Tons of Spellslinger just bringing that mana back in. Now you can play the map in perpetuity. Mirage getting gone on by Saberlight and forced to BKB. Earth Spirit not going to be happy with this. Needing to retreat as Abed going fishing in the back lines, using this regen rune to zip around looking for someone in the trees.
He's scouting. He's going to go cut some waves, keep pushing, farming. It's getting difficult to hold on to these tier 2 towers. The position is compromised for Huligani.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Calder's gonna try to just shove the lane with his Illuminate, but they could just focus fire down this tower, and that's what Timado will do.
It's a pretty mad rush to try and get Drow Ranger to the BKB. This Underlord trying to finish off a Shiva's Guard is still quite distant from it. Huligani scraping the bottom of the barrel, trying to farm anywhere they possibly can as they watch multiple tier 2 towers get marauded by Virtus Pro.
The total tower damage by Dire is... well, we did say Drow was the tower damage, and it is quite literally true in this game.
Yeah.
As everyone else is 0 building damage dealt, and Drow dealt 196.
Wow! Tremendous amount of hero damage.
I mean, it's looking grim. They're also not really in position to contest the Roche. Techies kind of is. Maybe we see a cheeky steal attempt from him. No, he's actually just going and cutting wave.
So Huligani got to thank all their creeps for doing all that damage to all the tier 1s. Yeah, the real MVPs. Lane creeps hitting towers. Saberlight.
This is very concerning though, as the second Aegis usually spells high ground push, and I think it's going to in this game as well. The banner is there. And be able to crack onto the high ground. Quite a few items coming in as well. BKB and Crystallis over on the Wind Ranger, nearing that Daedalus. Is that the full AC on Centaur already? No, Shivas, sorry. Yeah, Shivas is coming in.
Yeah, he's got it delivered. He's massive heart pipe, Shiva's Guard, Cloak of Flames, very tanky Centaur, ready to break open any of these fights. And that's why Tomado's right behind him, knowing that if Saberlight finds an opening, it's a quick blink stomp in to kill with your focus fire. Huligani just going to have to sit in their base and wait for the advance of Virtus Pro. They've got fresh BKBs on a couple of these heroes now, so offering a little bit of protection against the mass magical damage the VP offer.
Yeah, but they're also in no stress. They have the Aegis for almost 4 minutes more. Can work on finishing up the Daedalus. Maybe she can get it in time and push with the Aegis still. If Timado can rock out some good GPM here, it's doable.
Radiant are scanning.
Only needs 1,000 gold, so yeah, looks like that's the plan. I believe he's telling his team, guys, wait, I just want to burst people really fast.
Yeah, I mean, there's no massive rush to go up high ground here. You know that the big way back into the game by Huligani is a high ground hold some way where they've trapped you in all these pits of malice. They enclosed areas, use the terrain to their advantage. And VP would much rather an open fight where you catch people on the map so you're able to actually maneuver with your Wind Run and your Stampede to get in and out of these little skirmishes. In an actual all-out total war situation, Huligani have got a lot of tools to just clash 5v5.
They do. They have a fair amount of things that they can use, but I think the most concerning for me is that they don't have the proper chain stun lockdown to help you in this particular situation. This is also a big part why I don't like their draft, is that if VP were on the back foot like this, say we, flip the tables right now, 12k advantage for Huligani, then VP would have ways back into the game by chain stunning and bursting someone. But it's much harder for Huligani, so we see them go for this desperate smoke attempt, looking but not finding Saberlight.
A 4,000 health centaur. Do you even want to find him?
Yeah, that's a good question. I'm not sure he dies. Like, if the 4 of them go on him, I think they just die to storm zipping in.
He's just gonna bing bong on you. He's already popped Shivas and blinked on your illusions. He's gonna see you going through the twin gate. He's walking
chasing.
straight through the door behind you. Into these mines, though. I'm gonna blow up on him, but they barely tickle Sableye at this point. He's so damn tanky. Oh, Fly nearly had it. Barely off there as he scrapes the backside of the Earth Spirit mid TP.
Does get to safety, but it's another excursion that didn't really lead to anything, so you're just getting outfarmed even more as Wind Ranger has finished up the Daedalus. 1 minute and 40 seconds on the Aegis. This is probably the timing to make a move. We'll see if they're actually going to try for the high ground, if they're just saying, you know what, let's keep farming.
Yeah, if Hooligani aren't going to offer us a team fight, we'll just absorb the entirety of the map, get this net worth lead up to astronomical levels, basically play like Falcons at this point, right? You choke everything out, you make the space very limited for Hooligani to come out of their base. The Drow Ranger already pretty sad with the state of affairs, but I think the Earth Spirit even sadder. He wants to be actively playing these fights, scaling through hero kills and building up his big items. Mirage 0-1-2 just hasn't been able to play Dota at this game.
Yeah, I think Earth Spirit, as well as he's done for farming, I don't think this is a hero that can quietly go into the late game. You need to be brawling your way there. He's been on only 2 kills in 34 minutes. This is not what we usually see from Mirage, but it's not really just his fault. I think the entire team has struggled to find a good foothold on this game, and VP just have basically knocked the air out of them.
Where is that line in the sand, though, between, you know, being a well-oiled, disciplined machine and being a scaredy cat in terms of going high ground?
Yeah, it's a good question to pose, because you could argue that not attempting to crack high ground with a second Aegis may be a bit of a mistake, but I think they're just saying right now that they feel stronger as the game progresses, stronger in late game, and I would agree. And if you're stronger in late game and you're in full control of the map, going high ground may feel like the only way to lose the game. So from VP's perspective, this is qualifier match for TI. You're going to play for the biggest win probability, and
right.
I kind of agree. High ground siege would probably be the worst choice. They're all scaling so hard. Look at their cores, 23k, 23k, 20k gold. They're massive.
So there's no fear involved. This is all mathematics, probability, expected value. If we go high ground with a second Aegis, it's like 70% chance we win, but there's a 30% chance they can come back into it.
I think it's very calculated, yeah. I don't necessarily think it's any level of, like, I'm scared of pushing into Hooligani. I think it's just looking at what the teams have. There's good high ground defense on Dire as well. They have Caudal Blast, they have the multi-shot from Drow Ranger, the Pit of Malice is insane for closing the high ground, and then you have Techies, one of the best defense heroes in all of Dota. So that is something their draft actually is good at. But as the game drags out, stuns become more and more valuable, and you have this stun advantage. So I think they're just leaning into that. Aghanim Scepter next on Storm is going to bring them, you know, more team fight control.
And the Radiant support is probably pretty happy with being able to gather up farm as well. Already got this Ringmaster queuing up an Aghanim Scepter. And Sayer from the Koppel is trying to do the same thing on his Dire side. So just watching Abed vacuum up the entirety of the map, farming, then moving towards the Torm. Keeper of the Light is nearby. He's lurking in the shadows there, but realizing very quickly that Virtus Pro have their numbers in that top left corner.
Deep is out, gonna be safe. I guess at least they haven't been feeding Storm too much, so his overload charges, his galvanized isn't that high yet. That's like the silver lining here, is that the Storm could be a lot stronger had he gotten more kills. Only been in the 6.
Virtus Pro now in the bunker atop the cliff. The Mott and Bailey have put their fortification up on that outpost, and now they're going to swing out into all these avenues which were being used by Hooligani to bring food into their own sieged base. I'll break the siege and come out here with the Techies dying and starting to fight off, but Virtus Pro just running roughshod over your core heroes. Earth Spirit's already been blown up. Snowy trying with a multi-shot to dish damage back in towards VP. And BKB's up for the Drow Ranger, but a soft reset from Virtus Pro gets them up a staircase, backs away from all the pits of malice. Corrupted with his Underlord. Well, he tried to bodyguard his Drow on the way out, but now he's the primary target. A focal point for VP to rally around and chase down. The Underlord going to get zipped on by the Storm relentlessly as Tomato looks for the shackle shot between the two heroes. Only finds the techies, but that's now a dieback out of respect. And the Snowy Drow Ranger drifted to low ground, pushed into the waiting arms of VP. Dead with buyback available, but this has been a long time coming now as Virtus Pro break the high ground.
That was a nice force staff by Hellscream, actually forcing the enemy into his team. I was looking around to see there were so many force staffs. I was wondering who it was that pushed him there. It was a failed teammate, but it was actually Ringmaster just seeing an opportunity to shove her even deeper out of position.
And now the Centaur is up on the staircase. It's very difficult to push him back down it. Tanky Boy stands in front of your tier 3 towers. You've spent your Firestorms and your pits to defend this mid lane, but it's in vain. Tomato still kills the tier 3. And a jump in. So going on Corrupted. Saberlight starts it, but it looks like Mirage and Corrupted going to finish it here with a box sending Saberlight back. The chase is still on with another roll in deep. The BKB for Mirage is out, but Centaur takes literally no damage. He's so damn tanky. Mirage has rolled into his own death and died again. This time 70 seconds with no buyback available, and Corrupted being bowled on by Abed finds a bonus kill. Both tanky cores out of here for over a minute now. And we're going to be looking at, what, multiple lanes of racks being taken by VP.
Yeah, they're holding on for dear life here, but 2 dead for 60 seconds on 2 core heroes. This is going to be, you know, all your base basically falling. There's Satanic on Wind Ranger, not getting rid of her anymore. She can easily sustain through any harassment.
And a game where we just haven't seen that Hooligani style of dragging it out and waiting for mid-game, hitting their timings. There was no pace, there was no stride, there was no big hit from them. There's been a bit of a sad whimper at the tail end of this game where they just sit in their base and watch Virtus Pro amass their forces, build up this 30k net worth lead, and walk it in. They just walk it into the net.
The worst case thing happened, right? The fight wasn't even in their base. The first fight was outside base, and they lost it horribly.
And now Drow Ranger forced back to Fountain, leaving Respect wide open to get bullied, stampeded upon. Blast off gets a bit of distance for him, but Abed chases him into Fountain, doesn't get the kill. Now back to dealing with buildings, Virtus Pro. They got mid and bottom, they won't get top.
It is bizarre watching this Abed Storm, how much resources he has. The Spellslinger, by the way, did get upgraded to a next level Mystical. He kept the tier 3 item as a tier 4. Obviously makes sense on the hero, and then he has Mystical with mana cost reduction as well. I mean, that's just dirty, man. It's so much mana. One thing though, it doesn't seem like you can amplify the mana coming back. It doesn't count as mana regen, so at least the Kaya Sanj is not amplifying the Spellslinger mana regain.
Okay, that's fair enough. Makes sense. Big man Roshan gonna roar. Hooligani still stuck in their base with no chance of contesting though. Even with that Fiend's Gate, they're not going to give it a shot, so it's just a freebie Roche. Aegis, Cheese, Refresher Shard, Roshan's Banner, all the goodies here for Virtus Pro to look for this final lane of barracks and close out game 1. It's been very one-sided. 22-6, 33k lead. At no point has Virtus Pro really felt bothered by Hooligani or any of their efforts.
No, not really. I think they've been in control of the game since the laning stage. I gave some praise for Mirage for doing quite well in the mid lane, but we haven't seen anything coming out of Hooligani, unfortunately, in this game 1 in the series. 34k lead, and basically just finishing the deed right now for VP. They've done all the dirty work, so just gotta finish them.
Yep, here's the Roshan's Banner. Catapult, creep wave, moving forward, even through the Pits of Malice and the Firestorm. Tomato using this Gale Force to make life irritating. Earlier on was just pushing heroes around inside the space to try and find any chance of an opening. Now with a focus fire.
Maybe someone can jump into mines.
I'm going to go straight onto Corrupted. Underlord getting stomped and shackled. Half HP remaining, but he's going to get his BKB off. That's double BKB from Hooligani just to kill off a Roshan's Banner, though. Yes, you've defended your base, but Abed, he knows that he's got so much space to just get on top of the Drow Ranger. Bully her back, and a hook shot from Fly opens things up on Corrupted. Mirage has been slain by Tomato. Earth Spirit dead. Underlord follows. 2 in the grave, both with buyback. And they're going to have to use it here if they want any chance of holding on to game 1. The tier 3's done. Now, Rack's now open, and Tomato going to make the move. With Saberlight leading, they've got a two-man Vortex after the stop. Earth Spirit, low HP, healed up a touch by Holy Locket with his box. The Ringmaster buys time for Abed, but he's still dead. Couldn't get away. Trapped in the pits, while Saberlight, the big boy, Centaur, just slaps down his big old axe, forces the GG out. Inevitability was there. They killed Storm once. The first death of Abed 43 minutes into this game. No signal of a comeback, no nothing, just a little bit of a morale boost for Huligani at the tail end as VP hammered them.
Yeah, that game started out fantastic for them, and it kept going in the same way as well. Getting the kill, getting 2 of the bounty runes, even though you got first blood. A lot of times you get first blood, the enemy gets more bounty runes, but they got 2, and they killed off the enemy range creep on the first creep wave. So started out fantastic, and it kept going that way as well. Honestly, though, I feel like this game jotted down to draft issue, you know?
Yeah.
If you're Huligani,
Yeah.
you misdrafted, it didn't work out. Go next. Hopefully they can bring some new stuff, because I had zero confidence seeing the drafts here that they were going to win this one.
Yeah, I mean, what do we have to rejig then? Is Drow Ranger no longer a first pick? Or do we have to think about a different Pods 5? The techies, was he the problem?
I think Drow is fine. The Earth Spirit is okay too, but I don't know if Earth Spirit works with the support duo. It's more like the 5 heroes together. Individually, a lot of these pieces work, but when you're drafting, you're assembling, this tool. And if you put the wrong pieces, they got like an axe, but it's all blade. There's no handle. Like what are you gonna do with this, man? You can't hold it.
What's the point in a Swiss Army knife if it doesn't have a hacksaw and a pair of scissors and
Exactly.
and a couple of blades and a magnifying
stuns,
glass
right?
and a toothpick?
My Swiss Army knife would have stuns, 5 of them, Gareth. Pull out this little one. Oh, that's a stun right there. That's another stun. No, in all seriousness, I do think Virtus.pro did great prep work here. Their draft looks good against what Huligani do, because we talk about how Huligani, their weakness is maybe that they're a little bit slow in the early game. Storm, I think, punishes that pretty well. And at the same time, I think that they built a really nice internal draft, and we see the MVP of the match. I would agree. Saberlight had a stunning performance here, just amazing.
Yeah, I mean, his kill participation, 88.888% recurring as well. A lucky number in China, signifying wealth, right? It's definitely showing off there exactly why. He's a very rich Centaur, buying lots of big items, lots of heart as well, as VP got the Saberlight Centaur off the ground in a tremendous way, killing Drow several times in lane and really making Snowy's life a living hell. And there we go, VP, game 1 victory, a pretty straightforward one for them, but we'll see, Waga, like you say, if the draft can get shifted, dynamic change, game 2 coming up shortly.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back to the regional qualifiers here out of Europe for the International 2026. We're down to the last couple of teams, the last couple of slots, and potentially here now, Waga, the last chance for Huligani as they are game down against VP in a best of 3.
Yeah, it's looking a bit rough. You need to back-to-back win against a team as strong as VP, but, you know, we're gonna just say the mantra, always had to win 2 games, it's fine. I think Huligani, they slipped up a bit with the draft in game number 1. Fortunately, you know, they can always say that and that they didn't get outplayed. It's just we didn't have stuff to play with. But I'm a bit nervous, Gareth. I'm a bit nervous going into game number 2. If Huligani slip up on the draft again, that could just be the end for their run.
It could very easily, yeah, just down and out with a bit of a whimper. And honestly, you know, seeing them here in game 1, you know, great for VP, obviously, not to take anything away from them, but we've watched Huligani through these qualifiers, putting up some incredible performances, putting up some big numbers, and showing that they can play up against some of these bigger squads, you know, especially taking down Na'Vi yesterday, Enjoy the day before, Cheeky Bamboni the day before that. They were on a pretty good Grim Reaper run, knocking out a lot of these European teams, but maybe it's I don't know, it's a stylistic difference. They're good against the Eastern European squads, you know, taking out some of their brethren and comrades, but they're not so good when you've got these Western European or North American teams and players coming in, because this is VP who used to be Shopify Rebellion. Maybe NA Dota is back. They just had to move across the Atlantic.
Is it too early for a USA chance?
I don't know, man. Maybe after game 2, we'll see how it goes, because Huligani have got their hands on the puck for Mirage this time.
Yeah, we go into game number 2 with a comfort zone for Huligani, as Virtus.pro don't ban out the puck, banning the Drow Ranger, even after doing horrible things to that poor Drow in the laning stage and in the jungle as well. Now, opening with the puck, VP, they take what Team Vision did. They picked the Earth Spirit against the puck.
Yeah, the puck problem seems to have been answered by Vision earlier on, and Shopify Rebellion. I've got it stuck in my head now. VP, taking a leaf out of their book, stealing one of those ideas and saying, okay, that is the puck problem solved. And also the Drow Ranger banned after the Centaur ban, maybe an indication there. They think, okay, if we can get our hands on a Saberlight Centaur, we'll leave the Drow in. If not, we'll just ban her.
Yeah, could be the case, and Centaur does really enable the whole get on top of Drow Ranger in order to kill her. One of the main things that you need to do in any Drow draft is just address the fact that she's a backliner. But yeah, we'll see how they add supplements to this Earth Spirit pick, because VP, sure, the Earth Spirit was something that Team Vision did, but I think you also need the correct heroes to go along with it. You need to be able to enable him and let him play aggressively the way he wants to. But in the Earth Spirit versus Puck matchup, lane is pretty easy. You bring some silence, some stun. Yeah, it's pretty good against Puck.
Yeah, so we're looking at those scouting heroes again, I think, for Huligani. Obviously, with Treant being banned, we're left with the Hoodwink and the Clockwork as primary options to play forward, be that aggressive reconnaissance kind of hero that gives information to the team and allows the puck to safely jump in and out of dangerous areas. Love to see Respect have his hands on one of those rather than the techies.
Oh, I like this. The Bane is always a nice pickup when playing against the puck, so it's one good start for a support that can supplement the Earth Spirit activity early on, and overall very strong laning support as well. I think Bane is completely fine here. It does make it quite likely we'll get to see the Ringmaster come back. Hero that has been used a lot by a lot of teams in this qualifier, and it's a counter to Bane, straight up.
Yeah, and Huligani have played it, so it's not as though it's out of their wheelhouse either. But it's just going to be the straight snap response for them.
I like that. Wheelhouse, because the Wheel of Wonder.
That's it.
Very smart, Gareth.
And he lives in the big house, the big old tent. The fun house. That's where he keeps his wheel.
That's true. When you say he lives in his house, just maybe look at the first pick, or first ban, Undying, and that Undying short film contest we had. That was some good stuff. Undying living in his little tombstone. Do you know the one? Did you see it?
I can't remember seeing it, but yeah, living in a tombstone sounds fun.
It was one of the better ones I've seen.
Nice.
Look it up if you haven't. Ringmaster and Clockwork, nice duo here, getting in with the automatons.
I'm going to give Respect that tanky melee hero that can actually go out, scout, see where things are coming from, start things off, make Puck's life a little bit more simple in terms of finding targets. Kotl and a Tide, though, coming in for Virtus Pro, so Sableye going to get this big tanky boy that doesn't really get bothered by the trio already shown for Hooligani. He's going to have a pretty simple time just waddling through a lot of these lanes and team fights.
I wonder if Snowy feels like he could TB this. Like, it is magic damage, but looking at the type of damage they have coming in and what VP have, it's not that scary for a TB to deal with. It's quite possible, and it's one of his better heroes. He's gonna go Lifesteal instead. Another one that he did use earlier in the tournament. And again, you have Clock, you have Puck, fantastic to jump into. And lanes very well against the Tidehunter as well.
Yeah, the only thing you have to worry about is this grip into whatever Tomado's hero is. Batting out the Muerta now to protect. Doom removed by VP to keep this Tidehunter a little bit happier.
It's a very hard grip to channel in this game, though. With the box, there are so many different ways to stop the grip already. I like talking about, you know, how likely it is for those big channel ultis to happen whenever we have a Black Hole or Fiend's Grip. And here it's just, it's painful. Battery Assault, Cogs, and Hookshot can all cancel you. Ringmaster can whip you, box, or ulti to stop you. And Puck can Waning Rift or silence you.
Yeah.
Or ulti, of course. Sorry, it's not great. He basically has to find someone completely isolated.
And you were talking about TB for Snowy. Is there also a chance for TB for Tomato now in this situation?
After a lifesteal pick, yeah. There's actually a little bit of a reason to try for it, but there's maybe some scary part where you can get silenced and controlled up, but definitely a possible hero for them to go towards. I also wouldn't be surprised to see them go for, like, Spectre coming out. There's a few there's a number of heroes that can be good here.
And then right here, right now, no Axe, no Doom, no Darks here. Centaur's out of here. Pango and Dying gone as well. Difficult spot to find Corrupted's hero. Do we just go back for Underlord again? No, it's a Dawnbreaker. Oh, I kind of like that. Puck and Lifestealer with a Solar Guardian behind them. Lots of ways to turn around fights with this Ringmaster, Clockwork, Dawnbreaker trio. You can break free, you said break free of the grip pretty easily, get away from this Earth Spirit, turn around on him, mitigate some of his damage.
Yeah, it's another combo breaker type hero as well, so whenever you want to play around Ravage and do some big setup, you might just overcommit and get punished. And yeah, another hero that brings two ways of stopping the Fiend's Grip, of course.
It's TA time for Tomato.
Yeah, it's one of his best heroes.
Yeah, you can't spell Tomato without TA.
That's true. He's got it in his name. We'll see how it works out in this game. I think it's a pretty good TA game. The only concern is if Lifestealer has a really, really strong start, he can become problematic for TA to deal with. If he gets the Radiance plus like Armlet and Manta style or something, then you struggle to fight against him ever. But overall, the lane should be good for TA. She has Tide TA, which obviously gives you more than half. It gives you everything, Gareth.
I'm sorry, I'm just thinking about sometimes I'm a big dum-dum. And I'm looking at this Keeper's Light thinking that there aren't that many, incredible Chakra Magic pairings. It's like, it's okay with Earth Spirit, it's okay with Tide. There's no Ember or Storm or anything here. Is Kotl now just in a place where he's a good enough all-round hero? You don't necessarily have to look for this combo with Chakra.
It's not really true, though. He has a lot of stuff here. It's not as obvious as in some other teams. Like,
but it's no Tiny or Ember, though, right?
Oh, but TA is crazy with it, and Abed's hero is pretty good too. Earth Spirit getting reset on his spells, he can chain stun with a roll. There's a lot of stuff here still. But TA getting Meld Strike refreshed and Refraction lower cooldown is also not bad at all. So I think it's fine enough. You don't necessarily need it to be that Chakra is the broken part. A big part of what makes Kotl strong is the level 6 power spike of the Solar Binding and Blinding Light just being so oppressive in the lane. It can set up kills, it can stop enemy kills. Blinding Light is a super good tool. Very similar to Techie's and his reactive taser. The Blinding Light is stopping auto attack damage output.
Oh, still pretty good all round then. Good all round hero.
Yep.
I'll scream, it's one of his favorites. We'll see how it goes here. VP 1 game ahead in this best of 3. A game away from qualifying to TI 2026. They can see it in their sights just at the horizon. The Hooligani ready to try and stop them, though.
Seo just walks up and kills some of his trees by sending a bunch of cogs in there. Sure, it scouts, but it also just deforests the mid lane a little bit for Dire. Abed is like, what the hell, man?
What's going on here? Usually you break in trees in your safe lane, trying to get rid of some of these access points. I'm sitting in that mid lane. We're going to see each other across the river there. Sayer stands up, says hello to the tide. Currently looks like we're just going to get the 2-for-2 setup, though. VP smoked around that top bounty rune. Mirage thinking about contesting, but when his smoke breaks, he'll realize, yeah, there's a Bane over there. Don't really want to step up to it.
Yeah, no, definitely not. Would just end up losing a bunch of HP, maybe get nightmared, and it would not be worth it. Just get back, get your body block. However, Abed starting the body block all the way at the tier 3 tower means that he should be winning the block on mid lane, which is one of the key things you want to get a good start on mid lane, is getting your own high ground, in particular if you melee against range hero, like this Earth Spirit versus Puck. So, yeah, good idea by Abed to set himself up for success here. Look at that positioning. Very nice for him.
Yeah, already on his staircase. And already being able to chase Mirage a little bit with that extended bit of distance.
Exactly. And makes life just a little bit trickier for Mirage, but Mirage very good on this Puck, so we'll see if he can deal with this situation as well. But first creep wave, fantastic for Abed.
I think great start for him there. Top lane corrupted, trying to drag the wave off that left-hand side as the Clockwork was trying to deal with the enemy support. And down the bottom, Respect out in the open, getting Blinding Light pushed back into an anchor smash and some additional harassment damage, which maybe he wasn't expecting. The strength of that displacement tool already being shown off by Hellscream early laning stage.
Yeah, you have to be very careful not to go too close and get pushed into the Tidehunter, as the damage can be very threatening, especially if he gets a point in Gush as well later on. We'll see what he does though. Maybe he will max out the damage block being against Lifestealer.
It's just funny to think that this kind of build on Kotl, you know, a while back would be unheard of. Like, oh, you didn't go for, 102 or 201 build. What are you doing?
Yeah.
You can't farm, you can't push creeps, you can't do anything. That's not my role now.
Kotl used to be a post 4 who would just Illuminate Blast over and over, right? You just send the Illuminate and shove the enemy on the tower and try and
quote unquote securing the range creep.
Yes, and the melee creep, and the next melee creep. And oops, was that a kill you're about to get? Illuminate. My kill now.
That's mine. Yeah, very selfish support. Now much more helpful, much more lane focused rather than greeding it out. 12 and 5 already.
Oh,
Abed, maybe even a first blood. Nearly had it. Not quite enough to kill Mirage.
He did hold the Fair Fire as well, so he wasn't that close necessarily, but still Abed doing some serious damage. And you see one of the main reasons why Earth Spirit is so nice against Puck is this whole melee hero versus Puck mentality as well. You cannot dodge any auto attacks with the phase shift, so you don't get that constant HP and mana refill.
Yeah, and usually these heroes like Puck, Storm Spirit, very reliant on right clicks to keep the harassment going. You're tanky melee boy with the block. You shield it up. Don't get hit by nothing. You've got so much HP. Saberlight pretty low in that bottom lane, getting daggered out by the Impalement Arts.
Yeah, Sidelin's looking a bit scary. Top lane could also erupt at any given point. We have level 3 on Corrupted, so his damage is pretty big right now. But Save has to do some prep work, basically.
That's a strange manner of conduct.
I've liked Dawnbreaker recently. And this hero has felt pretty good with these global strats we've seen a lot of. Play one side of the map, get fat, get farmed, and then join fights when you're desperately needed. I think it really fits the style that Hooligani have showed through this qualifier as well. Be a bit greedy, but find it. Oh, Saberlight's dying to Lifestealer. The Blinding Light, it pushes them back, but Snowy's going to keep chasing him with another Impalement Art. It slows him down. Gets first blood for the Lifestealer.
Fantastic kill to get. Obviously, Lifestealer getting a bit of extra value from those kills as well. Feasting, getting bonus HP, and that importantly puts him on face boots. getting face boots first in this lane is super important. If Tidehunter got face boots before Lifestealer, he could maybe have played this lane. But now that Lifestealer has it and Tide doesn't even have boots, it's gonna become unplayable, I think.
I wonder if they've got any penalty systems in Dota 2 teams. Like in football teams, you know, if you don't bring your boots, or you know, you give away a penalty, or you give away too many free kicks, you get, you know, fined £10, £20, £50, £1,000. You don't show up to training, you know, you get a fine and a slapper on the wrist. What if you give up first blood? Bulba's there saying, right, that's 10% of your winnings going into my pocket instead of yours. Because you've died twice now with Saberlight. Maybe that's,
oh no,
that's a £50 fine right there.
That's more than 50. That would be a 500 pound fine. Dying with no TP ready? This has to be one of the big offenses, right? Walk of shame? That has to be expensive.
Bulba opens his wallet and he's like, money, please.
Yeah.
Gimme.
That's half your month's salary gone right there.
I mean, 2 deaths for Saberlight, yeah. I mean, level 2 on his Tidehunter. 9 last hits. And it's more than shut down. He's not having a game. This lane is not inhabitable by him. Abed, in the meantime, having a pretty tremendous time mid, so more than making up for it against this pug.
Yeah, for certain. Their mid and their top lane are doing very well, but this bottom lane is becoming quickly concerning, and I wonder how they can deal with it. Because at this point, I think they can even leave the Lifestealer alone, and that's what we're seeing. Mobility coming out from the Lifestealer, who just goes mid.
Nightmare up top on Corrupted. They're trying to get the meld or damage in. They are. Tomato runs around in a circle. Literally sprints around the creep wave and then finds his place to stand and meld strike to get the kill. Fly in the end is the one with the final touch, though. A little bit of damage from the Bane kills Corrupted.
Yeah, as the power rune is spawning, Abed's looking to control top. Oh, what? Nobody took it.
I was very confused there for a second. Like, well, it hasn't spawned bottom, so where is it? It's there.
Took a little second, but that's a region rune for the Earth Spirit. Great to have, and he's level 6, but he does not have a single point in Rolling Boulder yet. So going for this 302 point skill build means that he cannot go for like a roll into ulti on level 6, but I think that's fine. Just play for lane, get your levels going.
Yeah, I think this is what no one was talking about with his Earth Spirit against the puck. I don't know if it's in particular, but he was saying Thompson showed him. No one basically said every item build, every new hero that gets shown off in the Paravision squad anyway is because of Thompson playing
It's all
it mid.
Thompson.
It's all it's like the Snapfire mid, this Earth Spirit with the 414 build. It's all Thompson.
Yeah. Thompson is a very creative gamer. He has a great way of understanding like out of meta things that you can do. It's always exciting to watch. And it's also refreshing, right? Because there's an element where, oh, you're allowed to do that? That's fun as well, right? Like, you do something that's actually strong, someone didn't think about, and it's new. So, it's what you talked about the other day, that pro players, do you get bored, you know, keep Boxy happy mentality, pick something new.
Yeah, something shiny to play with. Nothing shiny on that right-hand side of the map, though. Like sentry wards blocking up camps. Kotl can't stack anything properly. They're trying to build up a bit of bank for Saberlight to fall back on. Get him some investment.
Yeah, he's gone through a lot of jungle creeps at least, so he's on the path to recovery. It's not looking great for him, but he is only 200 gold behind the Dawnbreaker, who's, I guess, not also having a very good time, but it's not looking as desperate as it was a few minutes ago.
No, it's still this Lifestealer with 4,000 net worth racing towards his initial timings, though. And we've got Sayrush catching up to Fly in that northern river. Arcane Rune grabbed by Corrupted as well. With a roll in, Fly is protected by the Earth Spirit, and Abed with a damage forward. Looking to kill off this clockwork before Fly even dies. An orb forward from the puck, though, trying to catch up to the Bane, not able to connect. Mirage realizing there's no point in following through with a Templar Assassin lurking nearby.
Nice attempt by Clockwork to deny himself to Angel or to the Roche, but a little bit too late. Didn't quite get in there in time. Maybe he could just joined it a bit earlier, but it's gonna be a good little skirmish going the way of VP.
Oh look, it's Snowy and his bracer recipe again.
Is he gonna stay there for the entire game again?
I did the exact same thing. It was like, maybe I need a bracer, but maybe I'll just rush this Radiance as fast as I possibly can.
He'll bring it out in case of emergency. This is the, you know, break the glass when you need it.
Break the glass bracer? What does the bracer do for you? Freeze up an
Makes you
item
strong.
slot. Wahoo!
Makes you strong, man. It's big. Also, he got a very nice item in the chipped vest. Getting some extra farm speed here. The amount of time that he's sitting and just hitting creeps.
There's a lot of chipped vests. There's 3 of them. 3 Ash Legion shields over on that radiant side. Very tanky boys. The Dire taking a diversionary route. 5 different items for them. Tomatoes picked up some fancy gloves. Yeah, back to regular laning though. Tidehunter now feeling a little bit happier with being able to sit down bottom. Level 6. Got himself the phase boots. Level 3 anchor smash.
Clockwork, after a respawn, came in and did some blocking as well. Came in with the sentry. Gonna get dewarded immediately by Hellscream.
Radiant's top tower is under
Not
attack.
really stopping any of the farms that they're building up.
We're flying this mid lane. Nightmare into grip. Are we going for it? No, he sees
no
the
way you
clockwork
grip in
coming in.
this
So difficult to set up for it. I bet he's going to magnetize regardless
now.
of Fly's abilities. And now
There's the grip.
you've baited them in. You've got nothing to cancel the grip on the clockwork. They'll blast into Seuss with the Kotl and the Bane. And he'll a little bit more as he'll force them to chase up high ground. A Nightmare into this salve. And he's healing up, but it's cancelled now. Seuss going to get illuminated within his own cogs. Another touch required, though. He's sat 30
still
health,
alive.
surviving. Well, this Earth Spirit
Oh, no.
comes back in and says, okay, enough of this nonsense. I chased the puck out of lane. You guys didn't follow me. I'm going to come back and kill the clock.
Man, they slow roasted that Clockwork for Earth Spirit. Finally, he comes in and just takes the kill.
Tenderism.
Enjoying it. That's a
Tenderism clockwork.
fully marinated piece of chainmail.
It falls off the bone. It just peels right off. This lifestealer is very, very big.
Hey, he's got the relic now as well, so now Tidehunter can't
Yeah.
just walk up on lane and feel unkillable. Even with the damage block, he's gonna take a bit of damage from every single auto attack. And then also he can deny quite a bit, as we see 26 denies already 125 HP as well from the feasts. This lifesteal's getting pretty tanky with this free farm.
That number go up, and lifestealer gets scary.
Dopamine.
What's the matchup like into the TA, though? Because I feel like they've picked this Templar Assassin to be able to dish out that damage into lifestealer, no matter what items he's got.
Radiant's top tower.
It's fragile, is how I would describe it for TA. I've played this matchup hundreds of times. I can tell you that as long as you're on a timer and you are playing fast on TA, then you're fine. Get Deso, get Blink, start making moves. But once those 3 items I mentioned come in, Radiance, Armlet, Manta Style, then you almost can't kill him. You need so much help to kill a Lifestealer at that point. He's gonna evade, he's gonna have a ton of armor, he's gonna Manta to disjoint your attacks, or even dispel your melt.
Oh, Mirage. Oh, we didn't see this one coming. They've got the Solar Guardian as a bit of help here. Mirage with Solar Bind and the Earth Spirit damage, bringing him low, but the reaction out of Hugani. Dawnbreaker and Clockwork
still
coming in,
gets-
but they don't save the puck. Mirage still dead, trading out in a 1v1 for Abed.
A little bit of a mistake, I think, by Sayu walking away. I think he could have locked him in the cogs immediately on the Earth Spirit and then pushed him. So, unfortunately, Puck dies. And I think Mirage also expected him to keep getting pushed immediately and chain stunned. So maybe a bit of miscommunication there on how they want to do it.
Oh man, 13-minute Radiance. It's here.
Great timing, for sure. That is really, really fast. And that's with face boot, so definitely no, scuffed Radiance either.
And this is where he accelerates very quickly. Already top the net worth. Faster than the previous record, which was probably him as well.
Yeah, he did play it earlier and had a pretty damn good game. I think he got it like... actually, last time we saw him, it was not super fast. It was like 14, 15 minutes. But either way, it definitely works out for him in this game.
Well, he's had a couple of games, right? He had one in that losing game against whoever they dropped to, which was like whatever. But the one before that was pretty quick.
You're right. May have been his timing in that one.
Fly smoked up with Tomato here through the Twin Gate. They're hunting for this Lifestealer. Radiant's timing, he wants to take out all the jungle camps, but Snowy has 2 supports by his side, ready for this move.
Oh my
Already
god, they deliver him. What is this? Fast food.
preempting
Holy.
the gank, just understanding they want to protect this lifesteal and make sure that Snowy is perfectly happy farming. And both supports, I mean, they barely needed to do anything.
What's it called when you go to those places where they have like sushi rolling on like a, you know,
Oh,
like
I don't know, that conveyor belt thing? I don't know what it's
conveyor.
called.
That Bane, he got on a sushi conveyor belt right there. He just got delivered to Lifestealer. That was disgusting to watch.
I just shoveled into his mouth.
Lifestealer could do some damage to a buffet.
Yeah, he could. He'd get kicked out. It'd be like that Homer Simpson in the lobster buffet, you know?
Yeah, it's probably a good tell when someone crawls in on all four into your buffet. It's probably the first sign that you should probably not let this person.
Saliva dripping from their mouths like a rabid dog. Yeah, you're sure you're gonna be let in. You walk into one of these like hedonistic Las Vegas buffets. You know, the big ones where it's like, you know, pay $100, it's got crab legs and lamb and whatever, you know. Lifestealer walks in there, they're gonna charge him triple easily.
I think it's good, by the way. Those buffets when they have like a fine if you don't finish all you put on your plates.
Yeah.
So you don't throw away a bunch of food. I actually kind of like that. Doesn't have to be a big fine, but like something, you know. Apparently, some places even measure the amount of food remaining on your plates, and then you pay for that.
Yeah, it's something that I know some restaurants in China do that as well, making sure that, I think it might be even local law where you're not allowed to go to a restaurant and leave food waste. Either you take it home or you pay a fine for it.
I will say, it also gets you exercising, because you gotta go multiple times. If you put something on your plates and it's disgusting, what do? You gotta throw all that, so then you pay the fine. So you have to take really small amount first, see if it's good.
So it's more trips,
stuff.
it takes more steps.
Yeah, steps. Yeah, it's healthy in multiple ways here.
More trips to the buffet. That's why they give you the small plate at the buffet places, by the way. You can't. There are actual strategies where people build up a freaking tower of, you know, build the base with lettuce so it's a bowl, and then they build a tower of meat up above it.
Fly, he dodges first the art and then the hook shot as well. Juke shoes are on for this Bane.
Ah, yeah, Fly still got it. Still quick on his feet. And even though he's becoming an elder gamer, and he's still got the moves.
An elder gamer sounds like a boss you find.
Where do you fight? The Elden Ring? Is this one of the Bloodborne bosses?
Oh, you found a shiny Elden gamer? Oh.
The last couple of minutes have been strong from VP though. Yes, they lose the Bane bottom to that gank, but it's still putting a lot of pressure on Hooligani to set up and react to these moves. Now protecting the TA to kill off top tier 1 tower. They're the building blocks, right? They're not oppressive yet, but they are starting to get the legislation in place to really be annoying.
Yeah, and TA runs into Ringmaster. Should be an easy kill, honestly. Hard for him to get out of this one. She blinks to safety. A little bit scared of the coil coming in and locking her in place. Pretty much the only thing that she had to worry about. Buck was showing up in a little while, so maybe the right play to get safety.
I mean, maybe if you're playing with player names on, he just sees the word respect over and over again. He's like, should I be killing a guy called Respect? I feel like I should be a bit more respectful. Maybe run away. Just let him live. I've got to respect. Maybe his teammates are behind him.
That's true.
Non-stop
Playing
reminder.
to the morals of the players. Very smart.
$10,000 net worth Lifestealer though. Untouched in this bottom lane.
This is the thing though, if you're behind Lifestealer and net worth is TA, it does not feel good. So while we're talking about how she's doing stuff and opening tower, look at bottom, Lifestealer. Snowy gets the tower as well, putting him 700 gold or 600 gold ahead of the TA, and he already has Radiance, already has Armlet, and guess what he queued as the next item? I'm telling you, this is the trinity of items. He's going to be unkillable to the TA, and I am not sure if they have the tools to deal with this Lifestealer.
I'm really worried, honestly, especially with Escape Act and Solar Guardian. They've got so many ways of saving him on top of Rage already being baked into the hero. Mid lane, there's a go onto Hellscream. Being poked back by Mirage, jumped in on by Sayush. Saberlight walking into the middle of them, threatening with a Ravage. He's got 17 one charges to pop it, but he's just gonna walk down the clockwork here with a Gush. Tomato getting pushed by the cogs though. Sayush not getting chased down or killed as he just pops the cogs out and pushes VP all the way back.
Wow, they get away with that cleanly, get a kill, back out. Sure, they didn't take tower, but forced all of VP to react to this. They burned a ton of the Tide's mana as well, putting him in this uncomfortable spot. Sure, he has the Soul Ring, but to use all his spells over and over, you need some heal from Hellscream coming in, some chakra.
And slow and steady. This is what Hooligani really strive for
Is under attack.
and have been comfortable in a game so far in the qualifiers. A 2k lead, and there's a 1k right now, 5-4, but a pretty steady game without any upsetting moves. Puts them in a position where they can actually look to play through Mirage, right? This Mirage puck has been an absolute nuisance through the lower bracket in particular for a lot of these teams. Has died once, but it's still having a pretty good time hitting the items.
I think the impressive part, okay, they might get a kill onto this. Nice kickback with the Fiend's Grip. Still pretty tanky though.
Now there's Dawnbreaker, a third of our health remaining, and the box comes in with the Wheel of Wonder, hook shot onto the Bane. They've got Corrupted a bit of distance again. The Infest will heal him up, and now Snowy, he's in onto Hellscream. The damage stacks up, the two supports disappear, and the Solar Guardian's going to land right onto the Templar Assassin, who's being burnt down, but they've got a Ravage, and Tomato to turn. Maybe they can find him, but no, Snowy just burns them alive. Armor toggles back up, stays alive, but Abed, he's in with a triple kill. Earth Spirit with the Magnetize, diving in to get an Ultra, burning through that poor little Ringmaster, and the two tanky cores of VP roll back in again on Corrupted, but the Starbreaker, Abed gets hammered into the ground. And a 1v1, mano a mano, tete-a-tete between Corrupted and the Sableye ends with the Dawnbreaker coming out victorious.
Dude, Corrupted. Isn't it funny that the first guy who gets gone on is the only one who survives that fight, brawls to the very end. Yeah, Earth Spirit with some crazy damage coming out, but look towards TA. 1300 damage in that fight, didn't really get to do much. Beautiful positioning of some of the counter spells there. The big teamfight ultis from Radiant were used in perfection. Ringmaster, his ulti just disjoints this entire fight. Look at it. Clean. That is a great ulti. They play around it, even hop towards it, hop in and heal the Dawnbreaker. Honestly, I'm so impressed by Hooligani's team fighting. This is what they do well.
That's so nicely done. A back and forth, the return back in from Corrupted to heal them up with that Solar Guardian. And
Even
you're right.
Armlet toggling through Magnetize too. Like, that's a nice little detail there. Not super, you know, easy to do in a fight, but managed to land that. Unfortunately, still died afterwards.
And then they thought they had him, but there's Harpoon and the roll from Earth Spirit connecting in a way that favored Corrupted. And you're absolutely right. You start this fight on him, he ends it on you.
Yeah, big smiles there. Hooligani feel good. I think this was also a fight that VP may not afford to lose. If you lose this fight, which you did, now this gives Lifestealer the time to get the Manta Style. And I'm not selling snake oil here, you know, it is true. He's going to be super hard to deal with. He nearly lived in the last fight where he didn't have a Manta. Now with it, they need to come up with a plan on Dire.
They need some way to get
Dagger-
Fly to grip someone, honestly.
Yeah, they might need to go Blink Dagger before Aghanims on Saberlight. I see he's going for the Aghanims and has already the Ogre Club, but yeah, I'm trying to see an avenue where this game works out for them, and to me, this win probability is also very generous. I think it's more leaning the way of Radiant, in my experience.
More than it even shows, yeah, potentially. And kind of looking at this
BKB
tide
coming out
to need a
soon for
shard
Dawn.
as well. Like, we need shard against this puck, but trying to slot it in, kind of challenging for Saberlight with such a bad game.
Yeah, I mean, he's done a good job trying to recover, and the Aghanims will be a nice farming tool as well. But I just don't really like their conditions for going into the late game here. They're finally going to open the bottom tier 1, which was defended for a long time by the Lifestealer. He goes for similar trade on the other part of the map. It's tier 1.
Yeah, it feels like VP's avenues into any of these team fights requires, you know, supreme vision or a surprise, some kind of silence from fog. Try and make sure
Yeah.
you can't, you know, rage or react.
Get on to the supports, you know, burst the Ringmaster or the Clockwork or both, and maybe that can be a condition where they can actually play out the fight afterwards. But yeah, unless they get a good initiation,
Yeah.
the fight will be very hard. Ward getting
definitely-
planted.
You definitely need some advantage of VP to look comfortable in these.
Oh, the
because
illusion bait.
the illusion bait actually tricks them. Still going to coil on this Bane, but now the turnaround onto the puck, saved by the box momentarily, but the Ravage, did he phase shift and dodge to jaunt away? It doesn't land, but you still got Tomato with the help of the grip. And Bale Saberlight out, a situation where that Ravage was spent for nothing.
That was a fantastic illusion bait. Thanks to that, they managed to win the fight. So tip for Abed. He was the one sending his Earth Spirit illusion to the forefront.
And now Roche time. Straight into the pit. Huligani on
Still
near.
Dawnbreak ulti.
They are nearby,
could
yeah. I
fight.
mean, Tomato and Abed, they're hunting for respect. They caught a glimpse of the Ringmaster, but he has sprinted, blinked, and run into the tree line. But he's got rolled upon. Thanks to the TA trap, they got the vision, the catch, a kill on the ring. So 30 seconds without him.
And he's dead for 30, but Puck is respawning now and could TP in with Puck and Dawn ulti ready. Infest up in just a few seconds for Lifestealer. I don't feel like they should give up this Roche for free. But Huligani, are they going to group up and go towards it? They have the rocket to keep scouting. Oh, Roche is moving in a few seconds as well, so bottom area needs to be taken over instead.
Yeah, they've got to shift homes. The Ringmaster already pushing that lane all the way out. Huligani not stressing with the situation they're in. Like you said, just keeping tabs on Roche, making sure they're in position if needed. Within arm's reach, but not necessarily needing to make a play. Corrupted. There's the Starbreaker onto TA. She blinks over onto this Dawnbreaker. You've got that Celestial Hammer to make a bit of a bridge. And there's no gap close coming in from VP.
He'll TP base, get full mana and HP again. He'll be able to join, of course, with the ulti if he wants to. Plays very similar to an Unlord. Oh, a roll onto the Ringmaster could be a good start.
Yeah, good catch by Abed. And the second roll not going to land, and the cock pushback is annoying. That allows Ringmaster to blink away, actually.
Yeah, good jukes, but respect. This time gets to safety.
VP taking a bit of control of this area of the map, though. Pushing 2 lanes in, guarding the Roshan pit. Very tight, well-drilled effort here to shove Huligani all the way back to their side of the river.
So he still has the Bracer recipe in his queue, by the way, but he added also the Circlet, because he sold the Circlet, so now obviously he needs a Circlet to make his Bracer, so actually he's adding more of the Bracer.
Does it get added back automatically if you have Bracer queued and you buy a Circlet and sell a Circlet? Does it add the Circlet back in? Yeah, so he didn't add it, right? It just did it automatically?
Yeah,
He's like, you still have a gauntlet, sir. You need the rest of this Bracer, surely. Finish your collection today. Only $4.99 plus postage and packaging.
Yeah, if he sells the Gauntlet as well, he's going to be missing the entire Bracer.
I don't know. I feel like these items, the Null Talisman, Wristband, Bracer, they're like those magazines you get as a kid, right? Where you're trying to build the wooden T-Rex. The first edition is like, 30 cents. The second edition, 50 cents. But then editions, 4 through 20 are like 10 euros each. You don't buy all the rest of the garbage. I just want the little bits.
He's not falling for the recipe scam. You're right, actually. The recipe does give you the least out of all the components there. Snowy knows that. He's a smart man.
Yeah,
He's
but
also a
sometimes
tanky
you just
man. 400 bonus HP already at 27 minutes is a lot, by the way.
Sometimes you just have to finish that dinosaur, though. Beg your parents for weeks and weeks. Speaking from experience.
Did you get your dinosaur?
I
Was
never
it a
got to
good
finish that
dinosaur?
T-Rex, man. Legitimately, it was such a scam when I was growing up. Like, you would buy, no, seriously, you would buy the first couple, they'd be super cheap, and there would be 30, you'd have to buy 30 editions. And obviously, all the cool parts were at the start and the end. So you have like a cool start to it, a shitty middle period where you're buying all the little bones and stuff, and then you'd get the head at the start and the tail at the end or something. Yeah.
I never got any toys as a kid. I was the 4th kid, so I got the hand-me-downs.
Great.
I'm the youngest one, so my toys were already well used by the time I got them, and I had to, choose a favorite.
Did you get your toys before or after the family dog got them?
Around the same time, honestly.
The same timeline. should we give this football? Should we give the bouncy ball to Waga or to Fido?
Honestly, dude, I've seen recently. I've been to my family gatherings. You know, my mom, the food she gives her dogs is better than I've been eating my entire life.
No,
they get salmon on their meal. You know, a little bit of fish oil along with it. Maybe some fresh meat along with their dog food. Yeah, dude, they eat good.
Are your parents looking for a new pet? I mean, I'm available. There's a hook shot straight onto this TA. Good save attempted, but he's still dead. Surrounded by Hooligani as they just drop everybody onto the TA's head and now fly. So he came in with that nightmare save and get slain anyway. Hooligani looking very good here in game 2.
Hunting.
Chasing in towards Hellscream. Mirage
Just
trying to
miss.
catch up to the Kotl. Not quite getting there with the impalement art
Blind
either,
coil.
so he tucks the trees and TP's home.
He didn't go for the coil. Should've just clicked it, Mirage. Go for it. But yeah, still has coil. They have more to go with as well. With the damage, they can easily turn into a Roche. And now we're starting to see the power spike that is Hooligani, their draft.
That's just an unkillable life stealer. They're just dealing radiance damage non-stop. 3,800 health. Very difficult to break through him.
Light has the blink. He's looking for it. Looking for the steal.
Yeah, maybe an attempt to jump into the Roche pit as they roll in towards them, but Snowy already grabbed the Aegis, infested into the Dawnbreaker, and harpoons up to high ground. VP get nothing in their attempt.
Lifestealer hitches a free ride to Fountain and gonna run out again.
Back.
Back. That is exactly what they did the moment they got the Roche. Happy with the advantage they have, of course. Don't want to take a big fight with BKB cooldown on Dawnbreaker. As well as ulti cooldown, of course.
And now we're in a game state where the Lifestealer is, what, 3k? No, 2.5k ahead of the Templar Assassin. You talked about that holy trinity of items that he got, building up into the Skadi and then back towards the Silver Edge. He's tanking up even more and finding ways to deal with the Tidehunter.
Yeah, he's got the Skadi, which is obviously amazing against the Tidehunter, but this is just gonna add even more durability. We're looking at a already about 4,000 HP hero who has 42 armor and ways to dispel and go into BKB state. Like, I'm sorry, but TA is just not gonna match up against this. I know my ins and outs on this hero, and late game is heavily in the favor of Hooligani for sure.
Yeah, especially when you add in an Assault Cuirass on this Dawnbreaker, which is getting pretty close to finishing. It is a tremendous amount of stuff here.
To their credit, though, Abed still doing quite well on the Earth Spirit. He's getting good farm. He is still 2,000 ahead of the puck. Has a Shiva's Guard and building towards a Bloodstone to add more damage to the team. Not necessarily seeing a Lifestealer solution in it, but if they can kill everything else quickly, they could definitely deal with Lifestealer if they outnumber him heavily.
Just keep Fly alive in these long team fights. Hold the grip until the very end.
That's the win con.
VP very much going to be relying on buybacks from their supports because we saw how quickly they get dispatched by this Lifestealer. Just like 3 or 4 hits, you can gobble them up. Now an easy Torm for Hooligani.
Master gets out of the Tormentors. That dealt quite a bit of damage to him. And that's a shard for Lifestealer as well. Yeah, this shard was actually used quite heavily for a while as a early rush item, dealing extra damage. But I don't see it as much anymore. It was just like a tech that people went for a little bit. This is much more standard Lifestealer approach that he's going for. Also, it is disgusting the amount of farm he's picking up. Snowy is on a tear. Manta style farming illusions, and like feels like not that long ago he got the Eye of Skadi. He has 4.5k gold, building towards what looks like a Silver Edge, which definitely will come as a dagger straight to Saberlight's heart.
Now look at that. The last 5 minutes of farming time, right? 7k for the Lifestealer, doubling up
That is a
easily.
great stats. Man, I love that. That's some good stuff to look at, actually.
Yeah, I guess that sudden shift, getting these big items.
So well over 1,000 GPM currently in the last 5 minutes.
Easily. Really twisting the knife into VP here as the 7k lead builds up for Hooligani. Tomado's Templar Assassin trying to get some damage on Corrupted there. Another little setup on a staircase.
Okay, he changed his
Any real
mind.
follow through.
He went Basher instead, so Silver Edge would have been a good choice, I think, but he wants to address the TA a bit more and also have maybe a stun just to randomly kill the Earth Spirit or, you know, stun the supports. Going for the Abyssal, of course, next. Will also make his Infest bombs that much more dangerous. He hops into Puck, has the Abyssal Blade to follow up on the first jump. Very, very scary stuff.
Oh, VP still have a fair amount of tools to use here if they do find themselves in an actual team fight. Waiting out this Aegis currently, though, not wanting to head into a 6 versus 5, where Lifestealer is this massive monster with 2 lives. So, kind of mirroring the map here, playing top lane, just trying to find any avenues towards objectives, any damage they possibly can.
Yeah, massive X was drawn by Sayu, saying that, you know, they should be inhabiting this area somewhere. Indeed, they were, but they're dipping out. Looks like VP are getting to safety in time. Will they see them under the Observer Ward? Caudle has been spotted. Tia has not been spotted yet, but will show herself on the creep wave. And they're going through the gates, onto the Bane.
Straight onto Fly. A couple of hits there to get the center of the Bane. Hellscream with a TP away, while Tomado does the exact same thing, but nearly got gone on by Mirage's Puck.
Good read by Mirage, though. Having a bit of a quiet game this game. 0, 3, and 7 doesn't look too flashy on the stats, but Mirage, as we go late game on Puck, we know what this man can do as well. We hype up Lifestealer as this big threat as well, but Mirage on Puck, Octarine, Aeon Disc, he's getting the components to be this super annoying late game hero.
Oh yeah, we're getting to a point where they have 3 unkillable guys, right? I was making comparisons between Hooligani and this kind of collaboration between Team Spirit and Team Falcons. They love these tanky cores that are very difficult to either catch or kill, and then they love dragging games out to wait for this mid-game period where they're able to stamp their mark on a game and say, okay, this is ours through one big sweeping move. And so far, it's been pretty systematic for them just to come out of laning stage and take full control of the game with these big boys.
Yeah, and meanwhile, look at VP. They have to go together. If they split up too much, the pickoff potential is insane coming out from Radiant, so they're playing behind the TA, trying to enable her.
Man, Observer pointing out, one of the reasons we love this Dawnbreaker, playing one side of the map and getting a ton of experience, has the ability to Solar Guardian in to help out if need be, but it looks like Lifestealer not calling for it, says, I'm fine to just run straight back in towards Virtus Pro here. Sableye is going to ravage onto the Ringmaster, blow up Respect. Solar Guardian spent without great use of it. Corrupted still getting onto our bed, but getting pushed around and hexed up now. Infest comes in, a lot of damage flying his way, but they'll harpoon to the high ground. Live for a little bit longer.
Good fight so far for VP. They managed to bait out some ultis, get a kill on the Ringmaster, and once that saving hero is gone, it's a lot easier for them to lock onto a target and try to actually burst them.
They kept the Bane alive, right? The threat of the Fiend's Grip is there. You don't want to lose your support and suddenly be like, oh shit, they're getting gripped.
Exactly, so they back out in the end, over on Hooligani. As the Ringmaster's respawning, we can see them immediately jump back to it. 55 to 45. Dota still feeling very optimistic about the Dire team's chances. Dota must be a TA and Tide fan, you know?
It gives you everything.
It gives you everything. Minus armor, teamfight spell.
Roche taking capability, tower damage. It does give you a lot. And it hasn't given you a way to deal with a lifesteal yet, though. That's the one big downside.
They're working on it, man. They're working on it. I think the Hex on Tidehunter is a start. The Refresher to follow up is going to be the continuation, and then you try and change them.
That's Tomato.
TA.
Well, he's on the clockwork, but Snowy showed up, forcing the Templar Assassin all the way away from this Twin Gate. VP bringing numbers down here, trying to get back onto this Lifestealer. They'll start with a Hex into Nullifier, but he's going to Rage, turn, and bash into this Earth Spirit now. Solar Guardian's going to come in, and the catch from Mirage with a coil. Getting onto this Earth Spirit's an easy task for them as Fly is getting blasted down by the Starbreaker of Corrupted. Abed with his BKB still going, getting bashed up in the meantime. Wheel of Wonder's going to control him up as well as this Earth Spirit silenced and killed. Virtus Pro, they were bringing everyone down here, but the sudden turnaround from Hooligani with a jump in from the Puck. There's Solar Guardian. Now the chase continuing with Mirage harassing the Templar Assassin all the way back to base. Hooligani just running this game.
Yeah, and you see what happens, right? TA runs into Lifestealer, ends up being unable to do anything at all to him, has to get out, and they use 2 force staffs to reposition the TA, and that put the supports in a really awkward spot. Suddenly, you can't do too much.
Structures are fortified.
And now you're just looking at your tier 3 dying. Glyph gets used up. Lifestealer sends illusions forward to finish the job. Nothing to stop it.
They're in a very cozy spot to just drag the game out even more as well. They don't necessarily need to close it out just yet. Can keep working on these late item additions coming in.
Still crazy to me that this, Dawnbreaker level 25.
Yeah, he's strong, and he's got the hammer, cast range, and speed talent. With the first talent, is really nice. You get the extra speed to allies as well, so that long range on it means you're basically creating a highway now. It's the Dawnbreaker highway. Just run along it.
Quite a time to wait for Roshan. Still the better part of a minute to go. Hooligani's gonna try and group up and get ready for this, as it'll be daytime, Roche, we know.
Ooh, we have a full Aghanims. Does he have the consume as well? Yeah, there's Aghanim's Blessing coming in. Lifestealer. Gonna get ready to use his ulti a little bit more, and also, of course, be able to hop into the TA perhaps, not get disjointed so easily.
Scanning.
Well, this is a game-winning smoke if I've ever seen one. Hooligani wanting to slam the door on VP just before this next Roshan spawn, looking for a team fight. And Tomato, who's shown himself mid as a target. Earth Spirit and Tidehunter further south. Sablite's going to lead out.
It's so insane too. This could be a massive fight for them.
And they're still smoked up as 4. And looks like they're splitting though, with Dawnbreaker going all the way top, and pushing a wave. As the Solar Guardian to connect, of course. And that's going to be Snowy just walking straight into them. With a spotlight, a hook shot missing. Jetpack forward, Clockwork trying to catch, but the Scythe of Bison pushed back out of Sablite. Keeps Hooligani at bay. And VP play as best they can under a bit of vision. And Tidehunter, you're tanky, sure, but you got to be wary of getting caught up
Bit
on
of
that
keep away.
staircase.
We almost need to see Snowy add a blink dagger of his own. Sure, investing and hopping in is a nice thing, but he's so strong. If he could just get onto a target with his Abyssal Blade, he could force the fight.
VP no, Roshan roaring means they've got to make a move.
Yeah,
5-man
smart.
smoke.
Trigger the roar and then don't stand in there. Oh, fuck.
Oh, they find a catch. The Aeon Disc,
let's
is that
go.
enough to break free? No, even with the Solar Guardian, they cannot defend Mirage. 90 seconds without him. Has buyback available as they hook shot. This Lifestealer straight onto Abed. A ton of damage they need to save to get him out of danger. He's BKB'd up and Roll is on cooldown, so he's just getting munched on by the Lifestealer.
Good call.
Without him for 80 seconds as the puck did buy back. They've got a Coil catching the Tide who launches the Ravage out, but there's no follow through whatsoever. There's just nothing for VP. The TA will try and get some damage down from this high ground position. Tomato doing what he can, but now he's left stranded. Alone in a situation where they killed the puck, the dieback of Mirage happens, but Snow Incorrupted, they're onto the Templar Assassin to find Tomato now. A TA taken out for 100. Roshan belongs to Hooligani and VP just running quickly out of options.
Yeah, and that was a fight that started really well. They get the burst onto the puck with a very nice chain silence even into the Aeon Disc status res. So very impressive stuff, but then they just find themselves in this compromised situation. You showed all your cards, you revealed your hand, and at that point the punishment came in. Hooligani jump in and Earth Spirit getting trapped and killed there.
Yeah, 9,000 damage out of this Lifestealer. Just staying alive, burning everyone with the Radiance. Looking at multiple lanes of barracks now.
Just going for everything. TA is dead for a minute, 40 seconds on the Tide, and I think they can Megas this.
So if game 1 was draft problems, same problem attributed to game 2?
To a degree. I mean, Dire's draft isn't bad necessarily, it just has this forced condition in this matchup. So they needed to win early, they needed to shut down Lifestealer, and TA needed to be a few thousand gold ahead, or at least a lot of momentum ahead of the lifesteal for it to function. Like, TA being behind lifestealer and farm can never outcarry lifestealer. It's just how the matchup goes. It's not an easy matchup.
Super difficult now as well with Snowy grabbing another Aegis. Another Roshan for Hooligani. And only one lane to look at. They can just play through top. Try and close this one out. Virtus Pro, 21k net worth behind. And TA has just respawned. Needs some kind of last-ditch effort here to try and hold on to game 2.
Yeah, I like the full scent on TA though. He did buy out the full Swift Blink, Nullify, MKB, like yes, all these items, right? He doesn't have buyback, but I think he needed to commit, and that's his understanding as well, that okay, this game is desperate, I need to do whatever I can to get as strong as possible. That means he's playing a risky game though.
MVP very much bunkering down in their base. I still have a little bit of vision out there into that top jungle, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to get them in a position to fight.
You can see Mirage is calling for a little bit of time, but may not get that time as the smoke comes out.
And this puck died back in the previous one. If she gets hunted down, could be problems for Hooligani, but it's the Clockwork who's the first one who gets spotted and slain. 70 seconds without him. Saberlight chasing Snowy down, but that's an Aegis lifestealer that you're poking out. He'll infest and run back with a creep. They're chasing him. Blinding light push around, but it's very difficult to catch a flag bearer creep who's super speedy.
It's a fast one. This creep is not too easy to trap. Also, it's a big creep, so he's got 2,000 HP after the infest.
And Mirage will get that a little bit of time. 4 minutes with no buyback. He's trying to finish off his BKB before this next team fight. Pretty close to it.
Yep, got level 25, gets the BKB before the fight, and this is gonna make him much harder to burst. If the Aeon Disc triggers, he's gonna press BKB immediately, and other than that, he's probably never gonna press this BKB. Basically, you just wait for the panic moment, most likely.
I can see him. He's like, nah, I'm ready. Let's go. Got BKB. Wait for Clockwork, 15 seconds. We've got 3 minutes left on his Aegis. Fly does have his Aghanim Scepter now, at least.
Yeah, it's a limited time for Dire to get the last pieces of the puzzle. The Axe is a good one, but again, it's very hard to guarantee anything when Ringmaster is ready to save people. And Ringmaster, he's got 6k gold. He's saving for a Hex in this game.
Jeez.
I did not realize Respect had that much cash right now.
Oh, it's all the carnival tickets, you know? People are paying.
Yeah, people are paying.
People are paying him. That's where he's got all the money
Those
from.
goddamn cosmetics.
You're all stuck on the
Cost a
train. Yeah. Oh, there's a Hex wraparound in here. They're onto Corrupted. Trying to dish damage onto this Dawnbreaker. They just return fire on by this Coil. Wheel of Wonder held back. They sleep up and grip the Lifestealer as Abed zones the rest of them away. Damage raining in on towards Snowy thanks to Tomato, but well, Lifestealer breaks free at half HP. Still able to get the Abyssal Blade, jump forward onto Abed as he infests into the Clockwork and runs away. Nothing lost by Hooligani there. As Virtus Pro try with that initiation.
Yeah, there are usually not many heroes in Dota. You can say that TA was auto-attacking them while 6-slotted for about 20 seconds, and then the hero walked away with 50% HP, right? Like that's not a very common statement, but that's what happened there. Full sleep on him, and then a full chained Fiend's Grip, and TA auto-attacking, but he does not care.
Not a care in the world. Straight back up to high ground. And I've got a Ravage in the back. Saberlight's made a jump here with Abed to blow up the support. Respect has gone. Now Lifestealer and Dawnbreaker on his Earth Spirit, though, forcing the Ghost Scepter and the run away as he's been coiled and held in place. Tomato back in on the firing lines to try and deal with Corrupted, but these tanky core heroes are just too much to handle. They're literally walking into this dire base, chasing in Mirage. Well, he's not one of the tanky cores. The puck goes a step too far. Gets gripped and killed off as Hooligani bite off a little bit more than they could chew, diving tier 3 tower there.
Diving and using buybacks, very costly stuff coming out from them, and all on the back of not even getting value out of the Aegis. So fantastic fighting coming up by VP. They pick off the supports. I think this is the key to success for them. They need to kill everybody else and then outnumber and outgun the Lifestealer. That's the only way they can address this Hooligani draft.
kind of wild that Mirage felt that it was a free run up to high ground. He's got BKB. He's pretty annoying, but the grip was still there from Fly, and that just undone everything.
Yeah, it was back again, right? He used it earlier, but with a low cooldown coming in from the Aghanim Scepter, I think he didn't really track that it was already back off cooldown. Only 55-second cooldown is pretty low. Actually, I think it was level 2, so 65 seconds.
Oh, it's well done by Fly. Finds that grip, finds the hold. I thought that maybe Snowy and Corrupted could follow the puck and get up there, but it was just very deep from Mirage. I think they felt they'd won the game already, and that's handed over a pretty tremendous swing in net worth over to VP, who still defend their top lane barracks and now fight, or live to fight another day. Tormentor, respect boxing himself up, needs to invest to stay alive because he's trapped. He's trapped between a tree and a staircase.
They deal with it quite well, though. Come up and heal him. Don't just randomly kill your support, because he bought back. So if he died there, that would be horrible. He would be dead for a long time and would give a massive time for VP to control the map.
Yeah, I mean, VP were pretty close to contesting as well.
Yeah, they were.
Okay, Dota Plus, what are you saying now? 85% over for Huligani.
Yeah. I mean, I would agree that the situation is looking really, really grim, but if VP can pull out what they did in the previous fights, you know, a repeat of that, and we're getting closer. I think they're like 2 or 3 good fights away from actually closing out the game over on the side of VP, whereas, of course, Huligani, they're like 1 good fight away, right?
Yeah.
one acceptable fight away from closing out the game, even.
1 fight where Lifestealer doesn't die. He just stays alive and hits everyone.
He didn't die last fight, but everyone else did. The problem is he kind of needs to frontline super hard so that his team doesn't get caught out.
Well, hitting 25s and some of these other heroes. And Dawnbreaker's had hers for a while. Meld Bash on the TA, that Waning Rift talent over on the puck. Earthgrip magnetizing himself. Snowy just going to manage to jump away from that meld attempt of Tomato. It's all down to pushing waves right now to set up for this next Roche.
Killed the Manta illusions, but then come the illusions, he's gonna send them to split push a little bit, put some annoying pressure up on the top lane. They could put pressure on top with the illusions and then go S5 into the enemy triangle. Right now, Huligani in a spot where they could make a move, but maybe they feel a bit paralyzed from being on dieback timer on both their supports. Some of their decisiveness that we have praised them for before is lacking now after that previous shakeup in the team fight.
Yeah, I mean, we have a similar situation to Game 1, right? Where I posed that question of the fine line between discipline and being a little bit afraid.
Yeah.
Is it the same situation here as well, where Huligani are just being disciplined? They're not afraid, they just know they need to hit at a certain timing?
Bit of both right now, I think. You're definitely never completely secure in your situation when you're diebacked at 50 minutes into the game. It's a scary spot to be in. But at the same time, late game does still work out really well for them, but VP are starting to get some solutions. They're getting Wind Waker over on Keeper of the Light, so now he can actually save and try and keep people alive. You know, they're in this good part of the game where you can actually solve drafts to a big degree by itemizations. I think VP are doing the best they can to do that.
And is there no way for TA to get Rapier in this game? Just fill out all the other slots that she possibly can with Aghanim's Blessing and Moonshard?
I mean, I would...
Nice bad. Big court. Coiled Scythe. They've gripped up the Dawnbreaker, trying to get Abed out of there, but he's dead. Saberlight in on the supports, maybe getting on to Respect with enough follow-through they can kill off this Ringmaster, and Tomato makes sure it happens. With the Ravages, they've killed him off, but now they've got to run back. Tomato resetting around this Kotl and Tidehunter, trying to harass the Lifestealer away as Abed, he bought back, wanting to continue the fight around a potential Roshan spawn. Mirage is now BKB'd to jaunt away to his orb. Huligani on the back foot with a hero down for 90 seconds. Virtus Pro, they control the pit.
Yeah, they do. They win the fight on the back of a buyback from Abed, so a little bit costly, but with Ringmaster gone for 80 seconds, it's not easy to contest this anymore.
Does that count as one of your 3? Is that a fight?
Yeah, I mean, that's... Yeah, it's somewhat of a fight. It wasn't necessarily a massive result, but it's a half. It's half.
If they can secure the Roshan, probably counts. And so
Yeah.
far, unable to finish off the big man in the pit. Trying to chip away at him with the TA and the Tide. They are looking at creeps arrive in their base, though. Bottom lane getting shoved pretty hard just by the
That's
super
a-
creeps.
That's a big creep wave, actually. And Dawnbreaker has ulti now again, so now you have to be mindful about a Clockwork hook in, a Dawnbreaker ulti over top. This is not an easy Roche to just go in and take.
Yeah, exactly.
Constantly. And now you feel it, the pressure coming in your base.
You're also
It's
missing
gonna
these
stress you.
2 Ravages, so a hook shot off the back of the vision given by the puck. They've got the Disable on the Lifestealer,
The grip,
trying to
it's
deal
doing
with
it.
Snowy. There's a lot coming his way. He's super low, but he's going to Lifesteal
healing.
back up again. He's not being killed off. They couldn't finish the job. Snowy's too strong. The Lifestealer stays alive. TA, she comes back in for another round. A flurry of hits there, kills him off. Snowy's down. The follow-through and Corrupted as VP are doing it right in the Roche pit. They buy back Hellscream out of a buyback out of Abed earlier on to claim the Roche, get them Aegis on Abed.
Fly is so happy right now. Finally a fight where Ringmaster is dead, so he can grip someone, and as long as the grip starts, it's hard to stop it now. With those extra illusions channeling the grip, they stopped him, they stopped one of the illusions, but they didn't stop the final illusion, so Lifestealer dropped super low there. And meanwhile, all that was happening, TA was laying in some serious damage. Finally a fight where we see some big impact coming out.
Well, TA and Tide give you everything, and everything they don't give you, Bane gives the rest.
Yeah.
Straight up to high
Pressure
ground.
shard now. Yeah, it could be really nice for him, and some cheese. We know that nightmare value with cheese is increasing, Gareth.
It does, yeah. It makes you really wriggle and writhe when you're in your sleepy time. I don't think I've ever personally had that problem. I'm a big fan of midnight snacky cheese from the fridge.
Yeah.
I don't get nightmares.
BP are happy to go onto the high ground here as well. The damage is serious coming out from TA.
We're gonna level the playing field here. Top lane gone, mid lane being demolished.
Yeah, mid is definitely gonna fall. I think they have to put up a fight if they keep going bottom though. This is where VP should probably be happy with their results. They've completely equalized the situation in terms of barracks. So, both teams with only a single lane. Sure, there's a tier 3 tower difference, but basically everything else is dead even. Gold is about dead even too now. 1k
Yeah.
lead.
At this point of the game, it's anybody's. Nothing in it. 21 to 21. All the graphs spiraling back down
Dire are
to that middle meeting point. Dead even between these two sides. VP, of course, the ones slightly ahead in the series. One game to the good. They are basically feeling the breath of TI on the back of their necks.
Yeah, so close. So close they could taste it. TA with the Aghanim Scepter now, by the way, has the ability to jump around over the map and also get the added silence onto the traps. Used to be the Shard, nowadays it's on the Aghanim Scepter.
Amplified damage rune. That's a big one for Fly to scout.
Team Auto has queued up a Rapier, by the way, in the next purchase. If she gets that, they will have to focus TA really hard, and she could blow up. Heroes like Dawnbreaker can die very fast, actually.
What do you swap out, though? Do you swap out your Blink or your Pike, or...
I think, yeah, it's kind of rough. I think you swap your Deso, honestly, at this point. You
Okay.
can swap Pike, but...
But
it's
Deso
a
have
big-
number go up. No, I spent so much
Yeah.
time.
Yeah, it's tough. But Rapier is a bigger damage item than the Deso, so it's a strict upgrade, whereas if you swap out anything else, you're losing some utility. You don't want to lose the Nullifier, you don't want to lose your Hurricane Pike or your Blink. MKB is necessary for the True Strike, and BKB is a hard one to justify putting backpack until you use it, so...
No. Wagga,
It's basically Deso.
this is the big reason I never got to become a pro player. You know, I was very skilled. I had no ego, no arrogance. I was a great team player, and I was a lovely, friendly person.
You'd swap the BKB?
No, I just have very strong attachments to items. So the bracer I start with, the magic wand I'm holding, yeah, it's gonna be there with me till the end of the game. I'm not swapping items out. If I buy something, I've bought it for life.
I was gonna say that Snowy had strong attachments too, but the Bracer's no longer in his quick buy, so
No!
I can't... Yeah, he's gotten rid of it.
Snowy.
He lost his way. He changed.
That was his support animal item. His little bracer in the
My
quick
lucky
buy.
Bracer.
Oh, it's gone now. There we are. 1 minute left on Aegis. Virtus Pro have opened up the map for themselves. Obviously taking down those 2 lanes of barracks and put themselves in a situation where we are approaching tier 5 neutral items. We were waiting a long time through this qualifier to get to 60 minutes. Now we've had a few games in quick succession where we're getting there.
Yeah, a few games that become so nerve-wracking. Pro players know that this part of the game is terrifying because one single bad move can basically close out the game immediately. Late game is a very scary place. And Huligani, they're looking to be the scary ones in the late game by going around.
Back.
Yeah, big smoke. Straight onto the Tidehunter, but a hook shot catches the Centaur.
Oh,
They don't find the go on this Tide.
because of the Dandelion. Dandelion blocked the rocket damage so he could blink. That's
Good
crazy,
shout.
man. I thought they would get him there, but yeah, he's got the little barrier.
Protected himself. Very fortunately stays alive, so the smoke wraparound comes to nothing. The map getting pretty small here as Templar Assassin bounces back into that top jungle. They're trying to set up for something down the bottom lane. Maybe hoping for TA to appear on one of these traps to push out a wave.
TA building a large stack of gold right now, has the moon shard, has 9,000 gold in her bank account, getting ready for the rapier purchase, but doesn't have to pull the trigger on it yet. You also want buyback money, so she needs to get to 5-digit territory.
Losing track of the Wisdom Shrine timings as well. Looking up the multiplication table.
Yes, like, hold up, wait.
Hang on a second.
It's 42 and then 49.
56. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was doing 30 seconds ago. I was like, hang on, are they coming for Wisdom Shrine? No, they're 3 minutes late. It's fine. Or 4 minutes early. You never know. Oh, Bane gonna blink away. Mirage getting hexed up.
Onto the Pug.
Go onto the Pug. Trying to get this chain disable down is difficult still with the Aeon Disc. The Ravage thrown in. The BKB's up and Mirage gets a bit of distance. Still infested up and healed. Thanks to the Lifestealer.
I feel like Snowy, honestly, on Lifestealer, needs to change items a little bit. He still has the face boots. Getting the blink is going to be massive for him. But I also missed the Silver Edge that he was, earlier queuing up. I think it would have been better than the BKB that he did end up going for. I know that, it's easy to say now after the fact, but I think he kind of missed the potential for a strong early cap out on his items. And yep, the Death Soul has been permanently retired for the Rapier.
Sad.
As she's working on neutral items. TA could get super scary if she gets the Stygian Desolator. Still hope for Deso to come back.
It won't have the numbers on it though. It won't be the same.
It's the
It's
same,
like
Garrett.
when your kid's goldfish dies and you get them a new one. They know.
Audacious Regalia, maybe?
Oh yes.
Does he go for it?
Yes, give it to
Come
us.
on, man.
Come on.
Give us Audacious Regalia. Could also go movement speed. It's fine, but you gotta ship it here for damage.
Which Bane
There it
on the
is.
Lifestealer?
Yep.
There it is.
Audacious Regalia.
Tomato's going for it. Tremendous amount of
100
damage to be
bonus
dished out by the
attack
TA.
speeds, 80 magic damage per hit, and then also the 20% overall damage amp, while he's hitting for 800 damage per hit right now as well, before that amplification.
And Puck can think about one of their own. We get ourselves the Tormentor kill, and Hellscream grabs the shard. VP making the most of this open map they found themselves in. And Huligani on the back foot.
Puck kept the Catalyst? Huh. That's some high praise for Conjurer's Catalyst. I don't know if that was the right choice. We'll
Over
see.
the Divine
I mean,
Regalia and over like Harmonizer and stuff like that.
yeah, but yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sold about it, but it is pretty good. It does give you obviously some nice AoE damage increase, but
VP going triple bauble.
oh, they're going for a late game. Triple bauble. They're
And
cooking.
three Witch Banes in this game as well. A fair amount of things to dispel off.
Yeah,
But
good
here
dispel
comes-
value against the Nightmare and stuff.
Here comes Huligani. Oh, both teams smoked up, wanting this Roche Pit fight, but the hook shot misses. Wheel of Wonder is pretty decent there. Onto Arbed and Tomato. TA trying to unload the damage onto Snowy, and they've got a grip, but it's been cancelled. Gets stopped down, and they're just going to bash into Abed to try and deal with this Earth Spirit. He got healed up a touch, allowing the roll away, and they've lost the Dawnbreaker as the Infest comes out. A grip is there, catching Snowy. Box will save him. TA got hexed up momentarily. They can try and deal with Tomato here with a clockwork push around with the cogs. The damage, the Wind Waker. Save out of Hellscream, keeping Tomato alive. Get the bash in, control up the Lifestealer, but still going to die. Rapier on the floor. Who's going to pick it up? Nobody just yet, because the Lifestealer's on the run. The buyback move. Tomato comes back in. Another swing back down onto Corrupted as well with a bash connecting. Following through towards the Dawnbreaker. Not a possibility, though. They're going to deal with respect on the right-hand side. Kill off the Ringmaster, who's died again. A hook shot towards the Bane, though. Opening things up for Hooligani. Looking to deal with Fly as Snowy walks back into the fight. Deja Vu as the Lifestealer now seems unstoppable, wandering into the midst of battle. Corrupted, standing his ground, but can't deliver against Tomato. The Puck and Lifestealer, though, they can do the job, and the dieback of Tomato's there. Hooligani have killed the carry. Rapier on the floor, picked back up, Sableyes dropping, and a triple for Snowy. Abed's in some serious danger now. The Lifestealer really finding his stride, getting onto this Earth Spirit. Mirage is about to die. The Magnetize keeps on going, and they can't contend with Abed. Hang on a second, is the real carry emerging for VP in the form of an Earth Spirit? 64 minutes in?
The Magnetize never ends, man. It keeps going.
And now Sableye
Rapier is still there. It's right below you, Snowy. Go take it.
puts the anchor down on him, infested up. Seos makes a jump onto Abed with a buyback of Mirage. They're trying to chase this Earth Spirit down, but another Wind Waker save buys time through the coil to maybe roll away. Abed, oh, he's on death's bed here. So close to dying. Seos and Snowy, the kick around, roll back up. Abed, half HP again, life stealing up, but he's been found with the Abyssal Blade stunned through, bashed into the ground. Dead for 2 minutes now as Hooligani bring this Lifestealer and Puck back into the midst of battle. VP down to 2 heroes, Tide and Kotl against the world, as Lifestealer finally claims the big prize of the Divine Rapier.
In the craziest fight we've had in the entire qualifiers. I didn't watch all the games on the other streams, but holy crap, Gareth. What a team fight we were just given. So many things happening there. Amazing performance by both teams, but I think Hooligani, they show a little bit more tenacity throughout the fight there. TA with a quick buyback cost her a lot, as obviously losing her so quickly meant Hooligani did just have the advantage going into it. Lifestealer eventually comes back again. And now,
with
25
16
seconds.
scripts in that fight, I can't believe so
yeah, but that's cheating. It counts the illusions.
Oh, still crazy. They're going to go on to the tier 4s. Hooligani, they can sense victory. They know all they have to do is kill the Ancient. But they've got the grip on him. Saved by the box. Saberlight and Fly trying to hold onto their base. Respect being blown up by the Tidehunter. Thrown at half HP. Ravage spent the first time, now the second. Buying time for Tomato to come back in. Little damage is launched on the Dawnbreaker, but it's too much to handle. Game 2 is taken by Hooligani, tying things up.
Holy crap, what a game. Amazing Dota being played by both teams here. And I mean, big credit to VP. I counted them out pretty early, saying that, okay, they're not going to be able to win this one. You know, they're in a bad carry-to-carry matchup. Their draft doesn't really function that well against Lifestealer, but this was the start of the turnaround. They get a beautiful Fiend script from the other side. A team fight where Ringmaster was dead from the start of the fight, and that made it complicated for Hooligani. And ultimately, look at TA picking off the Clockwork over on the side. Then goes for the next kill, gets the Lifestealer, and goes from one to the next, managing to have this easy fight. All of it comes down to the save. If Ringmaster wasn't there, it would look completely different.
I'm so glad Hooligani showed up here in Game 2. There was a lot of worries it would just be a 2-0 sweep by VP, especially after that Game 1 showing. But Snowy with his Lifestealer just waltzing into the fights without a care in the world, protected by Mirage and Corrupted every step of the way. Even with all the fancy footwork of Abed, dancing in and out of these fights, buybacks, the grips, everything just chucked in here.
Beautiful save there as well onto the Fiend script. Nice play by Respect, getting in there even after his buyback, saving his carry. And yeah, TA does drop the one-time quick buyback, and she's back immediately thanks to the Aghanim Scepter. Jumps in. This fight was wild, man. Getting to watch it back, I'm just staring at all.
Oh, sure. Everyone's dripping with sweat. The way these
I think
fights are
that was a
going, the amount of
concerning
focus
moment.
you need.
Respect was the first one to die back in this fight and not have a buyback to come back in. So they were 4v5 from this point on. They had to get some quick kills on big targets. And this was ever so close that Timato would be able to carry it. But unfortunately, it gets jumped and does not stand well when the distance is closed.
Nah, Snowy doing a great job there, just getting with the Abyssal Blade and the bashes to finish it off. And it took a while to finish this Earth Spirit off as he got himself, towards the Roche Pit. Magnetize lasted what felt like forever. I think Mirage not fully understanding how it just kept on going and dishing damage to him. So he got a number of buybacks towards the tail end of that, but finishing things off 29-29. Hooligani take game 2 with a 13-3-15 lifestealer out of Snowy. I feel like VP have got to keep that in the forefront of their minds, not just in the back of their heads, but this lifestealer pick from Hooligani could come out and upset them.
Yeah, for sure. Snowy, look at that kill participation as well. I mean, most of this game was team fights. It wasn't very pick-off heavy due to the nature of the game, with Dawnbreaker ulti being there to save people and so on, and Tidehunter being picked, always a team fight heavy hero. But yeah, from start to finish, Snowy played a fantastic game. I think the only thing I would fault, and it's not really a fault, it's just a different idea, is that maybe the BKB purchase could have been a silver edge to break the game earlier, but that's just a different line you could have taken. I don't think he played incorrectly at any given point in this game.
Yeah, I mean, he found the line to victory. They found that way to take game 2 here, tying things up. So now we're down to a best of 1, an individual game to figure out who qualifies for TI for one of these 2 remaining slots. VP versus Hooligani. The action will continue. Hopefully more exciting team fights to come your way after a quick break.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back to the Madhouse here as we return with another Dota 2 video game. Game 3 in a best of 3 here between Hooligani and Virtus Pro, looking for a slot towards TI 2026. An individual game, that's what separates them here. As Waga, Game 2, Lifestealer versus TA. That Radiance Manta timing that dealt with Tomato tremendously well. A few little hiccups in the late game. VP coming back a bit, but Hooligani slammed the door back on them.
Yeah, still impressive stuff coming out from VP. They put up the best fight they could. Overall, though, I do think that they were in a tough spot just given by the draft, and Hooligani played their draft to a very high level as well. I don't think a lot of teams could easily replicate Hooligani's style and what they do. But VP, they struggle in that game. Hopefully they went and washed their face, or maybe even took an entire shower, Gareth.
Yeah, if you're an eagle-eyed viewer, you'll notice that I have changed shirts. I was dripping in sweat after that game. So, I mean, some real sick team fights really got me going. The adrenaline pumping, the sweat flowing. I mean, what is it? It's 32 degrees in my room with 66% humidity. I'm getting a little bit warm. As Dota 2 is just a sweaty game in general. These teams playing at the highest level, I'm sure they are absolutely dripping themselves.
I'm pretty sure the last team fight in that game lasted longer than your shower did. So yeah, that was definitely some tense moments coming out. If you missed the previous game, if you just tuned in now, make sure do yourself a favor, go back and watch game number 2 after this game concludes. But we are here with the final game to decide which team will qualify to TI. Big stuff coming up here. And this draft is ever so important.
Some big respect being put on to Snowy's name as well. So even though we had the Centaur available to be picked, they still banned the Drow Ranger as VP, and then Lifestealer and Juggernaut being banned out as options there, with Mirage's Puck up at the top of the ban list as well. So some heavy respect being put on to these Hooligani names.
Yeah, this is a lot of attention to post 1 and post 2. I mean, Juggernaut, not a hero that is meta right now, not a hero we have seen either. I think they're just banning it because it's similar to the Lifestealer and how it functions and how it plays out, and they don't want Snowy to do the same thing again. I mean, obviously Snowy could bust it out, but this is not necessarily something I expected.
Yeah, I mean, Hooligani have shown how tremendously good they are in these long-duration team fights, where they're able to bait out BKBs or get a spell to be cast on a certain hero, so they can then buy back and continue fighting. That's been one of their greatest strengths, is showing this mid to late game resiliency and understanding of how to approach team fights.
First pick Ember in a qualifying final game, and they're not banning the Huskar yet.
They've got to.
I mean, I hope they do. I would feel so bad if I get all the way here only to first phase pick Ember into getting cheese picked Huskard and then lose. It's not even cheese at that point. That's just standard, you know? You countered.
I'm just not sure if Abed plays all that much Huskar. It doesn't feel like an Abed kind of hero. And yeah, looking at it, he has played 5 Huskar games. All of them within the last 6 months, actually, it looks like.
I mean, that's enough. Then at least he's staying updated and sharp. If he played that many in his pro games, then definitely he has practiced it in his pubs as well.
I was only looking at VP, to be fair. It's not his entire career.
Yeah.
There we go with a Pango and a Dark Willow now. Dark Willow has looked pretty good in certain hands. Hellscream definitely one of those who can pilot the hero tremendously well. And a Pango there to go along with it against a Ringmaster who has been grabbed up yet again.
Yeah, we actually have been praising Hellscream, particularly on his Dark Willow, how good he is at setting up kills and how his moves have been nice. He's been going for the same build in 2 games that we cast him.
Right,
he went for the Travels, Eul Scepter, Blink, and Ghost Scepter, not necessarily in that order, but those were the 4 key items that he built back-to-back twice on this hero, and it looked really annoying. He was so hard to deal with.
And then he kind of plays as a bounty hunter kind of guy, scouting in behind enemy lines, finding people, catching them, and buying a lot of time for his team to catch up while being invincible with that item build, right?
Yeah.
Basically being your Shadow Realm, your Euls, you Blink, you've got yourself some distance, you're very hard to catch.
Yeah, exactly. Very, very true. And they have some nice start of a big teamfight draft as well. They have the Centaur, Pango, and Dark Willow bringing some nice teamfight spells. Hooligani at the same time. They get the Ringmaster, a hero we've seen have good success overall in the qualifier. Having the save and the setup.
How does Pango versus Ember mid go nowadays?
Still Ember favored, I would say, but
Yeah.
yeah, so it's a little bit surprising seeing the Pango pick.
Because it feels like we used to pick Ember into Pango saying, haha, gotcha.
Yes.
But now the other way around going in from VP.
It used to be a full hard counter that Ember actually won quite hard against Pango. I haven't played the matchup recently, but not enough has changed to make me feel like it should be Pango favored at least. If anything, it might be an even lane now at best. Ember's still very strong.
5 seconds remaining.
So this feels more like picking Pango for the game rather than for the lane. And then Darkseer, Clockwork. We've got the Lawnmower back in effect with this Iron Shell on the Ember Spirit. Always very handy to have. Vacuum into some small combos. Nothing tremendous here just yet, but it's one of Corrupted's better heroes. Although we've seen a lot of Darkseer picked into ranged and or agi carries. The carry hadn't been shown yet, and then you snap out a Tiny.
Yeah, Tiny should be doing quite well against it. Also, one of the nicer heroes to have when you play against those Spirit heroes. Gives you a little bit of catch. And if you get Shadowblade, another thing for Ringmaster to deal with is that Tiny might be Shadowblading around, looking for the pickoff on him. So I don't mind a Tiny pick at all.
I've liked a lot of these carry Tinies. That Shadowblade timing, just pop out, get some of these kills. As we ban out some of the snowy heroes again. And Terrorblade going to get taken out of the game. Bane banned by Hooligani, removing one of Fly's options. Who else is scary out here? We've seen some Medusa, but I don't think she's looked particularly good in these slots, replacing some of these turret heroes.
Yeah.
Nature's Prophet and Clinks are the ones that I kind of lean towards.
Also doesn't strike me as what they're going to take. I mean, you could see him go for Morphling as well. It's definitely a possibility. It's one of his better heroes. I think I'm leaning either he goes down Morphling route or... Yeah, the alternative, there... It's a little bit tricky. So many carries are removed already. There are like the natural go-to choices.
Yes.
They even banned out the Murta themselves, which could have been an option. Murta Clockwork, super strong combo, but obviously not available anymore.
Radiant team ban. Dire team.
Yeah, Luna is out there.
Yeah.
I'm curious to see what Snowy grabs. He got last pick, so he can seize the full draft first.
Yeah, Luna and Morphling are both good placeholders to consider at first. And then we have some heroes like Sven, right? Darkseer
Right.
Sven, another combo that can be played, and Sven, a hero that is not necessarily meta, but definitely still playable. We've seen it before in this tournament.
Yeah, Yatoro showed up and was like, here we go, Sven time, boys.
And dominated, right? One of the strongest, like, one-man carry games that we saw in the entire qualifiers was Yatoro on his Sven. He
That was a monster.
literally carried his team on his back.
Crazy stuff. Wins lane, outfarms enemy, and then just dives into these team fights. And Fly gets his Phoenix as the last pick there for Virtus Pro, so much needed added team fight to now be able to play with the Centaur Stomp and the Brambles of Dark Willow. You've got an additional bit of team fight behind you.
Yeah, pretty fantastic. Also disincentivizes some heroes like the Sven, since they're not that good at dealing with the egg. Melee heroes in general are not that nice against it.
5 seconds remaining.
Fiery Spirit's just very annoying in general.
Troll, Morphling, Luna. Those are like three heroes that pop into my mind. Troll being at the bottom actually of that list, but Morph, Luna both look pretty great.
Yeah, it's Snowy, right? He's got a pretty cool hero pool. So I'm looking at like Gyro, Luna, those kind of guys. Some of these funny ranged heroes.
Yep.
Or Alchemist.
Ooh, we go that way. The Alch pickup. Not a carry that we have seen that much of lately, ever since the sort of nerfs coming into the Alchemist Aghanim's gifting build. That build was very, very broken until it got nerfed, and now it doesn't feel as powerful, but still an acceptable pickup. Hard hero to burst with tiny pickoff since he has decent HP, and if you can start regenning, you might also sustain the damage from Dire.
Yeah, a bunch of dispels to get away from like fiery spirits and brambles and things like that. So you've got built-in tools before you even have to think about buying Manta or BKB to already get away from some of the catch that VP has. Does Alk still have two built-in with his shard and his ult?
What do you mean? Yes,
Dispels.
Oh, yes. Yeah, the shards, the ulti dispels on the shard also gives
Yeah,
you dispel
good.
still.
Good.
Yeah, it does. However, the shard for support or for carry alchemist is hardly ever purchased.
Yeah.
It's gonna be pretty late that you get that one. Once you're 6 slotted, you can kind of look for if you buy that or if you buy something else.
This is the game he proves you wrong. First item, shard. of
Immediate,
Alchemist.
15
buys
minutes.
it. He's got it straight
Get it.
away. Radiance
gonna have
into
a-
shard.
It's gonna have a relic and not buy the evasion, instead buy the shard. It's the
Oh,
better
come on now,
choice.
don't. Please.
It's strong.
There we go. Deciding game. Game 3 in a best of 3. This has been the lower bracket of the European Regional Closed Qualifiers on the road to TI 2026. We've already had tons of games, days, action-packed, filled with a bloodbath of a qualifier already, knocking out several teams on our way to it. We're left with 4, fighting over 2 slots. And these 2 teams, VP and Hooligani, already taking it the distance into this game 3. Setting themselves up for their
Left
final
with
draft
4.
of
I
the
was gonna
qualifier.
say soon we'll have 3, but not even that. Soon we'll have 2 after this series. One of them will be qualified and one will be out. So it all comes down to the one game to decide it.
The
And
pressure is
overall,
on.
just draft advantage look, I actually don't necessarily think that there's a big difference here. I think maybe I favor VP's draft a little bit just in terms of which one I would prefer being on,
30 seconds
but
to battle.
both teams have strengths. It's not necessarily clear cut that one team has the upper hand.
Yeah, I mean, both teams have pretty good laning, some good stuns, some saves, great team
Yeah.
fight, and lots of scaling.
That's so good, dude. I would hate to go into the final game of a qualifier here and just have it come down to draft, which I really think this won't. This is going to be about execution, read which team is sharper at the end of the day.
The battle begins.
Oh, Hooligani and VP, like we were saying before, all but one of their series have gone 2-1, so it was already kind of in the cards that we'd have a full series here today as well. Only the individual series that Hooligani 2-0'd Enjoy in was the one without the 3 games. Everything else has gone the full distance, with some pretty long duration games as well. I think Hooligani have been the ones that have handed us all these tier 5 neutral items, 60-minute plus games. They
Certainly.
do enjoy playing that late game.
Yeah, they're a bit of a slower team, not necessarily by being completely passive, but they definitely want to build towards getting to a later stage of the game, and we've seen why. Their teamfight execution is, giving a good reason to drag it late.
And across all 3 lanes here, Fly already getting some good early damage on Corrupted. Dark's here, we've seen plenty of times, talked about it until the cows come home, waiting for level 3. Then waiting for level 5, you need these Iron Shell levels to build up so you actually can do anything. So early days, good here from Fly to keep the pressure on.
Yeah, did some good damage, but meanwhile Clockwork trying to go and do a pull. It is gonna get stopped as they meet the creeps in the river.
We need
new
a
lane
fourth.
has been created.
We've got 3 parallel images. We need a 4th one now as a new lane has been created. Even an avalanche and some damage on Corrupted there, forcing him back from what remains of the dire creep wave. Not comfortable times early on here for Hooligani, that's for sure. And Tiny 8-1, having a stellar start to Mardo.
That's a tricky lane to begin with. As they get a few level ups, it will become easier for them on the side of Darkseer and Clockwork. Eventually, maybe even able to cut the creep waves. Looking at the other lanes, mid lane is looking quite even for now. 6-3 against the 8-3. It should be favoring Ember, I feel, but we'll have to check in with how they're doing.
Yeah, I bet might find a little way to wriggle free of some stuff. Mirage has shown how on the money he's been with a lot of these spirit plays.
Hellscream threw a blood grenade down bottom, but Respect juked it and ran to safety. He's actually looking to control bottom rune, but not in time. Pango will get his.
Yeah, now that Ringmaster kind of out of the lane, still being held back as well. As top lane, another avalanche comes in from Tomato. Fly with a dive forward, trying to finish the job here on Corrupted, and with the Fiery Spirit, Fly gets first blood.
Yeah, and he's again cutting off the Clockwork as well. As he pulls the creeps over, Sayu has to take the long way around. Very nice start coming out from the dire top lane.
You're no peer of the seer.
And quite often, you know, the older players in these teams become the target, the whipping boy, right? Oh, you know, they can't play with the big dogs anymore. They've not got the skill or the reaction times. I think Fly in these past few games, these past couple of series in this qualifier has shown he's still got it. And his Bane performance, even in that last losing game, was still very good in terms of patience and finding his moment. Now in this laning stage, getting first blood, really finding the connections of these lanes as you try and shenanigans, drag them around.
Of course, it's gonna be Fly, man. You know, he stays sharp because he takes care of his body, Gareth. He works out a lot. You know, his dad runs a Krav Maga school, for God's sake. This man is obviously going to make sure to stay sharp and be at the peak of his career always.
It's fitness. Fitting all this stuff in my life.
There have been a lot of interesting scientific studies on how your reaction time is connected to your mental or your physical fitness, and you know, you can get every advantage you can dream of by just taking care of your body.
Yeah, it's like all these studies saying, oh, your gut health controls everything. All the microbial bacteria in your stomach is what gives you dreams and thoughts. That's what controls you. Your brain doesn't do anything, boys. It's the bacteria in your tummy. That's actually you. That's why your soul isn't in your heart or your brain. It's in your tummy. You know,
as the bacteria controls you, the rune is controlled by the support. As both of them move over, grabbing these.
It's like the worms in Futurama. Fry became smart because little worms from that egg sandwich. Yeah. Learn how to be a musician. Learn how to be a scientist. And it wasn't really him.
Overall, the cores are quite close in the net worth right now, or in the last hits, I should say. Dark's the only one who lags behind a little bit after getting first blooded up top, and the whole pressure from Phoenix coming in.
Snowy so far, sitting pretty towards the top of the last hit chart.
Fair bit of attention should be given to the Alchemist as well, as we've talked a lot about the other lanes, but Alchemist's currently getting gone on, in danger.
Brambles into Stomp. He seems pretty tanky though. Still holding on to stick charges and salve there to top him back up. And Virtus Pro just trying to stamp their mark on this lane and make sure it's not comfortable for him. Maybe get a reaction out of Hooligani.
It's a tough lane when they just keep going on you every time you come up like this.
And whenever we look top, it's just Darkseer in a 1v2. And Clockwork trying to do whatever he can outside of this natural laning stage. And it does leave the Darkseer completely alone and isolated. Level 4, 21 last hits. You know, getting what he can out of that top spot. Not a simple place to be.
This could be big for VP as well. First game of the series where VP won was when I said that, oh, they've done a good job shutting down Mirage. He didn't have the impact that he wanted on that mid lane. And this time, shutting down the offlaner of Corrupted. Those are the two players that I said before we even started the series that they have looked to me like the star players of Hooligani. So you can tell that VP are trying to do the best to stop them.
Spectacular. Mirage going to bottle up a haste rune though. Dire guards bot, Radiant guards top. Unfortunately there for Mirage. Able to remnant over and pick up the haste. And Seosh gets a D-ward. And goes back into this 2-on-2 setup. No attempt to try and kill these mid laners. Quite challenging to deal with a Panga with roll and an Ember with remnants. You can't really gank into this mid lane. So focus returns to the side lanes. All right, Alchemist has been scouted. Trying to farm some boglets. Sableye wants it for himself.
That's annoying. Really annoying for Alchemist. He needs to get to level 6. Not having the ulti feels pretty bad to get forced into jungle and then shoved away from your stack as well.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Of course, he will still farm decently fast, but Alchemist wants to be a fair bit ahead of the enemy carry, and right now it's only 200 gold between them, so that's not really enough.
And the way in which Sableye does that makes the move seem simple, right? Oh, he walked to the camp, found the Alchemist, but being able to push your wave, set up for it, like miss out on a couple of lane creeps, give up what you've fought for in terms of lane standpoint, leaving lane to go and hunt the Alchemist is such a wise move to make.
Well, in particular in the early game, you are so slow, you don't have items, you don't have blink, you don't have tools, right? So every move you want to make needs to be premeditated. Oh, you want to go and contest this jungle, then you need to start pushing the lane probably 20 seconds before that. So you always need to keep your mind going for, okay, what's my next play? Not just the current thing. Like right now I'm last hitting a creep, but what do I want to do, 30 seconds from now?
Yeah, Sableye ahead of the curve in that regard. We got our Wisdom Shrines as well. No big contest or anything here. kind of a classic game 3 best of 3 situation where we're not having any of these rushed moves, no big smoke sweeping ganks to come in just yet. Everyone's settling into an extended laning stage here, not breaking things down. All right. Could favor an Alchemist who loves to sit in this lane and just farm, push out wave, dip back to jungle. He's accelerating pretty quickly now, Snowy.
He is. If he can get to his Radiance without getting killed off, that would be massive for him. But I think we're going to see activation coming in with the Dominator. Tiny's already moving through the gates. This rotation has been spotted, though.
Yeah, Radiant Observer Ward sees it all coming. So, unlikely to lose any heroes down here, but I also don't see a way in which they can defend the tower.
Yeah,
Master. Let's throw some daggers at them.
Try to leech whatever experience he could, but this just gives them some go ahead to farm the other lane. Starks just says, okay, finally I can breathe, you know, get some farm for myself.
Corrupted, for the 50th time this game, is going to run away. Sprint backwards. Usually you see this surge being used to go forwards, put yourself in 5th gear. He just keeps putting himself in reverse. Saberlight gives a good stomp from his little cousin there. A Centaur gonna hold back Hooligani, who were defending their Alchemist with a couple of heroes.
Well, you know, he puts it in reverse. He just wants to farm up. And if you want to farm up, you actually need multiple gears in reverse, Gareth. That's what a good tractor should have. So that's what we see. He can walk backwards. He can also surge backwards. 2 gears of reverse.
Well, that was the big joke about World War II Italian tanks, wasn't it? They had 5 reverse gears and 1 to go forward because they were always retreating.
Max out.
Just max out your reverse gears in your tank because you know you're going to be running away.
Listen, if I'm in a tank, I also want to have a quick way of repositioning backwards because those things get caught up position, man.
Yep. Italian mobility wasn't... mobile warfare wasn't very good.
I mean, some tanks were essentially just repurposed tractors, so no wonder they would have the multiple gears in reverse. Same thing.
Just put a crossbow on top of it. That makes it a tank, right? We've got mobile machinery with weaponry on it. Some big stacks being made up here by Hooligani to try and farm through with the Iron Shell. So at least relying on some investment there to bring the Darkseer back up.
Man, you can tell this is a final qualifying BO1 because both teams are pretty tight, man. They're tense. You can feel it. Like, the players obviously are trying to play at their best ability, but this is not looking careless. Every move is premeditated. Everything has to be very constructive. And that's why we have 1 kill only so far.
It does mean we lose some of that creativity from laning stage, right? We don't get any of these, you know, interesting, artistic or creative moves. Everything's by the book. You know, it's stack at this time, smoke at this time, guard the runes at this time. Everything is literally by the book by both of these teams.
Ooh, this move top though by both teams. This could be big for VP. They're coming in behind it all.
Yeah, they're pushing tower with Tomato and Fly. They're going to get on the Phoenix first with a Wheel of Wonder spent. Tomato gets the wall dropped on him as well. They've got Abed and Hellscream wrapping in from behind, like you said. They're on Respect with the Rolling Thunder and the Dark Willows attempt. Tomato comes back in with an Avalanche to slay Respect. Trading out support for support, but with the Dark Willow being pummeled by the Cogs and Mirage's move, they got a tremendous amount of damage to the Tiny to keep him out at bay, and now Abed's in trouble as well. Stampede is required to get him some distance, but they've got a hook shot from Sayush, catching up to Abed. Swashbuckle in a second, but he's dead before he gets a chance to use it. I mean, VP was setting up for that wraparound gank, but Hooligani just a step ahead. Play faster.
Yeah, they got that kill so quickly. The first pickoff led to a number advantage, and unfortunately, Ringmaster kill took a long time to facilitate there. For even the Diffusal Pango, I thought they would be able to burst the Ringmaster quite quickly, but using the Escape Act, full duration, sitting in it, you know, trying to hide away as long as he could. Very nicely done by the side of Hooligani. And now Seu just kind of going to no man's land, gonna look for a spot to TP out. Timado is in pursuit though and could reach him. Yeah, he's gonna avalanche him, I think.
Yeah, just about has the range on it. Catch up to this clockwork all the way back into the mines. I wonder if that's where Tiny was born. Someone digging in the mines finds a sentient rock who starts speaking to them. Don't pickaxe me.
Poor guy. Whoever pickaxed Tiny probably didn't get a very nice retaliation there. But yeah, maybe that's where it's from. The north of the map.
Or maybe it was like, I don't know why I keep referencing Futurama. I've got it in my head, little poplars. Poplars from Futurama. You just, stumble into this situation where there's a bunch of little baby things. Hello? No, don't kill
Honestly,
me.
they should do something with the mine area. The whole, like, it looks like there should be a purpose up there in the north. There's the whole entrance into the mine. Like, they should add some random thing. Yeah, over there, exactly. This one. It looks too purposeful.
A triplet gate. A third gate that pops up into the well. Yeah, exactly.
It's
Another
a crazy gate
passageway.
that goes to one of the other two gates.
Randomly. You're just never sure where it leads you. And pops you up somewhere on the map. Go tunneling down. Here's that timing. Radiant's hit by the Alchemist. 14th minute of the game.
Tower is under attack.
Yeah, not super fast for an alchemist, but at least this is gonna accelerate his farm. Wisdom looks like Centaur is gonna grab up his own Wisdom rune, and there's no move to invade and steal Wisdom.
And Darkseer's got himself past the hardest part of the game now. And he's barely behind the Pangolier at this point. Corrupted more than recovered from a pretty tough laning stage.
Yeah, everyone in fighting shape. Nobody's really lagging behind, including the supports are actually pretty much neck and neck as well for their relative positions.
Did Saberlight just kill mid tier 1 with a creep? Just sends
Yeah,
his-
it was pretty low. He sent a troll with some skellies, so a lot more attention towards taking towers early coming out from VP, which makes sense when you're playing against an alchemist. You don't really want to be asleep at the wheel. You want to get some damage done against him early.
Yeah, and you've got this helm build on a Centaur. Obviously the classic stuff. While Darkseer has opted to go a different direction. We've seen some helm Darkseer. Not this time around, though. So they've got the inability to push objectives, which means Fly can stand in front of this tower, guard the way for Tiny to arrive again. VP can just keep bringing numbers up top to make sure that tier 1 never dies.
I think Timato is going to be the player to look for soon, by the way. He's going for the Shadowblade build. The Echo Shadowblade is very classic in the current patch. And even though his net worth is behind that of Alchemist, I think he is more set up to get active. Yes, the Alchemist is getting a Blink Dagger eventually, but he's going BKB before then. So that tells me Snowy's going to keep farming, and Tiny could make stuff happen before that moment hits.
And it's his moment to move. Smoking up with the Phoenix. Playing in towards that bottom jungle. And give up a little bit of control of the northern area on the map. But it's an attempt on Saberlight that starts things out. He stampedes early, but that means he gets hit by Concoction and the Wheel of Wonder. And the move from Virtus Pro wasn't to come to bottom jungle, it was trying to hunt the Darkseer on that left-hand side by the Ancients. Corrupted has already slipped through the fingers, though.
Yeah, nicely dodged gank by the Darkseer. And of course, the gank down bottom successful with the Ringmaster. I mean, when you bring a whip and you're ganking a half horse, then, he's half countered immediately.
And they've got the clockwork with the carrot cogs, isn't it? No, they don't have the carrot cogs. That's sad, isn't it? If they had the carrot and the whip, then they've got both counters to him. Sayush with the wrong set, but still bouncing some good cogs onto Abed and Tomato. Forcing a Rolling Thunder out with his Pangolier defensively. And Abed
not what
just going to run away.
For Abed. Good stuff. This is buying time. Desperate time for them to keep farming away. I was looking back at Snowy to see if he maybe goes for the Aghanim Scepter gift before buying the BKB, but no. It is going to be BKB, so he's looking to join the team and be part of the fights and playing in them. Only 400 gold and he will have the BKB ready. Of course, Blink Dagger is also pretty nice to have those, so he can actually blink stun.
Very calm stuff here from Hooligani. 3k lead and looking to build it with another go on Saberlight. Concoction going to self-stun. Rocket Flare comes in and sees the Centaur dip back into the tree line.
Timato.
And now Tiny, you're right. Arriving in this bottom lane. Chemical Rage halfway through the duration. And struggling to keep tabs on them, though. Radiant Vision is all over this bottom area of the map. They've seen the entry points. They know that they can just walk back. Protect the retreat
It's so
of the
back and
Alchemist.
forth. So back and forth. Comes down bottom, thinks about ganking, runs in a little bit, turns around as he doesn't find anything. Both teams are tiptoeing, looking for a good initiation for the next fight.
I'm starting to get a little bit worried for VP. The way this is going. Not shutting down the Alchemist. Darkseer is racing up that net worth board now. Pangolier hasn't been able to connect in these team fights. And we've had, 3 smoke ganks not pay off a VP into that top jungle, bottom jungle. Now going for another one. A 4-man move. Saberlight yet again being dangled in front of Huligani, but this time in the mid lane. Might give them a move here with Tomato walking right into a Radiant Sentry. Mirage protected by the clockwork. Hook shot in with Cog's pushback. Wheel of Wonder hypnotized. Tiny dies to Mirage. Huligani again with his setup. Not just dodging the gank, but meeting it head on and winning it.
Fantastic. They had a sentry ready. They were in position and they target down and kill the Tiny immediately. So good. I mean, this is actually very impressive from Huligani. These early fights are usually their weakness. We've been saying they're a little bit slow of a team. They don't necessarily look for too many fights early, but here they meet the fight head on.
It's not often we see perfection, but it has been a very crisp first 20 minutes of play here from Huligani. Now finally getting their hands on some of these early objectives. You know, there's money waiting in the bank. A tier 1 tower going to be claimed. As Dota Plus says it is exactly 50-50. Oh, then a little shift. 53-47.
Anyone's game.
Corrupted going to gather up the farm down south, wanting to kill off the Helm creep, but Saberlight brings the actual hero in to protect that Dark Troll summoner.
Smoking and connecting from the gate. Hellscream is trying to smoke break.
He's in position, but he doesn't have any of those defensive items. And Fly here, getting chain disabled, needs to supernova in the middle of Cogs, but he gets feared before he can press any buttons. And now with a Stampede to safety, VP getting a bit of distance, trying to get across the gap away from Mirage. Ember Spirit, very speedy though with this. And Surge and the Iron Shell, trying to fake pump out a Centaur Stomp. Wall gets dropped with a Wheel of Wonder. Saberlight's going to keep walking back behind his tier 1 tower, but they've got a vacuum drag into the whip crack. Saberlight healed up a touch, but they just keep on following through. Box up the Ember Spirit, Abed forced a defensive roll and run away yet again. VP fully on the back foot, 7k down. Huligani really looking good here in game 3.
Yeah, we could be like one fight away from VP being in a spot where you can hardly even recover. It's looking pretty rough early on. 7k lead. I mean, I'm exaggerating a little bit, but this is a tough start to the final in qualifying game. Tormentor might be lost as well because of these fights.
And then thinking about next round of items, like are VP even building the tools they need to deal with this Alchemist?
Yeah, that's the problem. They don't have a hero going for Spirit Vessel. Normally, I like seeing someone just say, you know what, I'll do it. I'll buy the Spirit Vessel. Holy crap, that was close, respect. Cutting it close to the Ringmaster. He gets out 20 HP.
Calculated.
Yeah, he did the math. And boy, is he good at math. But yeah, you're right. The Solar Crest being done is nice. More DPS coming in, Solar buffing up your Tiny. Could be some fast damage with the Silver Edge that they have as well. But I see some big power spikes coming up on the Radiant horizon as well. They have the pipe already, and Shivas is not super far away for the Darkseer, who had a horrible start, but now has fully recovered.
Oh, big time. Yeah, I mean, he's going to leapfrog over the Centaur, catch up to the Ember Spirit. You know, Darkseer very good at absorbing a lot of farm on the map from a safe position. I'm just looking at, yeah, these Dire heroes. They're quite linear in their itemization. So I like the fact that Tomato's Tiny has shifted away from the expectations of getting an early blink, which we've seen from a lot of these carry Tinies, going straight Echo, Silver Edge, so we can actually offer some of this early game damage output, which is desperately required.
Oh, you need it. You saw what happened to him when they smoke ganked in and he got caught up. He was just stunned on stun on stun. He needs some foreign protection, and that protection is a BKB.
Then yeah, Pango is always going to go Blink Diffusal Blade Aghanim Scepter. The Centaur is pretty much always going to go this Helm into Heart. So you kind of know the timings as Huligani of when VP is strong. It's very obvious and telegraphed when they want to fight. And jump out that mid lane gets this Ember Spirit away from the Rolling Thunder attempt. That's what, four in a row from Abed, which have done literally nothing.
Yeah, these Rolling Thunders have not been it, and to the credit of Huligani, good positioning, good reactions. The saves coming out from Respect. He already has his Blink on Ringmaster, so he can be a menace at just keeping people safe as well.
Is that a wolf? Yeah, wolf killed in that top jungle. Dire, very limited vision right now. Only one observer ward in that southern jungle, which kind of protects Saberlight. But they're just watching their mid tower die. Snowy sets up to kill off the next creep wave. And Virtus Pro gathered up on that right-hand side of the map, trying to get what farm they can. But you just relinquish control of everything else to an Alchemist Darkseer side, who are just sponges.
Yeah, it's looking a little bit tough for VP. They're not able to activate their Tiny, even though he has tried. He's made moves. He's joined for the smoke. He joined for the gate play earlier, but they haven't really been able to punish the early game of Alchemist, where the hero is pretty inactive and just wants to farm. And now we're getting to this sort of mid game where Radiant have a big gold advantage. Doesn't necessarily mean the game is by any means over, though. Dire have good scaling into late game. Very nice team fight heroes, so Hooligani still have to be cautious about how they take the fights.
And Fly getting a moment to farm in a moment of calm. And get some time to sit on that top lane.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Hellscream with a bit of ward coverage in that jungle as well. Under some Radiant sentries, though. And Snowy scans by his side to make sure he can continue farming this advanced position. And of course, Sayer's going to come forward with an immediate deward.
Yep, both teams kind of moving in on the top area. Saberlight farming what could have been a dangerous part of the map, but I think Hooligani got their eyes on Roche instead of taking over the top. Always nice to take Roche when it's about 40 seconds until it will move, because then if your opponents are not ready for it, you might be in the wrong spot of the map, and that's the case here.
Straight into Roshan. No contest. Easy breezy for Hooligani. 8 lead. About to get pushed up to 10. And still no signs of Virtus Pro fighting back.
VP 600 gold away from BKB on Tiny. Big power spike coming in there. I think they have to basically punch it soon and take some fights, but with the Aegis on the Alchemists, it's hard to decide to just go and fight outside your base right now, so let's see if they can defend the towers at least.
Especially with that Blink on Ringmaster, right? Because he is the guy you've got to go on. You've got to find this ring somehow. Him being able to reposition in tree lines and in fog makes VP's life a living hell. Because if you start on anyone else, it's box into hookshot into vacuum combo.
Yeah, we've seen those respect ultis have been on point too. The Wheel of Wonders have been beautifully placed repeatedly, so even though he's not a Ringmaster spammer, judging by his silver tier on the hero, he definitely plays it really well.
I set up for tier 2. Tomato's Tiny is waddling over, trying to get up here. Join the rest of the team. The VP have this bit of high ground vision to play under as well, but I don't imagine Hooligani are going to advance that far forward. They've set up their bunker here with Alchemist on the front line, 4 heroes sat behind him, and it's kill a tier 2 and then shift in towards mid.
Yeah, Power Rune controlling at least one of the runes is VP. It will spawn down bottom. Unfortunately, just an Invis rune, which usually feels like a lackluster find when you're looking for some help for winning a team fight.
It's kind of a whatever rune.
So I have an interesting spin on the story of this game. Like what's happening here and what feels extra tough for VP is not necessarily about the net worth on the course or the ganks working or not. I'm actually looking towards Hellscream. We praised how Hellscream, you know, once he gets his items, he's great at setting up. He makes these plays on Willow, but he's currently down in the bottom by a pretty big margin in terms of gold. And he's about to get Blink Dagger, sure. But this is very, very different from what we normally have seen from him on his Willow, and that could hurt his mid-game.
Yeah, I mean, he's picked this hero to play it a certain way. If you don't get the items that allow you to do that, it's a bit of dead weight. Oh, they found Saberlight. He's got the Stampede, but I'm not sure even that's enough to slip away from here. He's got a Lotus Orb up, trying to dispel off what he can, but the concoction's going to land. Sayosh is here with some cogs to push back in towards Alchemist. And Saberlight has no friends. He's left stranded alone down in this bottom right-hand corner.
Not a single friend. He had one friend. It was a Tomato. He was very dear to him, and he tanked a hookshot for him. But unfortunately, after that, his jukes were gone. He tried best he could to survive, but all he can do is create space for his team, let them farm a little bit.
He was screaming for Tomato to help him, and all he got was a tomato.
he's got his fake little tomato puppet.
There is Tomato.
Yeah. Aghanims on Pangolier is complete. It's flying out with Courier right now. It's another one of those power spikes because really we need Dire to start making moves with the power that they have. The, you know, the timings they get. Aegis timing out in 2 minutes, so maybe that is the exact moment to strike.
Radiant's top tower is
What did Tomato
We're
spend
thinking-
BKB on?
Dire's bottom
I didn't see it.
I don't. It's getting warm in here. I thought it was going crazy there. It's down to 8 seconds.
Dire's bottom tower.
Yeah, I didn't see when he clicked it actually.
Oh, maybe just testing that it works. Either way, it's on cooldown for a little bit longer
Dire's bottom
as you lose.
Did, but does it still work? Test it again.
I'll try and test it again, yeah. So figure out if it can keep on going. Amplified damage for Mirage. 1 tier 2 remaining in that middle lane. It has really just been systematic from Hooligani, going from one lane to another, finding pick-off into pick-off. Snowy, he's on top of Abed. Swashbuckles the high ground, though, and that's the distance he needed. And still going to give him the spotlight.
The ulti.
Right on top of this, Pangolier with a Wheel of Wonder and the damage from range. Ember Spirit gives it to him. Snowy's Alchemist very far forward, and Tomato's blown up Respect. An advanced, aggressive move here from Hooligani, getting cut in half by Virtus Pro, and maybe a chance for them to bite back. Abed still on the run. Another concoction and a vacuum back in. It's going to come out here, eventually finding the target they started on.
They got a counter kill at least, and that counter kill was worth almost as much gold as the kill on the Pangolier, so a decent payday coming in for Tiny, who needs every bit of gold he can get.
Dire's middle tower is
And now in a position to do some split pushing while the pressure is on mid.
Yeah, finally hitting a tier 2 tower. Bring it down to like half health, but then you're forced away just by Mirage showing his face in that top lane. Meanwhile, tier 2 mid gone, demolished by Snowy. Hooligani feels like they need to commit very little to do these moves compared to VP, who need to bring all 5.
I have big news, Gareth. The Alchemist bought Shard before 6 slot.
Oh,
But
hell
then he
yeah.
sold it again.
He's got another
He
dispel.
sold it again, so it's not coming out.
Oh.
It's a bait. It was in his stash for a second, and then he was like, hold up, I have Soul Ring.
What is
I
this
should probably
bullshit,
replace it."
Wagga? You get me all excited. I've got big news. The thing you said is happening. Just kidding, loser.
Well, he did buy it, Gareth. He had it. There was an idea, and isn't it the thought that counts, Gareth?
No, I hate that. I hate that saying so much. It is not the
Isn't
thought that
it
counts.
just
I
the intention behind it that
no,
matters?
no, it's not. It's
The
not.
action is really secondary to the general spirit of the person behind it.
No. Clockwork, gonna get jumped onto by Tomato. Throws the tree at him to finish off the job. No, Wagga. No. I would genuinely, I would rather receive a, hey, happy birthday, how you doing, than get another stupid sweater or, I don't know, another mug. Or, I have enough mugs. I have enough clothes and socks. I don't need physical objects. It's not the thought that counts of what you got me.
Why, mister? Don't brag about all the fancy gifts you're getting there. with
All the
your
socks
mugs and
that
your
I've got.
sweaters. Yeah, all your socks. Okay, I get it.
Stop feeding into consumerism. No more birthday cards and anniversary cards.
Tiny with the silver edge, she's leading on to Alchemist.
Straight onto him, yeah. But he's got a Wheel of Wonder behind him. The damage comes
The
through
box.
so quickly, but the box is there to save him. 5 at a time for him to BKB and Chemical Rage. Run away, and now Mirage can come
He's
in
running.
with the help. They have taken down Respect. Hellscream's traded out. Alchemist still being chased by Abed. BKB expiring, but it's a struggle to follow through. Tomato getting stuck in the mud further in the back of the fight, and Snowy blinks aggressively in. A vacuum wall onto 3. Corrupted has arrived, shows off his combo. Abed and Fly, they've both died. Concoction landing onto Sableye now, and Hooligani sweep through the fight. Tiny nowhere to be seen. As Hooligani bring everybody here and swarm around the Alchemist, but it all starts with the save of Respect.
They're so damn good, dude. Hooligani are actually so good at playing together. I'm beyond impressed with what I've seen this qualifier overall from them. They really do look like a top-level team with how they play into each other. They're never really out of position with someone. Respect was there in time to save. And even just the chain save, right? First the box, then the surge, and of course the counterplay of just going on to whoever pursues him. And VP, they show their hand too much. Too many heroes committed to burst somebody who ultimately just keeps kiting them. I think the story is just you need to get on Respect. You have to find them. I'm almost surprised that teams aren't trying to pick like some form of vision giver to find the backline and jump them. Or the Spectre, you know? The Spectre carry
Yeah.
to punish the supports.
Yeah, well, I guess that's kind of Hellscream and Abed's job, right? It's like get into backlines and find them. But
Yeah.
I feel like Abed has had such a difficult game. It hasn't been the best performance. He's been forced to defensively use his Rolling Thunder like 5 times this game.
I think Huligani have just been like 2 steps ahead in terms of reading the map as well. Like so many of the ganks they've made have been counterplayed before they even happens. The smoke moves just red, Saber lights. Should be fine here.
Stampedes away this time.
As the Lotus
Tiny though.
slowly stampede on cooldown.
He's been concocted and wheeled, turns around with his BKB, but the box saves the Ringmaster. And the hook
the hook
shot!
shot!
Sayosh is here!
No way.
From long range to cancel the TP. Huligani, right place, right time. Get onto Tomato, find the carrier VP. Snowy gathers up another name. 17k lead, 15-6. Huligani heroes shrieking as they shine golden, dropping coins out of that top bar. Mirage tanking this top lane. I don't know. Can you kill him here? Trying to burn him with a Sun Ray. He's going to slide and dodge. Remnant off to safety. Supernova's been spent, but this BKB Ember Spirit just jumps over Hellscream to kill him off. And now with the egg landing, Mirage comes back in for another round of skirmishing. Fighting into fly. Concoction landing from Snowy. Phoenix, second away from dying. All they need is another jump onto the Phoenix to finish him off. The daggers, they get dodged. They've missed, but the whip will not.
Oh my god, 20,000 lead. Every single step of the way they get outplayed. You know, it's one thing to not get to kill an Ember, but they turn it around. He goes aggressive, kills off the enemy using the Aghanims they got gifted by Alchemist to maximum potential. So much damage with the ulti flying back and forth over them. And the beauty of a vacuum again coming out from Corrupted.
Straight to high ground. Roshan's banner, tier 3 tower. Snowy doing the damage to the buildings as Virtus Pro, they're without their Tiny for 10 seconds still.
Look at it. It's like everything. Sayu cutting the trees well, making the most out of his time, opening up to make sure that he doesn't get surprised by anyone in the fog of war. And with a full Eye of Skadi on this Ember, I mean, that's nasty. He's so tanky at this stage.
He's monstrous. And Tomato can start on this Alchemist with a toss back in towards tier 4 towers. Snowy has a BKB though, and Corrupted with a vacuum comes back in. Hellscream's dropped. Snowy's still alive. The box keeps him up and running as well as Abed rolls to deal with the Alchemist, but that's just his first life. That's only the Aegis, and you've spent pretty much everything to deal with it.
Yeah. I do think they have to back out because the push they have is melee, and without BKB on the Alchemist, they don't want to walk up on the racks again and put themselves in danger, but fantastic damage done. VP in dire straits, 24k gold behind. It's not 100% as bad as it sounds because there's an Alchemist and he has this sort of fake net worth inflation value to him where it's like being maybe 17,000 gold behind in a normal game, but it's pretty bad.
Well, at 95-5. Fly's going to get away from a hookshot attempt out of Sayosh, but this game very quickly got out of the hands of Virtus Pro.
We need to start seeing Timado and Abed stepping up and just dealing the damage. We have Saberlight, who's this massive tank on the front line. He has the pipe, he has the heart, he has the Lotus Orb, but he will not be killing anything. I think he's saying right now as well, like, you guys need to find the coordination to burst something, you know, catch the Ringmaster out. And now already the Ringmaster, he's breaking it. The combo breaker is here. And he's not gonna be so easy to kill.
Yeah, good luck finding him. Again, we've been singing their praises so much. Respect positioning. You know, he's Treant, the forward positioning, the clockwork, the scouting, the Ringmaster, the hiding in the trees, and the patience with the positioning to save his teammates. I think Huligani have found these rules to set in place a system which allows them to protect their cause through information gathering or from safety nets.
Yeah, 100%. And even Mirage, honestly, the Ember plays extremely similarly to the Puck, you know? Zoom around in the team fight, kind of dive in, dive out, provide vision, and be generally annoying. It's very, very similar playstyle between those two heroes as well.
Now you're under the boot of this Alchemist. VP in their base, hiding and cowering.
Full Abyssal Blade on the Alchemist as well, so getting some way to lock down and hold in place the Pangord Tiny if he gets onto them.
Now I feel like this may be a little risky.
I saw the Centaur move out. They're hunting for him.
They're hunting for him, but we're doing this before there's any, you know, Roshan or big objective to go and take. We're doing this to kill Saberlight and maybe go up high ground and defeat the base. And Sayo, she's going to get a bit of vision there over onto Saberlight. He's got the hook shot to cancel the TP, so Centaur surrounded on all sides. Saberlight's going to get found here. No chance of survival. Tomato immediately out of the base to push waves. VP know they're in a scramble here, a mad move to try and hold on because Mirage, look at him, dives all the way across the map. He was top left corner a second ago, and now he's on fly, killing the Phoenix. Hooligan is wilding. They're feeling themselves.
Yeah, that I don't think Fly saw that one coming. Not in 100 years would you expect to be killed that quickly after a top gank. Very nice moves by Hooligani, and they're gonna try and use this timing as well. 40 and 30 seconds.
Go on, buyback, I dare you. Give us a win condition. That's what we want. There's one buyback out of Fly, but a two-man chains with a move in. Tomato got a toss back, but Mirage has the BKB.
Double buy.
Oh, he's perfectly fine. Double buy used up. They've got a Barracks killed. Virtus Pro spend a lot, don't get a lot. And now Hooligani just a soft reset. Walk back down the staircase. Hold this formation. See if VP come out. Playing Ding Dong Ditch on the VP
stuff.
base.
Really, really impressive stuff. I mean, VP, they're smoking up. This is the desperation smoke.
They need to do
Can they
something.
get the jump?
Oh, but he doesn't find the catch.
Saberlight whiffs.
And now Saberlight's out in the open. Snowy's going to blink forward with the concoction. The Centaur who bought back moments ago is about to die back now. Virtus Pro, can they save him? Will they save him? The vacuum in. Saberlight's going to break free. The Supernova's well placed, but the right click's coming in quickly. Down it goes to Respect. Mirage has fallen though to Hellscream in the meantime. Buys back immediately. A snap decision to get into this dire base. Snowy's gone towards the tiny Tomato. No BKB, no blink, no Silver Edge. Tomato, no life, no buyback either. Virtus Pro have no carry. Hellscream's getting burst down by Mirage as well. The dagger in the back of this poor little Dark Willow, slain by the Ember Spirit as Hooligani look to close this one out.
No life, no buyback, and I don't think there will be any TI either, as Hooligani looking absolutely unstoppable at this point. 26,000 lead, and they're catching Saberlight.
Another go on him. The Centaur, he's got a Lotus Orb, he's got a heart, he's tanky and annoying, reflecting some spells and bouncing them back, but he's been pummeled. Taken out of the game, 100 seconds without him, and Virtus Pro on the verge of being knocked out. Hooligani on the verge of qualifying for TI. Looking at this final lane of Barracks, getting themselves mega creeps. The underdog story through the open qualifier. Looking incredible here in game 3.
What a run they have had as well, but I mean, they're about to close it out. 30 seconds for the tiny Centaur, 80 seconds. They're not calling it yet, but I don't think they can stop it.
They might not have time.
Tips coming out.
I tip the Bing Bong Man. What a waste. Dead for 70 seconds. They've got a glyph. 20 for Tiny. Dark Willow, Phoenix, Pangolier. What can they do here? Corrupted says absolutely nothing. Vacuum you in your own fountain. Drop the wall on your heads. Abed rolls in, but Snowy and Mirage are focusing the throne. Tiny in 5.
Phone is dropping.
Centaur in 50. They dive in with Fly's Phoenix, trying to do what they can. Tomato will avalanche toss. Tiny combo down, but there it is. GG Grats.
GG.
Hooligani got it done.
For Storm Q, says Respect. Not sure exactly what the reference is, but yeah, they sure did him proud. 8-0 and 10 on the Alchemist in his final game. It was a hero that I wasn't 100% sure if it was going to work out for them, but wow, impressive stuff.
Oh, Corrupted dropping the Izvinitsa on them, saying he's sorry. Taking that slot away from Virtus Pro, the expectations crumble, and Hooligani, the victory for them. Look at Mirage. That guy through this mid lane, his puck. That sigh of relief, the little hoorah! Well deserving of their qualification slot and a victory here against VP.
That's so deserved. They have definitely shown themselves throughout this qualifier. Looks like a team. This first move already here, reading the smoke gank, standing in good position, coming with everybody, bringing down Tiny, stopped VP dead in their tracks. And they kept doing that every step of the way. They were one step ahead, reading these moves. And when you just secure free farm and protect your carry and have these fantastic reads on the map, you set yourself up for a fantastic mid game. And VP, on the other hand, you pointed out, they didn't get any good Pango roll in the early game. Abed, you know, stellar player as he may be, was not able to pop off in this game.
No, he wasn't. Yeah, that early Pango pick dealt with a little bit by the Ember Spirit, dealt with by the positioning and the map control that Hooligani had. Like the big moment for me was that move into the Radiant Outpost where they had set up the Ringmaster with the Sentry. Tiny walks in, gets zoned out by the Cogs. That was what really set the dynamic of the game. VP's moves all got shut down, and Hooligani just kept bringing in wave after wave of reaction, of numbers to defend their teammates. And this Ringmaster hero, we've really got to keep eyes on him heading into TI.
Yeah, 100%. The value he brings, not only in the save, but also in the turnaround plays, the Wheel of Wonder. I mean, it is the Dark Carnival event right now, and it's the Dark Carnival in this qualifier. Ringmaster has been absolutely owning. You can have a look at the overall stats there. As mentioned earlier, the 8-0-10 on Alchemist. Played a perfect game. Mirage got the pop off, 6-1-17 on his Ember. And even Corrupted, who had a bad early game, came back and had some absolutely massive vacuums over and over. We didn't even have time to call them all out, but so many 3 or 4 man vacuums as well.
Put up some great team fight moves there as that Darkseer. Mirage, 37,000 hero damage, 96% kill participation. Some spectacular stuff from these first pick heroes, right? It's so bold picking first pick Ember, Puck, not getting countered, not getting dealt with. And, again, we come back to this Pango pick. What if that had been a Huskar? What if Abed was comfortable on Huskar and they were able to bring it out here in a game 3? It could have been a completely different game.
Could have been. Would have been, should have been, but ultimately, this is what did happen. We had Hooligani absolutely owning and VP. Unfortunately, we're not going to be seeing them at TI, but I'm excited to see Hooligani.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we'll try and get them on the line as quickly as possible, get an interview with them, but maybe we can take a look at the journey we've had so far. Of course, there's another series coming up later on to find that final slot, but we've already had a couple of teams qualify with Team Spirit and Team Vision at the top of that bracket, getting their 2-1 victories. Virtus.pro, of course, got dropped down here as we got into the elimination zone. I mean, some upsets already dropping out. Team Bald losing to Power Rangers. We lost them. Mao's getting 2-0'd by Na'Vi. And then Na'Vi getting knocked out by Hooligani. Just this chain effect of Hooligani's run down this lower bracket being the Grim Reapers.
Yeah, the Grim Reaper is right, actually. Taking down both Na'Vi and VP, that's just incredible. They've shown themselves to be a powerhouse here, and nobody really expected it. I didn't expect it. They dropped in the first round in the upper bracket, but they went on that lower bracket tear and took down one after another, just leveling up and getting stronger, like Highlander.
Yeah, I mean, they lost to Power Rangers early on in that 2-1, but from there on out, they were an open qualifier team knocking out closed qualifier invited teams, looking very, very good. Spectacular stuff. Every single player on this team as well. I don't think there's a single guy on this Hooligani side where we say that they underperformed or anything like that. Everyone was having stellar performances, and it just felt like this well-created system. Everyone's following the algorithm. They've all got themselves on the same page where they've got this mind meld understanding of where they need to be at the same time. Sick stuff, honestly. It's sad to see VP go, a star-studded roster, but having some new blood out here, getting this Hooligani side to TI, great signs.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's also what makes me happy watching them, because this hasn't been about like one team that just looked a little bit sharper in terms of individual skill, or they've been practicing a lot in pubs. No, they really do look cohesive. Every single time we see a fight starting out, there's a plan. There's, a line that they follow and they play it together. So really beautiful. I do think that what you mentioned earlier, the Ringmaster was a sort of the glue that tied together a lot of their team fights there. But I can't wait to see what more strats we're going to see at them. At TI, it's going to be awesome, man. We'll be hype. But, at the same time, credit to VP. They got this far. They did take a game off team against Team Vision up in the upper bracket as well. They were so close, but just fell on the finish line.
Yeah, and this was a roster formed like 3 months ago. I mean, not even that. They've had Corrupted come in here quite recently as well, so it's not a team that's been around playing together for a super long time. As one roster, they've brought a player from here, player from there, made this stack over on Hooligani, and it's looked very, very good. They've had a core of a couple of players that have stuck together, but bringing in new guys and then making a long lower bracket run, it still shows how strong that core is, how strong that system is if they're able to bring people in. I keep making comparisons to Falcons and Spirit, and when I first did it, I felt a little bit weird. I'm reaching a little bit here, but I really do feel that there are elements to these S-tier teams being brought into the fold by Hooligani.
Yeah, I mean, it's always obviously a big thing to be compared to such titans, but now that you have made it to TI yourself, you know, these players, they've earned the right to be compared at least, and
Yeah.
we'll see if they're going to be able to, you know, earn the right of taking down some teams at TI. They already have blood on their hands, Gareth, taking out these teams that we usually see at TI. These are staple names that should be at TI by all rights, but no, not this time.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing, right? With the way these qualifiers work, you look at some of the other regions, and you think, okay, there's one slot, there's maybe one or two teams that can make it through. Maybe it's a little simpler to figure out who that big team is that's going to make it towards TI. With Europe, it was kind of up in the air. You know, 4 slots, 2 of the slots got taken by Spirit and Vision as expected, but those 2 lower slots were definitely open to being sniped by one of these newer upstart squads. And here we have that exact story unfolding. Maybe signs of things to come if Yellow and Submarine versus Nigma Galaxy goes that way. We could have some more upsets, Waga.
We could. I wonder, I'm sitting here thinking, I'm going to have to look through the regions, but I wonder if Hooligani might have one of the most impressive takedown track records here of the teams that qualified so far. Like, taking down both VP and Navi, that is pretty serious, because Navi is no pushover team as well, even though they dropped out in the previous series.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I'll have to look at the other regions. So it's very possible that Hooligani have the most impressive qualification so far in terms of just who they took out.
Yeah, there's also the big thing as well, right, where everyone says Europe is the most competitive region, and that's where a lot of the ideas are being bred and disseminated between these teams. You think about some of these other tournaments where, as an example, Reconics, qualifies through Southeast Asian qualifiers, gets to a big event, and then they go 16th. They've not been able to play against some of these big squads and kind of learn and develop themselves. A qualifier like this is the learning. It is the development. That is already Hooligani getting through the meat grinder, going through the gauntlet and showing, okay, we are Hercules at the end. We've defeated all of the nasty stuff that's been thrown our way. Now we can go and save the world.
Yeah, and they've also played as much Dota as you almost physically could in this qualifier.
Yes.
Because keep in mind, they've gone almost full series every single time. They've missed out only on one single game, I believe, in that regard. And they also went into the lower bracket immediately, which means they had more games to play than had they won in the upper bracket the way Team Vision. Team Vision, they came in here 2-0, 2-0, 2-1. All right, we're done. That's it for us. Meanwhile, Hooligani, they went 1-2, so they dropped down. Then 2-1, then 2-0, 2-1, 2-1. That's a lot of Dota played.
They went the full distance. Kind of wild stuff, honestly, and doing it in their own style, right? So often we see some of these teams, copying other teams. Just that's what Team Spirit are doing. That's what Team Vision are doing. We're going to copy their drafts and do their own thing. Hooligani showing that they can pick their first pick puck, their first pick draft, their first pick ember, and then develop their draft from there, and having their own style and their own system has been beautiful stuff. As I believe we've got the coach of Hooligani on the line, ready for an interview. First off, congratulations, getting your qualification slot to TI. Incredible stuff. You guys must be ecstatic. I mean, what's the vibe like in the team house?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's really excited for a lot of us. Like for me, it's first TI as a coach, and for some players, like first TI. Our captain Snow is like 1 year player on competitive tier 3 scene, and now he's going for TI. It's like amazing.
So how long have you been coaching these boys? Oh, sorry.
I'm coaching from start of the season, but like we had another roster. We did completely changed almost all players. Only Respect left from start of season. So basically we just took for 4 new guys, and in these 2 months, we work hard 2 months. 2 months, and we did pretty good job. Start of this class was really hard if you saw our games, but we always believe that we can beat, we can pass them. I can say we played Clan Wars against Virtus Pro, Mouse, Navi, so we saw it's possible to done it. So I feel we just wanted more than anyone. Young blood,
Definitely
more than anyone else.
The hungrier.
You've looked hungry. You look like a great team that just plays very cohesively as well. You obviously have all your players on the same page, so really impressive to see how you guys have bonded as players. That's super impressive. I wanted to ask you, Chosen One, which moment of this tournament felt like the most stressful part? Was it this final series, or was it the Navi series that we had before? Because the Navi series, it felt like they figured you out a little bit there in one of the games, but then you came back. Can you talk us through what was the toughest moment for you guys?
I think like toughest moment was game against Chigi Bomboni, to be honest, because like we lost first game. We came to the series with thoughts that we must win. We must win. Like no way we should lose. We lost game one. It was super stressful. Second was outdrafted, and like third game was super hard. Like and it's end up our carry die, and we come back 4 versus 5 on our throne. And then we got thrown in the beer, and it was that game was most stressful. And like I feel after that game, we like talk about like stress. We talk about like it's nothing we can lose to be honest here. It's and like all other games, knew that now we're gonna be more pressure. I knew Virtus Pro gonna be more pressure because like we already showed that we're like a kind of team. And like next game, 2 days after, we played against the Joy Boys. We won super easily. It's like 2 games, full control, and after that, it was 0 stress. To be honest, like yesterday we lost against Nami map 2, and we just say, yeah, it's our draft, nothing bad happened, let's go. Like kind of same today, we came first game, they prepare a really good strategy. We underestimate the Centaur Ringmaster, and like game finished, and we just said, yeah, it's our draft. Like what we can do. Sometimes it's happened for new teams, that you can just lose draft, and it's normal, It's all about how you go.
That's actually funny that you mentioned, because that's something we said on draft
even
here,
pro
that
teams,
if you lose on draft, it's not so stressful, right? If you lose on play, it feels way worse.
Yeah. Like first game, we just was absolutely confident we lost on draft. Like we picked this Air Spirit because hero become meta, but it's not our comfort for sure. For now, like my player played 3 games, and we like, hero imba, let's play. And like in the end, you saw like I'm not even blaming him. It's like draw, stomp, stop, underlord, hard lane, off lane, and like Air Spirit 3 games. Like what to do? Like it's nothing to do.
I have a personal question to you, since obviously we've been watching and following the players a lot, but it's not so often we get to talk to the coach as well and ask you. So I want to ask you, how does it feel to coach this team? Does it feel more stressful for you to be a coach than a player, or what's one thing that's stood out to you in this journey?
To be honest, it's not stressful. It's like fine, because for me it's like first my professional team as main coach. I was before, like for 2 years, I was analyst and then assistant coach for NTC and Cloud9. And like for me, it's my first season. I came to team we talk that our goal be on TI and Riyadh. And like I say, okay, yes, let's work for 1 year and see how it goes. So for this year, I would say I feel stressed. I mean, only when we start winning third game, I feel stressed, because I start understanding that we insane close, and like I was like, no way we lose it. I didn't say like no way we lose it. I mean, so here I feel not stressed because I'm most experienced here overall, and people trust me. People trust my ideas. We have super good atmosphere. It's like we always can be on same page, and this is our like main power. We just a good team, I would say.
Yeah, a bit massive congrats from us to both you and your team. Well done, man, and hope that you guys get some time off now to celebrate. Have a good one, and stay hydrated in the heat.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Thanks.
Bye.
Thanks for joining us.
Bye.
And congrats again. Great stuff. Yeah, popping out first tour, go straight to TI. Yeah, he was an analyst before, coaching this Huligani side, though, straight into the International 2026, directly through that lower bracket, and only feeling stressed towards the tail end of it. But there we go. Now we've got ourselves 1 slot remaining. Huligani take one of the 4 along with Spirit and Team Vision, but there's 1 series remaining to round out these TI qualifiers. The European region and TI Quals going to come to a close with Yellow Submarine versus Nigma Galaxy, as Owen and Lacoste will be taking you through it after this break.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the European Regional Qualifiers for the International 2026. I'm Pixel here with Lacoste, and we are getting ready for the final series. It's a big one. It's going to be Nigma Galaxy going up against Yellow Submarine for that final spot. We just had the other lower bracket round for Lacoste. How are you doing? What do you want to talk about? We've had a lot going on today.
Yeah, I'm doing good. Huligani made it to TI, 5 players that never were at TI, so pleasantly surprised by them. They definitely deserve it because they dropped down to lower bracket immediately and then made a whole run.
Yeah.
Four series that they had to win, and they had a pretty rough one. They had to beat Navi, they eliminated Virtus Pro as well, and kind of hyped to watch them at TI to see how far this team can go.
Absolutely. Yeah, it was, I think, that series, VP, I think for anyone that had been watching them so far through the qualifiers, they would have known that there was always going to be those doubts because they did kind of consistently have these games where it just felt that it wasn't all there. Something wasn't working. So unfortunate for VP, but indeed very exciting to see this lineup of Huligani at TI. Now, we're going to find out who's going to be joining them. Who's going to be that fourth and final team to move through from the European Regional Qualifiers to TI. The game has started. We'll be able to jump into the draft. Nigma Galaxy, of course, a team that I believe you all at home will be pretty fairly familiar with. Some big names, of course, Samel, Lorinov, Devai, and Omar and GH. They're up against Yellow Submarine, and I wouldn't blame you if you said, well, OD Pixel, who are these players? Cemetery, Shigetsu, Rain, Hakoda, Batyuk? Indeed, they are a lot newer names, or names that have been at least around in the Tier 2, Tier 3 scene, never really kind of made a breakthrough. But I tell you what, this is not going to be a walk. I don't think it's going to be a walk in the park for Nigma Galaxy. Yellow Submarine, Lacoste, they're pretty damn good.
They look good. They looked very, very good, I gotta say. Especially in a series yesterday, Rain, he completely popped off on Ember Spirit. He had some really good performances on his Ember Spirit, on Pango the other day. But yesterday, Invoker and Ember Spirit completely out of control, single-handedly pretty much winning the game. And I don't know, the squad, they look very strong. They look cohesive. In terms of drafts, their drafts look good. They know how to make a comeback. Maybe you're going to see a mistake here and there more than compared to Nigma Galaxy, which Nigma Galaxy is definitely going to try to punish. But yeah, this squad is really good. And unfortunately, we're going to have to say goodbye to one of these teams. We're not going to be seeing them at TI. And Nigma Galaxy opening it up with Lone Druid. And immediate response, Shigetsu, he's going to get the hands on his Drow Ranger.
All right. I mean, apologies again to production if they already brought it up, but can we bring up the Lone Druid stats? So, yeah, Drows we see been picked and banned a lot. Win rate's been kind of in the mid, but still felt good, and indeed, there we go. 59 bans on the Lone Druid. One pick. Did lose that game. In fact, I remember it now. It was Nigma Galaxy, right, that actually led it through and showed that they could defeat it. I'm pretty sure, unless I'm mixing the teams up. I think it was Nigma Galaxy who left it in. Either way, this time it's Nigma Galaxy picking the Lone Druid. They're getting the chance to pick it up. Now, obviously, with as many bans as this hero is getting, Lacoste, what does this say to you? Do you think is it crazy to leave Lone Druid in the pool? Or you think it doesn't necessarily have to be banned all the time and it can be beat?
This hero can be beaten. It's not as strong as it was a couple of months ago. With the recent changes, the hero is beatable. It's just a super strong laner. A lot of the times you see this hero get out of control. His Aghanim Scepter is still the same. This is the thing that I thought we were going to see getting fixed. By fixed, I already think it's a bit of a bit of a broken concept where you don't need to play the game. Like, you don't need to be there with the hero. You're never going to die. So we try to balance it out around the bear. Still feels a little bit OP, in my opinion, where you could just go for this type of a play where you're never committing and buying a little bit more time. It got nerfed, but I still feel the hero does quite a lot of things. And as an offlaner myself, I just hate to play against this hero. There isn't a hero in the lane that can beat Lone Druid. Like, especially if he's paired up with some super strong laner. Let's say Lich Lone Druid. good luck. I like you can try to pull. Lich is also going to try to ruin you a little bit. Blood Grenade, he gets the Frost Nova on you, pulls you in. Very difficult matchup overall. So I want to see how they're going to be able to approach this massive problem that has been thrown at them.
Dire team pick.
One thing I'll have to say, though, which is one of the reasons why it's going to be interesting to see this Lone Druid, is I imagine obviously with Lone Druid, it's going to be Sumail, right? Because you don't really play this in any other position other than carry, right?
Yeah, maybe there's a chance that Lorinov plays it. I don't think that's his specialty, but him being the ultimate mercenary in the Dota scene, this guy hasn't been on a team for a really long time, but he played for like 6 different organizations in different tournaments in the last half a year or something. So I'm pretty sure that he needed to learn how to play that hero because a lot of the teams wanted to have the flex available.
I'm having a look, and again, obviously, we don't have up-to-date pub records on these pros. Neither of them really play it, or at least if they do, it's all very recent in scrims, in pubs, because historically, Sumail, he's not a Lone Druid player. And if he started playing it recently on his main, he would have had the last recorded game I see is back in 2024. So like nearly 2 years ago, he had 46 games on the hero, had a 39% win rate, which it's a long time ago. That's in the past. So I obviously assume that indeed they've done a lot of prep and playing in scrims and on Sumail's recent pub games. But yeah, historically, this is not a hero they really go with. In terms of competitive, he played it like once in 2017, then once in 2020, and then once in 2024. So I'm very excited to see what happens. Well, technically he's been playing the hero for 10 years. He just hasn't been playing it many times at all. There's only 6 recorded official games from Sumail on Lone Druid. So I can't wait to see this. This is, if Sumail is indeed playing the Lone Druid carry in this game and comes out with a banger performance, he has been cooking. And he's been cooking somewhere that nobody else has been able to get a whiff of a scent of. This is going to be a pretty impressive thing.
Yeah, he trained this in Area 51. It's like
nobody knows about this.
UFO. Yeah, nobody knows. You see some occurrence here and there, but nothing has been confirmed. So that's how I feel about his Lone Druid. Big fan of these 2 supports, though. Tusk plus Ringmaster. I think there was a Dream League season 27-ish when these 2 supports were kind of the strongest supports in the meta, especially together, having a double saving support, which does allow you to play super aggressive. They can take care of each other. Bane, one of the best, if not the best, position 5 at the moment, does get completely countered by this Ringmaster. So I was thinking about Batrider potentially coming out for Betyuk. Okay. This is something that he does play, because I already said that the lane is going to be strong. You're playing against Lone Druid, no matter what he's paired up with, it's going to feel very awkward for you to try to lane, try to match his farm. So the only way to play the lane is pretty much to go and try to creep skip, stack the jungle, and that's how you're going to be getting the farm. So Batrider, the perfect example for it. Even though they have a little bit of flexibility if they want to run this Batrider position 4, Pango's also flexible between 2 and 3, but most likely this is going to be an offlane Batrider.
Nigma Galaxy gonna go with a Viper. Put something very nice and strong, likely into that mid matchup against the Pango. I would imagine, right? That's why that's being picked up here.
Yeah, Viper on 18. Viper's good against pretty much all of these heroes. Not so much against the Drow Ranger, I would say. It could be Device, actually, hero. It could be
offline,
still have a flex. Yeah, because they have the potentially Tusk to be played with Viper. It's a super strong lane. You can actually get the block onto Drow Ranger and get the kill. But it also allows mid matchup to be won just by having a Viper. So I want to see how Yellow Submarine is going to approach. I feel like there's a lot of these toxic problems that Nigma Galaxy did throw at them with the Lone Druid, with Viper. These are not the heroes that we are seeing quite often.
Final bans from Nigma Galaxy, just trying to make sure they don't get caught out by some surprise here in the mid matchup. We have seen only the one Tinker game, but definitely something that can surprise you. Final ban from Nigma Galaxy. She going to be the Nature's Prophet. That's a little bit surprising, right? Unless Yellow Submarine do some sort of strat with some offlane or mid or support.
Mid,
Nature's
I think it could be mid Nature's Prophet. He does well
okay.
against Viper because Viper doesn't
Yeah,
deal
fair.
well with these treants, and then you can also gank the side lanes, try to outnumber Lone Druid, get the kill. Pretty good ban, I gotta say. I don't know if they have any information from the scrims, but looking at what they've been playing so far, Rain hasn't really played it. And if they want to have a support as their last pick, I see Batrider. So they're thinking probably that this Pango's offlane, Batrider's position 4.
They are.
I'm trying to figure it out if there is a better position 4 that they could run and then run this Batrider as an offlane.
What about? Could you run a Grim 4, or do you not like Grimbane as a duo as supports?
I would be maybe okay with. There aren't really that many melee position 4s in the meta.
No,
They already have Tusk, so that's a bit of an issue.
Oh,
Okay, that's
juicy
good.
one
I
there.
mean, this is nasty coming out from Nigma Galaxy.
Okay.
Davai Enigma, so he wants to pull the lane back. Is going to work nicely against the Drow Ranger. You have Tusk. This is the old school lane, one of the best laning partners, except for maybe back in the days when Tiny was played as a position 4. Very strong duo. It's also something that Bane doesn't like to play into because he doesn't deal well with summons. He doesn't deal well with Tusk. So Nigma Galaxy, I do kind of like their draft so far. It is a very good scaling, very strong in the laning. Like, just by having these heroes, I feel like they're winning 3 lanes.
Yeah, the big question mark is the Lone Druid. Not because of the hero, just because, again, I can't seem to find any data. Again, I'm not a stat guy, so I'm probably missing something huge. But at least from what I can see, this is a surprising hero for them. Indeed, if it is some males, considering he's just kept it hidden. Unless obviously, I know some of you lads and ladies at home watch a lot of the high-level pubs. Maybe you've seen him playing it in the pubs, but it's just a rare one. So it's going to be very exciting to see what they do with it. Yellow Submarine, final pick for them. Will show us indeed where about the bat is going. It's going to be Nerve Spirit. And we do like that one for Rain. We have seen his Spirit look fantastic. If it's going to be the mid, maybe it's going to be a support. We will hold on to that thought. But if it is mid, as Rain, with speaking with confidence there, saying, put me against the Viper, I don't care. I'm still going to have a great game. And he has had many great games, right? Rain on his Spirit, it's one of his best.
Absolutely. He did dominate some of the games that he did play on Nerd Spirit, and we can see the smile he is sitting down instead of his coach, ready to go. And I feel like this type of a hero who doesn't necessarily need the lane, you can actually make action in the other lanes to make sure that you're punishing the lanes. Because a lot of the times you see Viper, maybe some teams are going to be picking some like Wind Rangers made. They're going to be picking Snipers, something that can keep the distance. Nature's Prophet ban was really good from Nigma Galaxy. But this time around, it's a melee hero. It's a melee hero that can run away, so you're not going to be stacking as many poisons as you would like to, and can get out of these tricky situations for free. Plus, also, he can gank the side lanes. He can be the one active. It's pretty similar to what Primal Beast does from a mid lane, where he can't lane. He's better hero when it comes down to creep skipping, but he's also very good at ganking the side lanes. So I like the Earth Spirit pick, but I also think that they have a lot of issues that they need to fix, because I'm looking at Nigma Galaxy's draft, and 3 of their lanes are just, to me, one by default. You have this super strong Tusk Enigma, a bit of a forgotten combo. Not many people are willing to play Enigma at the moment. You have Lone Druid with the Ringmaster. You're not winning that lane. Lone Druid's going to have a complete free farm. And Lorenov on Viper as well against the melee hero matchup. He's going to be able to free farm as much as he wants.
Yeah, because is there anything that the Earth Spirit has that kind of allows him to get through the lane as a melee hero okay against the Viper, or is nothing about it okay and you're going to have a bad time?
I want to see if he maybe decides to go for some kind of a pull behind the tower, drag it, drag the creep wave into the camp, and then try to farm both of them, because Viper is a bit of a sluggish hero. So he doesn't move as quickly, can't really punish this type of a play.
Well, let's see. A little bit of a pause here, but we are getting ready to get into the action of this Game 1. Nigma Galaxy versus Yellow Submarine. And, yeah, just I imagine in terms of the draft, probably the idea that Yellow Submarine were like, well, we're going to leave the Lone Druid in because they don't play it. And then Sumail's like, well, actually, yes, I do. So I'm just really
Joke's on
excited to
you.
see. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they're like, oh, they picked that hero. And again, understandable why they would think that they weren't going to play it on Nigma Galaxy. Sumail's only played it 6 times competitively in the many, many years that he's played competitive Dota. And it hasn't looked great. But again, that's all in the past, the long, long past. This is a new Sumail. And we'll see what he can bring us on the Lone Druid at a time where this hero is one of the strongest, or at least considered in these pro games, one of the strongest carries in the game. And as you say, definitely for the lanes. So we should get to see early signs of what Sumail's got cooking for us.
Yeah. First couple of waves, we'll see how he's
We'll know. Well, all right, here we go. He's
we'll
locked
know
in on the bear,
immediately.
yeah.
You know
gonna
who
be
needs
fun.
to be locked in? Batyuk.
Yep.
We saw his
Okay.
performance on the offlane Pango, one of the most farm, probably the most
he's
farm
top net
offlane
worth,
Pango
wasn't he?
that we've seen. Yeah, he had an insane amount of farm. Some Treads Wand, Aghanim Scepter, Diffusal Blade, 16 minutes in, and I think he had almost enough gold to buy Blink Dagger at the time. So pretty crazy cemetery. They are scouting him out. Does have Boots of Speed, so he's going to be fine. Dagger, not going to hit.
Well, that's all right. Just, warming
just
up the
getting-
keyboard buttons,
Yeah, exactly.
It's the beginning of the series. They'll hit those spells next time. And honestly, even if they did hit them, probably would have not been a kill. Kind of hard to get the bat in that situation. And yeah, from Yellow Submarine, say Batyuk, definitely the one to watch. And Rain on this Earth Spirit. If he comes out of the lane with like a decent start, he's going to do some magical stuff. Again, for anyone that's not been catching Yellow Submarine, Rain on his Earth Spirit has absolutely just destroyed teams. So he will be quite the concern for Nigma Galaxy. They'll have to keep tabs of the progress of this Earth Spirit this game. And obviously Lorinoff will be doing his best to try and make the Earth Spirit's life as nasty as possible in this mid lane matchup.
He also does have Blood Grenade on Earth Spirit already, and he has another Blood Grenade in his quick buy, meaning that he wants to play aggressive. Maybe try to go for a play where he gets a kill and then he dies, because it is going to be a lot of stacking going on. Rain, that's the lane to look out for. 6 poison stacks already. That doesn't look fun at all.
This is the thing, right? I don't know when it's going to become okay to play. But obviously, Yellow Submarine, they chose the pain. Rain chose the pain. He picked the Earth Spirit into this fight, but he knew what he was signing up for. He was not afraid. So indeed, whilst the early levels might look tough,
Yeah, it would be fun. So we could ask him, like, right now, how do you feel right now? If we could pause the game and ask him, like, was this a mistake, considering that he is not having that good of a time right now, bringing a healing salve. Gonna go back to full HP. Viper isn't a good amount of mana here, but does have 2 mangoes to work with. Missing
So
some
then this,
CS underneath the tower.
And in terms of the lanes, as you say, you expect all of them to be strong. So, this top lane for Divide on the Enigma, this is just something that a Drow and a Bane really struggle to deal with early?
Yeah, this is something that Bane doesn't really deal well with. You can see that he is sending out Eidolons on top of Bane. Hakoda can't really do much. One of the few position 5s that don't really deal well with any kind of summons. You see these silencers, these Banes. It's very easy to punish them. That's why we're seeing good amount of Lycan in this patch. Omar needs to be slightly careful here. Does have a healing salve. You're seeing that quite a lot. A lot of position 4s, 5s immediately bringing that healing salve, making sure that they are not out of the fight for a long time. Because if you keep eating the tangos, it's not going to be enough. It takes way too long. Rain, how's he doing in the mid lane? 7-0. Viper does have 7 denies. Or CS,
he's not
of course,
terrible.
as well.
He's getting some last hits. I've definitely seen a melee hero fare a lot worse than this. So Rain finding something, but will indeed be a slow start, especially on the levels. But, of course, the upside of being the Surf Spirit as opposed to the Viper, it's going to be much easier for Rain to be very mobile up and down the map.
Oof. That's a rough one. He did kick the boulder, and both of the creeps, both of the range creeps, were in denied range. Just collecting the XP for now, but not getting that much XP, considering that Viper has 13 denies.
What's the level difference looking like? It's probably with these creeps, it's going to be at least half a level advantage here already for Lorinoff in this 3 minutes. And definitely looking to be what you say. You know, all 3 lanes, the CSing looking pretty nice here for Nigma Galaxy. Top, Divide could be in trouble. Gonna try and get aggressive onto the Enigma. They'll take him out. First blood for Shigetsu. They're gonna find Omar on top of it. So getting the 2 kills on that top lane. What went wrong there for Nigma Galaxy? Because I imagine this is something that shouldn't really happen, right? With this set.
Yeah, I think Enigma needed to be level 3 for this kind of a play because the damage increases significantly. The Eidolon damage goes from 16 to 28. That's a 12 increase, and if you have 6 Eidolons, that's a lot. Like, I think they get double kill if he is level 3. You don't care too much about the magic resistance that they have, but Divide.
They're going on him again.
Immediately getting initiated on.
Or if he dies here without TP, this is very rough. He's dead again. This lane that he was having great farming has gone kind of 100 to 0 in a few seconds, it feels like. This is not good news for Nigma Galaxy's offlane.
Oof, a mistake that turns into another mistake, not respecting the amount of damage that Drow Ranger can do. And also, have in mind, this is a bit of a different build from Drow Rangers, what we're usually seeing. This is double raid band straight into treads. It's not Falcon Blade. She does have extra bit of a move speed.
Is this another one, Omar? Another kill for this. My goodness, this top lane Lacoste, this honestly probably couldn't be going worse for Nigma Galaxy. This is not great.
I mean, we were talking about mid being not great, not terrible, but this looks pretty terrible. Yeah, Divide completely jungling right now. Doesn't want to show in the lane up until the point where the lane is going to be pushed.
On bottom cemetery, he will go down. So, Samael, he'll be able to find himself some action. There we go. Yeah.
All right, this is the confirmation that we needed. We were focusing on the other lanes because there was so much going on.
See mid. Omar has to come across. Has to keep Lorinoff fine here. Hakoda did come over with the rotation. I mean, yeah, because everything that's going on elsewhere, Samael having complete free farm on the safe lane as the lone druid. And on top of that now, getting that kill. But yeah, the free farm and the gold lead is going to be massive for Shigetsu in terms of the difference between him and the core is at plus 500 already 5 minutes in because of those 2 kills that he's able to get involved in. There is top lane, a very scary place for anyone to turn up to. Over in the river. Looking for GH Cemetery, but nothing else to throw out on towards him. And Lorinoff, he's got a Viper Strike at the ready. Cemetery's going to go for the TP out. Snowball's not going to connect in time, so Cemetery will be able to tank the Viper Strike and get out.
Nicely done. Immediately TPing out, knowing that they have no vision. And GH also using quite a lot of mana there. 175 mana for both spells, not getting the connection, slightly off the mark. But as you said, Shigetsu, he's in the top lane, level 6 right now on a Drow Ranger with 2 raid bands, making sure that he is keeping the distance. I really like this build. It gave them a kill, it gave them another kill, and completely pushed out the Nigma out of the lane. And going for the Hurricane Pike, because he wants to keep the distance away. It's great against Tusk. You can't be blocked off. We saw Invoker yesterday. It was Rain who did pick it up, how much value he got from the item. And this one, it's probably the best item you can buy early on.
Samael, he's going to look to mess around with him around the Wisdom. Has Omar with him. But yep, doesn't quite have the 6. Roll 4 from Rain, though. Rain comes in with a rotation straight on towards Samael. Samael's in trouble. They will bring down the bat, but it costs Samael his life. Snowball over towards Batyuk. He'll swashbuckle, get the Rolling Thunder off now that he's hit the 6. So Batyuk, he's going to be fine. Omar won't be able to whip the Rolling Thunder. Batyuk comes in, finishes Omar off, gets the double kill. And Rain, he was able to finish off the job and get G8. So trying for a bit of a risky move there coming over to the Wisdom. And Yellow Submarine, they deal with Nigma Galaxy and push him back.
I also think this fight is different if Sumail has a point in true form. If he, I mean, he was level 6 prior to this. You get 10 armor against Pango. It's super effective, and you get extra 500 HP. I think they win that fight if he has point in true form. And then Batyuk, again, we go back to these smaller items. He did have Belt of Giant Strength. He did have an extra branch, which does make a difference when it comes down to tankiness. Nigma Galaxy, with the lane setup that they did have, they were supposed to win all of their lanes, but never really happened. Some really nice moves, and also maybe not respecting rotation that could come out from the Earth Spirit.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. Well, Hakoda's going to get a bit of a nasty surprise there. Lorenoff and Omar were waiting on the high ground for him.
Yeah, I had to double
yeah.
check. Nigma Galaxy, they didn't play against Earth Spirit yet in the qualifiers.
Oh, really? Because we have seen a bit here and there, but none of their series.
Yeah. No, they haven't
rare.
played against it. Maybe underestimating what the hero can do. I'm pretty sure that they watched the replays, but also it's a bit of a newer trend that people did start to pick up in the qualifiers.
Top lane. Shigetsu continuing to go uninterrupted. Sumail, they're looking for him. And we'll get the silence and the slow. It's a little bit too much of a dive, or maybe it isn't. Batyuk still wants to go. He's in with the Rolling Thunder. TP backup coming in to help Sumail out, but they've got backup as well on Yellow Submarine. Shigetsu turns up. Sumail has to run. The bear, it's going to die, and that will kill Sumail. Lorenoff also in trouble as he's surrounded under the tower. He'll bring a couple of heroes down with him, Lorenoff, but it's going to be 4 dead on Nigma Galaxy. I mean, excellent moves there through the Twin Gate from Shigetsu, and just realizing they could just dive the Lone Druid at this point, bring in the numbers, and punish Nigma Galaxy hard there in the safe lane.
Even with the true form this time, it looked like he was going to survive, but it wasn't enough tankiness. Shigetsu, he makes the move. He's involved in 8 out of 11 kills. Davai, not ready to join with the rest of the team. Didn't have enough mana to TP and use the black hole. I mean, with him TPing in, with no boots of speed or anything, he's just a free food, but needs to have quite a lot of mana because you are relatively mana dependent early on. You are spamming out your spells. Black hole also pretty expensive, 300 mana for it. Immediately, Davai, he understands, like, I need something. Need some kind of mana regen, bring the clarity. I see 1 null talisman in his quick buy. Yellow Submarine, that's why we said it might not be the easiest matchup for Nigma Galaxy.
No, absolutely not, yeah. These guys have given us some very impressive showings on the run so far in the qualifiers. So Nigma Galaxy, as you can see, with the challenge today on this final step towards the International. See top, and not really a place where Davai and GH can get aggressive. I've got the 3 of them on Yellow Submarine ready. They are bringing in more Nigma Galaxy, both Lorenoff and Omar looking to join top. See if they can get their hands on anyone from Yellow Submarine.
You're too noisy to live.
Yeah, it seems like they know. They know something is up. Shigetsu immediately goes back. This smoke, not really doing much. Both supports on Nigma Galaxy, level 5. You would definitely love to have that Wheel of Wonder available.
Oh, they just can't get their hands on anyone. Yellow Submarine are holding back. I mean, GH is trying to see if he can get some sort of catch onto Cemetery, but Yellow Submarine continue to be smart about that. This is a lot of time from Nigma Galaxy up here.
It is. It is. They haven't managed to find anything, and now Rain, lowest net worth core except for Enigma. GH, he's gonna drop. But gotta respect TP rotation from Rain. Level 9 on him. Having Spirit Vessel, having Arcane Rune in the bottle. In the next few minutes, it might not look very happy place for Nigma Galaxy. Rain, well, unless they can land some Wheel of Wonder, unless they can land a black hole onto 2-3 people, otherwise it does look pretty grim for them. We've been talking about some of these lineups slowly brewing in terms of when they're going to be able to explode. And this Earth Spirit, they're going to smoke up. They want to use this opportunity with your Arcane Rune, find the big kill.
Oh, yeah. Because that's the thing, right? At the moment, sure, Lorinov is still ahead on the gold, but in terms of what the Viper offers in that position compared to this Earth Spirit, you probably got to favor what this Earth Spirit can do, right? It's going to be able to get the setup there with the help of Hakoda's Fiend Script onto GH. Another kill here for the mid Earth Spirit. 3-0-4 after laning against the Lorinov Viper. Now, Rain very much showing why he had the confidence to pick that up into a matchup that maybe other Earth Spirit players wouldn't dare to do.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Yeah, did a lot. Managed to get some nice ganks going. Managed to secure the rain rune for his teammates on the side. Didn't even pick it up. Bye. Continues to farm up. Does have a blink dagger. He was toying with the idea of maybe getting something else, but does have a blink, does have a shard and a BKB in his quick buy. There are multiple ways of stopping his BKB black hole from going off, however. Fiend's Grip being one of the biggest ones. Lasso, if he doesn't use it on himself. Rain, still looking for something. But Yuk with the freshly bought Diffusal Blade. Rolling Thunder is available.
That's tier 1 going down. Nice and early to the push of Shigetsu. Lorinov will be able to get the deny at least. Limit some of the gains there for Yellow Submarine. And then so for Nigma Galaxy, I feel like it's because it's literally banned like every game. We just do not get to see Lone Druid games recently. What are sort of the timings that Samel is going to be looking for? Like when does, well, obviously not the main hero because that's just kind of not what it does. The bear is the one that's turning up. But when does the bear start to turn up with the team?
I think he needs to play with the team. Otherwise, they don't have the damage. Two supports are pretty lackluster in terms of how much damage they can deal. So is Enigma. Viper needs some kind of a setup. It's not a playmaking hero by any means. So probably going to wait until they make a move and then he's going to join. Mjolnir is finished. It's a lot of procs. It's coming on the courier.
Also, this might be a really stupid question, but again, I'm going to blame it on the fact we don't see a lot of Lone Druid. Is this how you do it? You don't put the items on the bear, you keep them on the hero?
This is what I've seen from recently on Lone Druids.
So far, so good. Samel is getting a very good pace of farm. But because is there a point where he's going to put the items on the bear? Or you do that when he has the Aghanims? I guess
probably when he picks up the Ags, yeah.
When you get the Ags, then you start playing with the bear split.
Yeah.
But for now, I imagine because you have slightly higher attack speed right on the hero, so you're getting faster procs, faster farm.
Yeah, double sandwich pretty much.
Yeah, they've got the wheel down.
Galaxy, they're isolated on the other side.
And Rain, he's going to roll over straight away towards Omar. They get the lasso off. Will kill Cemetery, but the Fiend Script's there to lock down GH. So GH and Omar likely to both fall. So 2 for 1, favoring Yellow Submarine. Smail gonna look towards Hakoda. He's trying to turn up to the fight, but the Rolling Thunder comes in. Lorinov should be able to help a little bit, but he's caught by this very nice angle of Batyuk with the Rolling Thunder. Device turned up, and they'll use that to just get out. They respect the fact that the Enigma's there. They don't want to get caught in a black hole, so Yellow Submarine, they'll fall back when they see all 3 of Nigma Galaxy's cores show.
A bit of a weird angle, because they got, as I said, like sandwiched in between them, and then they made a move, the smoke broke, so they had to take the fight, and the rest of Nigma Galaxy, they were unable to connect. We were yet to see Devi getting involved with his black hole. Blinks in, Midnight Pulse, but that's about it, showing his Blink Dagger as well.
Omar. Rain's gonna go on this. Rolls in. We'll have a Viper Strike thrown down his way. They'll drop the black hole as well. Make sure that Rain can't escape. A high value kill, and no worries dropping a black hole for that. It's a difficult game for Devi to get off a good black hole in a team fight with the amount of interrupts they have before he has to BKB. So just using that, make sure that they get the kill on the Earth Spirit.
He thought he was tanky enough with Regeneration Rune, but yeah, against Viper, against Enigma with the black hole, who I think it's a correct choice to use it there, get it out of the system for now, show that you're gonna also, you want to be able to use it to grab the kill. And now I think there is a chance that they go for Roshan because they have the damage on, unless they want to get a pick off first. But Yuk, he's high level, level 14 on this Bango. He's higher level than anyone on Nigma Galaxy.
Oh, that's pretty crazy. I mean, yeah, last time he was doing it in the gold, this time he's doing it in the XP. Just being at the top of the charts. Like, he's always doing something here on his Pango. This looks very, very good. And into the pit they go. This will very likely not be interrupted by Nigma Galaxy. Yellow Submarine getting the freedom to take this.
Yeah, it's on cooldown, so they can use this opportunity. That's their big team fighting ulti. Shigetsu will pick it up. So far, pretty perfect game for Shigetsu. He was all over the place, dominating that lane, joining in some of these engagements, playing with the team, going through the twin gates, backstabbing, going to the mid lane, securing that tower. It did get denied, but showing how well he understands where he needs to be. And also itemization-wise, I already praised it. Now getting the Manta style, great against Viper, great against Malefice, these daggers, Root.
Top Cemetery looking very dead there to the push of the Eidolons. Shigetsu will be able to turn up and get a quick plus 100 there in return. So not going away empty-handed there, Yellow Submarine. Aghanim's done for Batyuk. In terms of the Aghanims for Sumail, just 1,000 gold off the point booster. And he'll have that.
This is where the fun starts. You don't have to play Dota. You can just be anywhere on the map, farming with the hero closest camp to your safe spot on the map, and the bear is going to do the rest.
Yeah, it's a close start here between the teams. Only 1k gold difference. But, yeah, as you were saying earlier, definitely feels much more like Yellow Submarine are in a position to find a team fight that could really blow that lead open. They're on the hunt. Let's look to see who they find down here.
Radiant are scanning.
And how prepared Nigma Galaxy are for this sort of play. Avoiding it pretty nicely, Nigma Galaxy. Completely out of this area. So it looks like this time it's going to be Yellow Submarine ending up having their time wasted with the smoke. They can at least turn it into a Tormentor. Sweeping the area, making sure no one was around, didn't find a kill, but they will find a Tormentor. So, end of the day, does not get put to waste. They get themselves the shard. It's going to go the way of Cemetery.
Two supports with like relatively bad shards. It is nothing crazy. Bane has Brain Sap, AoE Brain. It's cool, but it's not a pop. You're not going to be pushing out the waves or anything the like. You're really not getting the value out of it compared to some like higher tier shards that you could be getting from position 4.
Right.
Are going to drop the ulti.
Has to do so to try and stop this Earth Spirit from chasing him down with these rocks, and will at least live for it. Stopping Rain from being able to chase on and continue to keep the magnetize going.
And now Sumail, all the items are on the bear.
There's the timing.
He is ready to go.
Yeah. So this is where we start to see the Lone Druid do the Lone Druid stuff.
Radiant's top tower.
Let's see if Yellow Submarine can deal with this.
Yeah, the question is, can you punish it? Batrider being one of the better heroes to hunt them down on the side, I would say. Damage from Earth Spirit, it needs time. It's a damage over time, not something that you want to be getting. I also think once Shigetsu picks up his Shadow Blade, that's going to be the time where he can also try to hunt down the bear, play with one extra support, and be able to kill it. Because damage from the Drow Ranger, it gets pretty nuts. Level 16, holding the Aegis for another minute and a half. They would definitely love to grab a fight, especially with Batyuk's freshly bought Aghanim Scepter. Still haven't seen it in action. And this guy just farms so fast. He almost has another Blink there. He almost has another item. Just finish off that Aghanims.
Yeah, they're getting a lot online on Yellow Submarine.
Sumail gets the tower. Here we go.
Oh, Wisdom's available. He can get the Wisdom. Oh! He didn't want it. I guess he just didn't think it would still be there?
Yeah, probably. It's been 50 seconds, but...
Has been a minute. And, yeah, looks like the team made the call that they need him to come and help out in the mid lane. They're going to get the jump on Shigetsu. Should be able to take the Aegis out of his hands. We'll catch him with the fear. It's him that wants to fight. Doesn't need to drop the black hole yet. It's just going to be the Earth Spirit going down.
He got trapped.
See round 2.
He's in.
And Shigetsu is going to get a nice gust on towards them, keeping the bear held back. The bear chasing forward, but the Fiend's Grip comes in from Hakoda, will lock down Sumail's bear so that Shigetsu can continue to run. Cemetery will get denied by a neutral creep. The rest of Yellow Submarine continue to try and get out of it. Sumail finds the route, though, onto Hakoda's, as Hakoda will fall. GH is still hunting to see if he could find Shigetsu, but Shigetsu able to make it back to the safety of the base. Nigma Galaxy striking hard into that Aegis, not afraid to take the fight, and they take it well. Sure, they don't get the Drow the next time round after the Aegis, but they get the 3 heroes they're able to take there, Nigma Galaxy.
And also baiting some of the spells. Bane forced to use Fiend's Grip on the bear, not something that you want to be seeing in a fight, even though he is the most farm hero in the game. All of that network is centered around the summoned bear, not the hero. But still, it shows how well they managed to take that fight, especially with Enigma not even using the black hole. I think that's the big one. For the next fight, Davai is going to have BKB available. Even though there are abilities that go through debuff immunity, I think the fight's going to be pretty chaotic. It needs to be Hakoda who stops the black hole, because I don't think Cemetery and Batrider is going to be able to do it.
A little brief pause here. Headset for Omar. We're definitely getting quite the treat of a game already. I always love to see a game at 23 or 20-minute mark that's still less than 1 kick off between them. That's what we like to see. It's all going to kick off here soon between these two. Everyone is getting to make the start. I mean, in all seriousness, would you say as well, with these 2 drafts in this position, both teams are indeed kind of okay? There's not like a lineup that needed to be further ahead, or a lineup that hasn't been punished for the greed. Like, would you say it's 50-50, or do you think someone is kind of getting away with something that they might have been punished for in these 5
I think it's pretty even. I think with the draft, I did favor heavily what Nigma Galaxy does have. I think they misplayed in the lanes. Yellow Submarine overperforming as well. This top lane kind of dumpstered them. It got out of control pretty quickly. One of the reasons why they were able to do so much in the first 15-20 minutes. But Nigma Galaxy managed to stabilize, and any lineup with the Lone Druid, Enigma, it's going to be able to scale. Supports not going to be scaling as much, because both of these are defensive supports. They are going to be keeping the distance, compared to maybe Batrider, who's going to start to scale slightly more with the items that he's getting, becoming like a semi-core, another core, 40-50 minutes into the game. If he manages to get good farm without dying, getting the BKB for himself, getting Aghanim Scepter maybe for the double pull. And Earth Spirit, it's a strong hero, but it's not a hero that wants to be just sitting there and farming. So I feel like it's on Yellow Submarine to try to make a move, while Nigma Galaxy, they're totally fine with just sitting, farming, waiting until maybe Yellow Submarine makes a move, and then counter-reacting to that, because they also have 2 defensive supports which are not very good at setting things up. Nader is Enigma, Nader is Viper. So right now, they're pretty chilling. They're just waiting until Yellow Submarine makes a move.
See the build this game at the moment queued up by Rain on his Earth Spirit. It's going to be this BKB straight into Bloodstone. Where do you sort of see Bloodstone at the moment? Do you think this item's pretty strong? Do you think it's underbought, overbought? Where would you sort of put Bloodstone right now?
It feels really good on certain heroes, on Ember Spirit, when we changed the item. I think we were seeing Batrider at the time from the offlane looked very, very strong, so people were buying it on the offlane Batrider. I feel like it's very situational. Not many heroes do want to buy this. It's like 3-4 heroes maybe that can buy it, and it feels good. Other than that, it's kind of mediocre.
We'll see how much it does for Rain, keeping him alive in these fights if he commits for that next after the BKB. So moments pass, Sumail's farm continues to just skyrocket. The earlier parts was trying to keep up with the Drow, but now the Drow's trying to keep up with him. Sumail on track to have a very good timing on this Silver Edge that he's looking for the bear next after the Mjolnir Aghanims.
And as we said, Yellow Submarine, they are looking for something. Nigma Galaxy,
they want to fight,
they're keeping the tight formation, making sure that not many things are gonna go badly. You see GH, he's playing behind the bear. Omar, he's playing behind Davai, the 1-2 combo that they have 2 supports, just playing behind them, and you see Viper using Nether Toxin, immediately going back, understanding that they don't need to take the fight. I really love this formation that they're playing right now.
Cemetery. Towards Lorinov. Lorinov turning with the Viper strike. They're still going to commit towards the tier 2 tower here, Yellow Submarine. Rolling forward underneath, they'll find Omar. That's going to be the Ringmaster dead. Divide comes in from the side, drops the black hole out. Actually catch the 2 of them as Batya gets caught in it as well at the side. Big kills here for Nigma Galaxy, dealing very nicely with these attempts that Yellow Submarine are coming at them with. They just casually turn up and they deal with the pressure. Now, Yellow Submarine trying to poke a little too long around that tier 2. Devi's able to just turn up, lay down a black hole, and set up to ensure that they don't just get the 2 supports. They get 2 big core kills, taking down both Shigetsu and Batyuk.
Yeah, it sucks in Batyuk as well. I think he walked in, kinda. But, yeah, the power of their lineup, because you have 2 supports who do have saving capabilities. You have Viper, who's naturally tanky. Same goes for the Bear. It allows your Enigma to pick and choose the targets. It's not like you need to be the initiator of the team, because the fights are going to be pretty chaotic. You're going to need to show where the heroes are standing, which does allow Dawai to get the jump. And again, it needs to be Hakoda stopping that black hole with the Fiend's Grip. Otherwise, it's not going to work out. He also wanted to pull himself inside the base, which sounds like a cute play, but he's dead anyway. And now, 3k gold lead for Nigma Galaxy. Definitely feels more, in my opinion. I would say this is 7,000-8,000 lead for Nigma Galaxy, considering everything at the moment. Samael finds him with the Bear.
Oh, they got the punch as well. They have the control. Looking for Rain. Rain will get the BKB off. They got the lasso down onto GH. They'll kill off the Tusk and should be able to take down the Bear here with the damage from Shigetsu. So this time, Yellow Submarine able to deal with what Nigma Galaxy send their way. I mean, considering the Roche, do they have... I mean, if Shigetsu wants to go for it, they could try. It's not
Black Hole's
super
still on
easy,
cooldown.
but... Yeah, they're going to try and get this.
Not bad. They have more than enough damage. Extra minus armor from Lucky Shot. Roar. Let's see. Nigma Galaxy, I don't think they're going to let this one go. Even with the black hole and cooldown, they can try to poke, delay until black hole's back online. Samael sending out the Bear.
Oh, and straining onto the bat. Cemetery gets absolutely destroyed. There'll be a buyback immediately from him. Roshan getting low. They'll send the Bear in. Are they able to get the pickup? Aegis is going to get denied by Samael. Nobody could pick it up as the Aegis gone. And now, Yellow Submarine, what do they want to do? Look at Lorinov, but he has the BKB. Davai gets caught on the low ground. Actually gets knocked up to the high ground there. He says, thanks for the Rolling Thunder there. Davai kind of getting saved as he gets up to the high ground, able to get the BKB and the blink off. But Yellow Submarine, they get the kill on the Roche, but couldn't manage to pick that Aegis up. Samael sends the Bear in, and he's able to deny it.
And he also picked up Roshan's banner. That's
did he got the banner?
Roche. He got the banner as well. Pretty massive. 5k gold lead for Nigma Galaxy. Buyback from Cemetery as well. You can definitely feel maybe some of the nerves kicking in for Yellow Submarine. Lasso. Omar with the box. Doesn't seem like it's going to be enough. Sound's still going to connect even through the box.
They really wanted that Aegis for the tempo that they wanted to start running at these tier 2s. Yellow Submarine gets taken away from them. Samael, he'll have the Bear back up now.
Are fortified.
Can continue to hold this top spot on the farm as the lone druid. Yellow Submarine not being able to slow him down right now.
Has been denied.
I also like what Lorinov has in his quick buy, going for Blink Dagger. Wants to be able to close the gap, jump on top of this Drow Ranger, use Viper Strike. With 10 talent, it lasts for 7 seconds. Being able to break her precision aura, break her marksmanship, it's just very, very effective. And she can't really stand her ground and fight anymore. Will probably have to use Hurricane Pike. Manta Style is a very good item against Viper. A lot of the times people even opt to go for Manta instead of Lincolns because Lincolns can still be procced, but with Manta Style, you can dodge the Viper Strike. So we'll see if Shigetsu is going to be able to do it because that's exactly what the Viper wants to do. 700 gold away.
Is under attack.
Flanking from a different side. Scan does connect. They see Hakoda. Oh. That's no good. They want to take him out quickly. Blinks out.
All right, we'll get away a little deeper into the trees. Nigma Galaxy, though, they're hunting. Get the lasso off. The wheel's going to get dropped down. Lorinov, he's got the shield bridge, so incredibly tanky, able to put the BKB and just stay on top of the Drow. He's running Shigetsu out of the fight. Fiend's Grip will get put to a stop as the Bane dies. Devi, he's still alive. Should take out to the Magnetize, but he was able to draw away enough attention that it took so much time to take him down that by the time Devi was dead, Yellow Submarine had nothing else left to fight with. They get cleaned up. Sumail getting the double kill. Another fight here in Nigma Galaxy's favor. The Yellow Submarine are kind of getting caught in. They wanted to get aggressive getting onto Nigma Galaxy's side of the map, but that wraparound certainly meant that they kind of fell into full panic mode in that fight.
That's a massive problem. Like, who do you even focus? Because you are taking out the support immediately, but they have many ways of saving people. GH also is going to be buying back straight away. And Drow Ranger, as we said, one of the reasons why Lorinov is going for that Blink Dagger is that he can blink in on top of Drow Ranger and get it out of the get her out of the fight. And this time around, she dealt, I think, 300 or 400 damage only. She's unable to fight this. GH and the Bear, they are hunting on the other side at the moment.
Yeah, they've been looking for a few moves like this together. And soon it'll be easier for Sumail to do so with the Bear. The BKB is going to be on the way out. It's a Silver Edge done before she gets it. Nigma Galaxy starting to make this lead that much more secure. Around 3 very strong cores. This is not going to get easier for Rain to kind of play his part in the team fight. As the cause of Nigma Galaxy build towards just being able to deal with this damage output that the Earth Spirit needs to find. And Sumail on the hunt it. Seeing what information he can find for the team.
What a hero still. Sends it into the enemy territory.
Oh, and not able to stop it. Back out
I think
to
it's
safety.
worth it to potentially use Lasso. It's not that long over cooldown, 75 seconds. We have nerfed it. Now you are, or like buffed the experience that you are getting from the Spirit Bear once you kill it.
Definitely so far so good here for Sumail. Surprising them here with this Lone Druid pick from himself, as I say. It's been years since we saw him play it last in professional. And even back then, this was not something that he would do often. Sure, back then it was on the mid, so also just in a different capacity. So far, so good. Looks like he's able to kind of use the hero to its maximum potential. Top net worth. And definitely going to be a huge problem for Yellow Submarine to deal with down the line at this point. They haven't managed to slow down this Lone Druid whatsoever.
Another Tormentor. Bane could potentially get it. And he will. Again, it's more about the gold rather than him having that shard. Same goes for Batrider. Rain needs to go back. Both teams using scan. One scan connected.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I think Cemetery needs to play like this. He needs to go for the extra wave, try to cut it, to play a bit of a riskier than usual on a position 4. You are playing against Lone Druid with Shadow Blade, so you can get caught relatively easy, but I feel like he needs to do it. Try to buy a little bit more time. Drow Ranger getting relatively close to her Butterfly. That's going to be the big timing. One of the biggest damage increase items in the game for Drow.
the bottom wave, pushing in Nigma Galaxy. Looking to set up. Take this Wisdom. Snail in position by his own, so should be both Wisdoms here going to Nigma Galaxy. Yellow Submarine not quite able to contest them. See Rain and Cemetery moving over towards the top. Samel, he's got his eyes on Rain.
He saw him, caught a glimpse of him.
He's got the setup, the wheels down, the whip turning him towards it. Not a chance for Rain. Very nice setup from the two supports.
I assume Lone Druid's still broken. Like, no matter... It's
probably going to get banned next game for the 60th
probably.
time. This qualifiers was pretty much banned every. I think it must have been. It must have been banned every game, apart from the one game that Nigma Galaxy led it through and beat it, and apart from this one game where someone led it through for Nigma Galaxy, they pick it, and at the looks of it, are set pretty well to getting the win.
Yeah, during Wallachia, when it was the most broken hero, teams were still letting him go through and trying to beat it, but the hero was... it's kind of the same concept. Some things have been changed, but I don't think it's enough. I feel this Aghanim Scepter, we need to be able to do something about it, whether like him dealing the less damage, the further away he moves away from the... or put a cap on range where he can attack, because having this globally just doesn't seem right. You're never in danger as a hero. He has 2 deaths. He did die that one time near the XP shrine, and then die one more time, but that's about it. And look where he's steeping from. He's steeping from the bottom part near his gates to the top part to his tier 2 tower, and that's where he's farming, because he doesn't have to contribute anything other than send out his bear. Still getting a decent amount of gold on the other side of the map.
Yeah, it does. It is one of those heroes that at a certain point is like, well, what do you do? Like, what is the correct play right now for Yellow Submarine against the Lone Druid? Like, what do you do?
I don't know if you want me to answer the question. Just kill the bear, I guess. That's the only way. Like, try to punish it.
Yeah, it's something, but then he resummons it, and then he's gonna go farm somewhere else, and then you kill the bear again. But obviously, you're not getting anything the same as a hero would be with that sort of farm. And obviously
I think the way to balance it is every single time it dies, it should be giving away more gold, or has to be some kind of a downside to him chain feeding the bear and still getting a lot done. He did resummon the bear. It's back up again in a minute and 30 seconds. Abyssal Blade now completed. Now it's going to be even more difficult for them to deal with it. Shadow Blade, aka Silver Edge, into Abyssal Blade. Mjolnir procs another bash because of his insane attack speed. Supports, they need to hug their cores, otherwise they're going to die.
Mid. Clean setup here once again between the two of them. A Nightmare will come out, won't save Batchuk. Omar and GH been setting up some very nice plays here with the punch into the Wheel of Wonder, Tame the Beast combo.
Radiant are scanning.
This is looking increasingly difficult for Yellow Submarine. Nigma Galaxy in a very nice spot here around Samel's Lone Druid. They'll try for the lasso, but Samel turns with the bear and pretty much immediately kills off this bat. They'll look towards the Spirit. He's going to get caught by the root through the BKB, tries to roll away, cannot escape this bear. Samel.
Roshan is up. They're just going to grab it. Samel on the other side. See you later. Still farming in the same area while Bear is doing the thing. Quick reactions as well from Moronov. He gets the BKB off immediately, even though maybe it was not even necessary, but shows how good of a player he is. He was sitting underneath that Observer Ward. They get the jump. Immediate save coming out from the support. GH ready with the Snowball. If he's not fast enough, you have another support. You have Omar with the Blink Dagger, with the Escape Dac if necessary. I feel like Shigetsu, he hasn't been able to deal damage in the last 15 minutes of this game. I think his damage would be less than 1.5k total. He did own the early stages of the game played it correctly, but at one point, it just isn't enough. Lone Druid going for the high ground.
Dire structures are fortified.
And what do? How easily can you stop this push and lead this to turning this game around? And yeah, Nigma Galaxy with a firm hold right now on this game one. And as I say, you got to respect it, you know, which isn't something you'd always say about these teams that pick Lone Druid. But again, because they left this in because they thought that Sumail weren't going to play it. And he said, yes, I will. And he's playing it very, very well.
4 years ago, ready to play it again. Sumail's that type of a player where he needs, like, maybe other players need 15, 20 games to get into the groove of things. He plays, like, 3 games. He's ready to go.
He's ready to go. Honestly, I said I'm genuinely interested in how much he's been playing it in scrims and pubs. Because I'd agree with you on that. I think, you know, Sumail indeed is the player that does not need many games on any of these heroes to just understand it and be ready to run it in a pro game. Sumail, talking about him, he'll get the bear on top of Shigetsu. They'll try and get the drow away from the bear, but Sumail has the bear on top of the drow. That's going to be Shigetsu dead. It's going to buy back straight away. The black hole comes in from Divide, will be put to a stop. Should be able to kill Divide. Can they get something more from this? They'll get the catch on towards the Viper. That's lowering off down once. Go for a second time. Oh, Batyuk. He jumps in, but the bear's still here. The bear turns, takes out Batyuk. There'll be another buyback coming in. They want to try and stop the bear getting out. They will. So we'll be able to put an end to the bear. So it cost them a couple of buybacks here, but they do punch back pretty hard, taking out GH, putting a stop to the push. As I say, you have to use the carry buyback. It's an expensive buyback, but it does push back Nigma Galaxy.
Yeah, they got some good kills, good XP out of it. Draw Ranger hit level 25, 2 multi-shot extra waves, 10,000 damage coming out from her. She needs some kind of a help. She does have Hurricane Pike of her own, maybe Nightmare Save, maybe another Force Staff from the Batrider. But also, gotta be aware now, Batrider does have Aghanim Scepter, so will be much easier for him to get that fight. Even through the BKB, this Viper Strike completely ruins him with the Abyssal Blade and then Black Hole. Not sure what it did connect. It did connect onto 2 of them, actually. It does use Refresher, uses it again on Pango, but Pango is on top of him, and his BKB duration did run out. Can't refresh items anymore, unfortunately. Would probably be a slightly different fight if he manages to kill off the Pango. But as you said, very expensive buyback on Draw Ranger. She is the damage dealer. If they can manage to kill her one more time, this could be potentially the end of the game.
It probably will be, because of this bear. No, Sumail will easily destroy the majority of this base if there is no drow ready to defend against it. So, Yellow Submarine have to be very cautious in these next moments. Maybe to the point of just trying not to get involved in any action until that buyback's back online for the drow. Might be a bit too spooky. Depends how much of a risk they want to take.
Shigetsu even picks up that Lincoln Sphere. We were talking about what are the counters to Viper, who does have Blink Dagger. He has one job. I think Manta style is enough, but maybe you're forced in a situation where you need to use Manta for something else, so gotta keep that Manta just in case he's gonna be using Viper Strike. Now with the Lincoln Sphere, it's gonna be much easier. Level 26 on Drow Ranger, Pango about to crack level 25. Earth Spirit not there yet. Would definitely love to have Earth Spirit magnetizes himself. We are not seeing it often, but very, very strong talent. Roshan is dead. It's not going to be up for a while. And now Nigma Galaxy, they are looking for something. They're looking for a Drow Ranger, potentially.
Radiant are scanning.
Let's see. If anyone shows, Nigma Galaxy will not be afraid of jumping the base. Multiple ways to try and set up the dive play with those 4 blinks that they have between them.
I also like that Rain has Shard in his quick buy. Wants to have that upgraded pool on allies. Maybe thinking, maybe it's even Shigetsu who's saying it. I need something extra. I need to be pulled out of things, otherwise I die. Because right now I don't have buyback for 4.5 minutes, so Yellow Submarine, they're gonna be A-okay. Taking it slowly, not trying to risk anything.
Yeah, bad death here for Yellow Submarine could
Are scanning.
be the beginning of the end of this game. Nigma Galaxy trying to set up for anybody leaving the base, but at the moment, nobody falling for their traps. Staying on the high ground here, Rain.
I think one of the reasons why we are seeing Earth Spirit back is the BKB change. Like that BKB refresher, where in the late game you can't refresh your BKB. Some carriers they do build into Manta style, so Male just gets him, I guess.
Yeah,
and
the patience paid off. They were just waiting and waiting, and finally they got someone.
yeah, because his level 20 talent is also super strong, plus 30% magnetized damage and the duration. If you keep that going, you keep keep going in, keep replacing, and just feels very, very strong, especially with level 25 talent, and still yet to be there. With the next fight, if they manage to win it, he's gonna be 25.
Not going to be easy to win those fights, though. This bear out of control. Very close to kind of maximum power here. The bear can...
Not even close. There's still 5 slots available
Well,
on the
okay,
hero.
sure, between the 2 units, but the bear... Indeed, you know, Samel would say that, like, give me a sec, I'll get 12 slotted. Bear. It's going to go for the TP out, but they'll kill it here. So they will manage to kill the bear. With this roll forward, they have found Lorinov. Good magnetized connection from Rain. He's ready to go forward to try and finish this off, and they'll get the kill. Be a buyback coming in. They want to try and punish Rain. GH has got the punch up. The bear turns back up. Rain is gone, and Shigetsu, he's got to run. Oh, the dagger's going to slow him. Another one as well. But he will manage to force back up to the high ground to get away from them. Something there from Yellow Submarine. They're actually able to chase out the base, get a decent kill, killing off the Viper, but it does cost them Rain's life. And sure, they took down the bear, but the resummon was ready, so Samel can keep the pressure on.
Dark Ranger still deals a lot of damage. From the high ground, like, it's one of the best heroes to defend the high ground with, especially if you can't close the gap. They have some gap closers. Devi needs to be patient. So far, he has been very patient, not using these black holes for nothing. And there's another item on Lone Druid.
Right.
AC completed.
Yeah, that's on top of the eating the Aghanims.
Yeah, still 2 moon shards, 5-6
True.
more slots. Needs another 40,000 gold to complete Exodia build.
Shigetsu. He really wants to try and find somewhere to farm outside of the map, but it's so terrifying for Yellow Submarine to send anybody outside of their high ground. What's this bear's about? Oh, GH is going to get the connection onto Batyuk. He's got the setup. They'll come in with a nightmare. They have to lasso one of the 2 of them, but Batyuk still dies. They couldn't save him. Samel in with the bear. It will take the bear out. Not enough damage at the moment for Shigetsu to bring the bear down. So Samel getting in, getting the kill, keeping the bear alive, keeping it safe.
Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, they're doing some decent damage onto melee barracks. Devi. We saw one game yesterday or the day before where we actually saw a split push. 3 different lanes, not something that happens in Dota in the last 5 years, even more. Like back in the days, it was very popular if you couldn't push, but now it is punished way more, especially with these jumpers that they have. Banner has been planted. He's going in, forcing even the glyph. Shard on Viper. Lone Druid going to the top lane. Samel with another bear. He could be on a cooldown, but he's going for the buildings.
Oh, yeah,
Tower
look at the damage.
gone.
There you go. Look at the bear go.
And another split push situation. Levi chipping with his Eidolons in the bottom lane. Mid lane, Banner has been killed finally.
And they can look for the Roche now. They've shoved all the waves in pretty nicely, Nigma Galaxy, so space is here to go into the pit. Take the Roche down. It is about to move in 5 seconds, so they will not be doing it in this pit. And actually, let's go for control with the shards. Actually, no, they probably can keep it locked down. They've got good stuns. He's going to start to get on the move now, but they've cleaned him up before he can leave the pit. They have that much damage and interrupt with the control to take that Aegis.
They will need to take the fight. They will need to go in. Drow Ranger.
Yep.
She does have 8,000 gold. I want to see if that's going to be Aghanim Scepter or Divine Rapier time. It might be Divine Rapier time. They need that explosive damage.
The slot situation ain't great. It's like, what are you taking out for it? I mean, probably the Lincolns, right? If you're going to be playing from the high ground anyway. Like, well, I guess it's hard. Like, the Lincoln's also necessary, though, because everyone's going to get jumped and just set up upon it. It's difficult to kind of find the slots. Like what do you replace? A very, very tricky spot for Shigetsu to be in.
It could be Manta style that he is going to be replacing.
Sure.
Pike, I think he needs it to keep the distance. Probably thinking what is necessary. He could potentially buy out Aghanim Scepter, but needs a little bit extra gold. So maybe saving for that one instead.
I mean, because what do you reckon? Would you go the Aghanim Scepter, or would you be getting in a Rapier in one of the slots in this position?
I think it might be Aghanim Scepter.
Just stick with the Ags.
Game,
okay.
Yeah. I think stick with the Ags because of the slot situation. If it was something like if he needed to replace his Shreds or if he needed to replace Falcon Blade, then it's definitely fine. Now, it's a bit trickier. And Sumail, look where he's sending out the bear. And these camps on the other side, trying to get a pick off, knowing that. I mean, he did punish Batyuk twice already. I also don't want to see a game where Drow Ranger has 10,000 gold and is losing the game because
you
did not
need to spend
the gold.
right. Yes, that does always kind of hurt. I mean, obviously it's difficult for Shigetsu to kind of get the courier out to the secret shop, but
yeah, that's what they
if
say.
If there is a window, he's got to go for it.
Gotta spend the money to earn money.
Yeah, 10k gold in the bank for Shigetsu. So, I mean, obviously,
it is Rapier time.
He's going for it.
Yeah, he bought it.
Where is it? Is it on the courier? Where is it?
It's coming on the courier from the enemy shop.
Let's have a look. They're going to look to try and take down the bear. Sumail's already killed off Batyuk, though, and he's now looking at Rain. They'll take the bear out once. Rain should be able to keep himself safe with the BKB. Where's the Rapier? Oh, yeah, it's coming up the top side of the map. Dude, I don't know what happened to it, but the courier did get hit once. It's on half health.
3 out of 6.
There we go. He's managed to make the delivery. Rapier's there, and indeed, you're absolutely right. Manta's going to be the lowest kind of tier item that he has because he is so stacked, so that will come out. The Rapier goes in. It's going to try and take down Lorinov. Lorinov's like, my goodness, this Drow's doing quite a lot of damage now.
Something's off, yeah.
They'll look to the bear. The bear, it's gone, and that did just get resummoned, right? So down for 80 seconds, the bear.
They got the melee barracks as well. They got the range barracks as well.
Yeah, that's true. The base does continue to kind of get taken away from them. But maybe Shigetsu, with this Rapier, can keep the game alive. Whether or not they can turn it and get the win, who knows? It's going to be very difficult, but they can definitely pull together quite the defense.
Because you already have 7,000 gold. If you lose Rapier, it's GG. He's going in. Goes Scepter. Hyper, you only got 2-shotted.
Ooh, Lorinov's trying to heal up. He will die. Rain didn't stand a chance. Still had the BKB on cooldown for 20 seconds when he got caught like that. Round 2, Shigetsu. He's got to be so careful. They're going to get him with the black hole, but there's this interrupt. They're going to stop it. Allow Shigetsu to step back. Turn with the damage. The bear's going to close in onto him. The Abyssal Blade on top of him. He'll slide backwards. He's shooting down the bear. The bear will fall, but he's solo Shigetsu. It's fine, though. He's able to get back to the fountain.
That's
going to live.
Buybacks.
It was a dieback on Rain. So whilst they will temporarily push Nigma Galaxy back, Nigma Galaxy know they've got a huge window now. 2 minutes where Yellow Submarine do not have their mid-earth spirit.
Drow Ranger, 8,000 gold. I think you just go all in. You buy that Aghanim Scepter as well. If
I
you
think you do,
die
right?
with
If you go-
Divine
yeah.
Rapier, you lose it.
Yep.
The game's kind of over anyway.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
10,000 damage in the previous fight.
Can Shigetsu do this? He's down. Yeah, they're down 40,000 gold at the moment here, 54 minutes in. If they turn this against Nigma Galaxy, it'll be one of the bigger turnarounds we've seen in this European qualifiers. Probably the biggest, actually, at 40,000. So quite the challenge ahead of them. They still have the full set of racks alive at the top, but very precariously. You know, if they kind of step away or get drawn out at the base for a moment, Sumail will destroy those barracks here with the bear. Of course, worth noting as well, he does have that refresher, so ready to get the easier resummons on the bear if necessary in these fights. Loronoff's going to pick up the MKB, so now very kitted out to make the aggressive blink and just throw everything onto the Drow, try and just pressure the Drow as much as possible. Shigetsu still not thinking about the Ags at all. He's actually queuing up the Swift Blink instead. So it seems like he doesn't seem to value it in this situation whatsoever then. So a little surprising. Yeah.
Yeah, because if they manage to burst these heroes, especially with Magnetize, the rest, if they're clumped up, they are going to explode.
Here comes the bear. Cemetery. He's going to get the lasso back onto the both of them. Shigetsu's going to try and back away. The Black Hole's going to catch him. He's in trouble. The bear's on top of it. Shigetsu's gone. The rapier hits the
Divine
deck.
Rapier on the bear.
Sumail able to grab it here as the lone druid. As this bear's got a rapier, Shigetsu with the buyback. He wants his rapier back. See if they can bring it down. The bear is getting healed up. He's going to try for the TP out, but Batyuk's in with the rolling thunder. The bear goes down.
He forced himself in.
He's going to go
He picked
forward.
it up.
The Eon Disc will
Shigetsu
protect
got
GH
it.
for now, but Shigetsu backs off with the multi-shot. Slides out of the fight. Now shoot down the banner. He's managed to reclaim his rapier. Rain, he's rolling in. He's super low. Snowball's coming his way. GH turns with a punch. That's going to be Rain dead for good again. Out for 100 seconds. As the bear's approaching, Shigetsu trying to run away from the bear. He'll turn here to bring it down. Buyback now comes in from Bat. GH looks for the punch. He's closed the gap on a Shigetsu. Fear on towards the Drow. Shigetsu's in trouble.
He's dead.
Loronos on top of him. It's over. GG is called. Nigma Galaxy will take game one. They try and put up a very strong fight to the end there, Yellow Submarine, but they could not deal with the lead that Nigma Galaxy built against them. And they could not deal with the lone druid. As I say, maybe catching them by surprise. They didn't ban it against Nigma Galaxy. And I can imagine that's not because they don't respect the power of the hero. It's because they just didn't think that Nigma Galaxy played it. Sumail, he turns up and shows that, yeah, he may only have 6 recorded games in competitive Dota with the lone druid, but he has absolutely been putting in the homework as the carry, you know, moving into this carry slot for Nigma Galaxy, and he knew he has to be able to play this hero because of how good it is now in case a team leaves it in the draft. And here we have him showing us he knows what he's doing. 17-2-12 on the lone druid. But I'll tell you what, game 2, that lone druid will not be game through again.
Oh,
It's
absolutely. It's gone. Even if it goes to game 3, they're not playing against this hero. They kind of messed it up. Maybe underestimating Sumail in general, that he can still play the hero. He is, has a couple of aces up his sleeve for sure. This is the guy. Like, this is Sumail we're talking about after all, and he delivered. He definitely delivered in this one. I gotta say, Divide, he was keeping the distance. He was not getting close to any fight, and also the split push situation, understanding that they could push to 3 different lanes, being very annoying. If they get the jump, they are going to punish them. And in the end, Batyuk, he got caught off multiple times, unable to just sit there in the back lines, be very disruptive for the supports. Never really happened in these mid and late game fights.
No. Very nicely done there by Nigma Galaxy. Just all became a bit too much for Yellow Submarine. Rain did try and take this risky move of still picking this melee hero into the Viper, and was able to have a pretty good game considering the lane outcome. Still ends up 10-9-12, but it was too much to deal with down the line. Loronoff, very nice scaling right-click build that he went for this game as the Viper, the Swift Blink, Skadi, MKB. We saw right up until the end. It just made sure that Shigetsu, as much as he tried to carry this as the Drow, go for these big items at the end with the Divine Rapier, didn't matter. This Viper just blinks on top of him. Viper striking with the MKB is just destroying the Drow Ranger. But all in all, something that I would say we would not normally be quick to give to a lone druid, but in this case, because it comes out as a little bit of a surprise, at least something that catches Yellow Submarine by surprise. Sumail showing that he has, he's got it ready, got it warmed up and ready to play this lone druid. And it absolutely smashes the game with it. 17, 2, and 12. As we said, this will not be showing its face again in this series. And, if Nigma Galaxy do win the series and go to TI, and if we don't get some sort of patch,
Nothing
things don't
changes
change.
if we don't get the patch, yeah.
Yeah, then Lone Druid nobody's going to let Sumail get the Lone Druid because he clearly, he's ready to go with it.
Yeah, he's definitely ready, and I want to see how the Yellow Submarine is going to be approaching the second game because it felt like a bit of a discrepancy between the two supports as well. What they were able to do, especially coming out from Bane. I think everybody wanted to counter Bane as well, and the teams are kind of finding some flaws as well in the laning stage, picking up these summoners. We're seeing Lycan getting banned as well, so I want to see what's going to happen in that second game.
Yeah, very much looking forward to it. We'll certainly see them give quite a fight because you could feel it this game, even though there was this overwhelming lone druid threat looming over them. If it wasn't for that, Yellow Submarine still had a lot of potential with their players, and we were definitely seeing what we've been seeing from them before. So game 2, things could change. Can't wait to see exactly what does change, and we won't have to wait for long. We're going to cut to a short break, and then we'll be back with game 2 of Yellow Submarine versus Nigma Galaxy.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Europe Regional Qualifiers for the International 2026. I'm ODPixel here with Lacoste, and we're getting ready for Game 2 now between Yellow Submarine and Nigma Galaxy. The draft has begun, so we'll be able to get that on your screens very, very shortly. Lacoste, Game 1, the Lone Druid gets let through. Samel shows why you probably should not let it through, even against a team that hasn't played it in years, because they might have been cooking something, and he happened. He turns up after a few years with this Lone Druid, looks better than ever. It's not going to get through here. Yellow Submarine, first phase, ban it. We're going to see a different game this time.
Yeah, different game, because this was... it's just a broken concept in terms of what the hero does once he picks up that Aghanim Scepter. You are not playing the typical Dota game anymore. You are playing a bit of a mini game as well, and then you get another upgrade. You are playing with the Shadow Blade, hunting down on the map. Again, I really like the formation from Nigma Galaxy, where they were keeping one saving support, one behind the bear, one behind the hero that was pushing in and maybe going for that extra wave, and then making sure that they are going to get out of the trouble safely. Nigma Galaxy picking up Drow Ranger for themselves. 2 games in a row. Straight up picking Samel's hero first, giving him priority.
I like it. Now this one, whilst there, of course, it's just not going to be a lot of record of Samel playing it. There's less kind of like always going to be able to do it because it's a Drow. Everybody can play the Drow at the top level. It doesn't matter if you're typically a carry player. Because looking at his stats, like Samel, for example, in particular, like he played Drow back in 2023, 2024, and then he did do one game 5 months ago on the Drow. It's one that it's not quite as like, with Lone Druid, it's like, you probably got to put some practice in. He's going to be able to play Drow. So a safe first pick here for Nigma Galaxy. Still will be essentially a debut from him in terms of recent Nigma Galaxy times, at least in the carry position. Last time he played it was, of course, when he actually ran a mid-Drow 5 months ago when he was playing mid, of course, for Nigma Galaxy. So first time here in the safe lane Drow for Samel. Yellow Submarine, they'll go with the first pick. Techies, a support hero that you've been liking, right?
Yeah, the hero feels very, very strong, especially with some offlaners that like to run in. This phaser allows them to be super annoying. I want to see what they're going to be banning out. Tusk caused them a lot of issues. One of the best pairings with Drow Ranger. Clockwork is still available. It's probably the best pairing with the Clockwork. Tusk is my second favorite one because it gives you the save as well. Clockwork is also a semi-save where he pops the cogs and then just bounces back everybody. So they left both of them in the pool. You know what? If Lorinov can pull off potentially Earth Spirit of his own, this long duration silence, the 414 build on Earth Spirit, 3.5 second duration silence, can cause quite a lot of issues against Storm Spirit. Or he can go maybe for a different route. I've seen some mids also using Snapfire as a response to Storm Spirit because the hero just wins matchups, and then you can build into Road of Atos. We'll see what Lorinov is going to cook with this one. I would love to see one support, maybe even both supports for Nigma Galaxy on this pick.
Dire team pick.
I'll take the Lion against the Storm. Yeah.
Lion good against Storm and also very good with most of the offlaners in the meta. Most of the offlaners love to have Lion, especially ones that don't have stuns. There aren't many offlaners that don't have stuns, but also layering multiple stuns. It's just a good hero to play with in the offlane.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, do they want to just grab both of those supports, or is there a core that they want that they're worried is going to get taken away? They do indeed just stick with the 2 supports. They'll get the Tusk. Happy to see that, especially after that last game looked very good. The amount of setup that was coming out from GH was pretty phenomenal. For all the farm that Samel did have on his Lone Druid, a lot of those moments early on, it was kind of GH enabling the plays alongside the bear. So a lot was done by him on his Tusk, and always has been, one of his finest heroes.
Yeah, the question is, what does Hakoda want to play? I don't think he wants to be playing Bane again. I would be okay with some Ringmaster.
Yes.
I would though be okay maybe with the Silencer. It's very good at counter-initiating. It stops the Tusk from getting his save as well before he gets a defensive item, which is going to take a very long time. They do believe in Pango.
All right. It did have a good start. Last game, sure they didn't end up winning, but definitely moments where you were seeing why we were kind of talking up Batyuk's Pango at the start.
He had terrible laning stage. He was sitting at 6 CS while Lone Druid had 20, which it's not his fault. It's the matchup's fault. And then suddenly he explodes. He finds the farm. He was farming some of the stacks as well. Late game wasn't really that crisp. It was... He got caught 2 or 3 times and wasn't able to roll in the back lines, find these supports, use Nullifier as well. And Hakoda is going to be playing the Ringmaster. We did mention 2 of the heroes giving this one priority because it's a bit of a save. It's a better scaling, gives you team fight compared to Silencer. Nigma Galaxy, they are going to take Viper again.
Yeah, no, Lorinov was very comfortable on it last game, had a pretty chill time in the lane, and as I was saying, did like the build that he went for. It was a very nice game, a lot of scaling potential, and was quite the nuisance for the Drow right up until the bitter end.
5 seconds remaining.
Let's see. Final bounds here is Yellow Submarine. They still need their carry. So we'll see what the top ones are. Again, we do like the Nature's Prophet carry against the Drow, so I wouldn't be surprised if Nigma Galaxy throw a ban out that way. They'll get rid of the Kez. Obviously, a very in-your-face hero that the Drow also does not want to play against.
Viper deals well with Kez. I was thinking about maybe them picking it up, but they have answers. You also, Lion being one of the best support against Kez as well. He jumps in, pre-BKB, you hex him, burst him down from 100 to 0. Very easy. You have Tusk with the BKB. You have like BKB piercing ability. You have Viper with the Viper Strike, and they're gonna ban out Spectre. This is a pretty good ban. This is something that Nigma Galaxy also played in one of the games when they were playing against Spirit. They did lose that game, but also showing the respect for the hero, taking that the hero is strong in certain situations, and this could have been a situation where it does feel strong. I could also see maybe Yellow Submarine removing hero like an Underlord. Underlord Axe, these type of heroes, just the beefy boy, somebody that can start the fight. Underlord's not really the hero that starts the fight, but it's very good against Pango, very good against Storm Spirit, lanes nicely with Lion. If they feel like they need to have a hero that can have some kind of a jump, Centaur or Axe would be my choice. And they ban Centaur.
All right. So Axe could still be an option then for Nigma Galaxy.
Because you are picking blindly. You don't know what Yellow Submarine is going to pick. And Axe is good against every single carry, pretty much. With the Blade Mail, of course, removing Nigma from the pool. Even though he didn't have the greatest start in the previous game, he did cause a lot of issues with some 2-man, 3-man black holes later on.
What will it be? Will it be that Axe, or will it be a hero more focused on getting the auras? Maybe the Underlord that's still in the pool. Either way, I think, Yellow Submarine are going to have quite some options open for the carry selection. They do have good catch on Nigma Galaxy, but temptation might still be there for Yellow Submarine to go with the carry Nature's Prophet. A lot of global potential between him and the Storm.
Radiant team pick.
And going with the Night Stalker.
Ooh,
so, how do you like this
one.
here?
I like this a lot. It counters Storm Spirit, counters both of the supports, especially the Ringmaster. He legit doesn't get to play the game against Night Stalker. You maybe get a whip, but if he gets on top of you, the Vision game is going to be very good. They get to choose and pick the targets they want to go for. Shigetsu, he needs to win his lane. Like, it needs to be something that's going to be potentially pushing out Night Stalker out of the lane. And I think that's an easy pick. Playing in, like, you need to check so many boxes. Playing against Drow Ranger, BKB piercing ability from Tusk, Viper, instant hex from Lion, silence early on against the Night Stalker, providing full vision. I don't think this is an easy pick. I think they might need to dig in deep, try to find something that's gonna be like super cool because I'm really liking Nigma Galaxy's draft.
I think because the Nature's Prophet seems probably off the table now because there's this Night Stalker, some other hero that's going to easily get on top of him. Yeah, it's just like you can't really do that here. Could you get away with the Life Stealer? You know, you have two good heroes to deliver the Life Stealer. You've got a save. Yes. I kind of like Life Stealer here in this situation.
It's not an easy pick. Yeah, like you mentioned a hero, there's always going to be something that is going to be countering it because there's so many different things that Nigma Galaxy is throwing at this last pick carry. But I think Lifestealer can work. You have the Infest Bomb with the Pango, with the Storm Spirit. Then you can easily get on top of the Drow Ranger. Silence is very annoying for you. So is Break. So is Punch. But let's see what it's going to be. It's going to be Alchemist.
All right. Okay, and what do you make of this? The out coming in only for the third time this qualifies in the EU region. It's been picked twice. We did win one game, lost the other. I think it was today actually. Did it win the game today? It was picked earlier.
Yeah,
it did.
Yeah.
Yes, it was the last game, right? So it did win. Won a game today. Got a team to TI. Is it going to push this to game 3 and give Yellow Submarine a chance to try and turn the series around and get to TI? Do you like it?
I'm not feeling it.
Okay.
Me being a Night Stalker player, I'm really okay playing Night Stalker into Ringmaster and Alchemist lane. Like, you are not getting as pressured. I would love to see a hero that, again, it was a tough choice, but you are also giving Night Stalker, not going to say free lane, but you are giving him a lane where he is going to be getting maybe more than you would expect Night Stalker to get from the lane. Their Aghanim Scepters are good. I want to see who gets priority in this one. I would assume it's going to be Pango. Storm Spirit is fine. Maybe he gets it because of the setup for Ringmaster, setup for Pango. I would assume Pango would get priority, but also earlier today, he was also playing for himself. He did not give out the Aghanim Scepter up until he got his Blink Dagger and the BKB, which might be the correct choice in this one, seeing that he is playing against so many silences, playing against this Hex, and Aghanim Scepters are good. Pango also, this is going to be Batyuk one more time playing this offlane Pango, so I want to see how much he's going to be getting. If he's giving the Ags, he needs to deliver. But again, there's so many counters on the other side. With one Night Stalker Silence, he gets on top of one of the guys. It's going to look very, very difficult. But yeah, I would say Nigma Galaxy, they drafted themselves in the first game. Super strong draft. This is pretty much on par with what they've drafted before.
Well, they have had some pretty solid strats this run. Nigma Galaxy, we'll see.
Hakoda.
If they can find the win here. Hakoda is going to get caught by the opening stun, as this should be first blood here for Nigma Galaxy. And Loronov's going to be the one to be able to take it. First blood here for the mid-Viper. See if they can maybe even set it up into even more. Omar's going to have to stun back up. They should be able to get themselves a second kill. Cemetery in trouble. Sumail, he'll take that one. So a kill for the carry, a kill for the mid. First blood for the mid to start this game 2 off, Nigma Galaxy.
Very nice start. Devi also skilling Crippling Fear. Long duration silence, 4.5 seconds during the nighttime. Gonna be running back and then TPing back to the lane. You don't care too much about your build on Night Stalker early on. Maybe you want to have Void for securing the range creep. Lion can do that instead of you. And speaking of Lion, Omar in trouble.
See if he can live. He's gonna have the Fairy Fire. He will pop it. He's going to try and waste as much of time as they can, but the darts they hit. Hakoda able to land those nicely, so we'll be able to at least set Shigetsu up with a kill to enter this bottom lane with. And yeah, this mid lane, we saw Rain try and scramble through the laning stage as the Spirit last time round. This time as a Storm against the Viper, it should be a little easier, right?
Yeah, it's much better. I think he's going to be able to get the CS because he can push out the lane. He can secure the range creep. Doesn't necessarily need to be like back straight away. And it's a hero that can actually punch back against Viper with his overload, getting that extra bit of a damage. Devi in the bottom lane using daytime silence, not as effective. 25 damage per second. That's 75 damage total. 3 second silence during daytime. And you see Rain trying to square up against him. Lorinov dropping low, and Rain is gonna die.
That hurts. I mean, it's so tempting sometimes when you get this Viper to try and push for the kill on the early level when you get him that low, because you know you're never going to get that chance to try for it again in the lane. But that risk does come with a cost. Doesn't pay off. He's dead. And now he's unlikely to get a chance to try and push for a solo kill again in this lane unless Lorinov makes a massive error.
Rain also got Sentry Ward down, seeing that there is an Observer Ward. We'll need to kill it somehow. Not an easy task, however. Lorinov is bringing extra bit of regen to the lane. He is using the Courier, Healing Salve, another Fairy Fire in case Rain wants to square up one more time against him.
Top lane. Bayou is going to get caught by the shards. And one more hit. They've got him. Nigma Galaxy starting to get some early kills in the lanes here in Game 2.
Look at the amount of denies that Devi has. 5 denies on Night Stalker. That's why I wanted to see something different from the safe lane, something that's going to threaten a kill onto this Night Stalker, because if he's off to a good start, again,
Rain's dead again. Lorinov runs him down and takes him out. This is getting rough for him here in the mid. He was able to get a few CS, but dying a couple of times. And Lorinov with that on top of the first blood that he found earlier. 3-0-1 already, 2 minutes into this mid Viper. This mid lane's turning out to be a bit of a nightmare for the Storm.
It's not going to get easier. He's going to need somebody to fix his lane. Lorinov does have...
He might be dead again. Lorinov can push for
yeah,
this.
He's going in. It's level 4.
Someone has to TP over. They have to try and save Rain. He can't. He's going to die again.
He's dead.
He's gone. And honestly, Cemetery might just be dead too. There's 1 charges. He can't win this fight against the Viper. He's disarming him. I won't die at least, Cemetery.
Use that Healing Salve. Oof. Plus, there is a Water Rune available. Double Bracer. He brought another Mango. Lorinov really popping off in this matchup. So that also leaves Batyuk solo in the top lane. Rain needs to walk back to the lane. His TP is still on cooldown for 35 seconds, and now GH is going to zone him out of XP range completely.
This is going to hurt for Rain. He managed to get through the laning phase pretty cleanly last game on the Earth Spirit, but this game on the Storm, he is struggling hard. See bottom lane looking for Omar. They're not going to have him. And Hakoda might be in trouble. Devi chasing him down. Has he got anything else to catch him with? He hasn't, so Hakoda should be fine. This will not be easy for Rain to recover.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I mean, this is a completely different scenario. If he gets a kill, I think he needed 1 extra hit onto Viper because he tried to square up. If he gets the kill, he gets the XP, comes back to a lane with Bottle, does have maybe pull, and then he can try to play aggressive again, or has another point and overload. Extra bit of the damage could make the difference, but missed the point, and now it looks completely over. Lorinov's also going to find extra bit of XP, extra bit of gold from that Observer Ward. Level 6.5 for the 4 or 5 minutes. That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, I don't think any hero is going to be showing up mid anytime soon now against Lorinov. Cemetery. GH, he's got the setup. He's going to try for the TP out. Will make it back to the fountain. Still going to tick pretty low. In fact, the damage is too much. He's still going to die in the fountain to Lorinov. So another one for Lorinov here. 5-0-1. 5 minutes in. And Omar, he's ready to start messing around with Rain. Comes across, makes sure that Rain does not get an easy time hitting the creeps. He's got the backup. Snowball comes and helps him dodge the darts. I mean, let's see if they can maybe punish these supports for the play. They can at least get GH. So it ends up with Rain finding something with that move that Nigma Galaxy attempt against him.
It's not that much XP. It's something. He is level 5.5. The most important thing is to get yourself to level 6. And now it's nighttime. Devi in the bottom lane, getting some of that XP for himself. Can pick up the Lotus, replenish some of the mana if necessary, and can also start playing with Midnight Feast. Now you can eat those creeps, get extra bit of a gold, extra bit of XP straight away. Omar still playing around the mid lane. Maybe thinking they can get another kill.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Trying for this tier 1. Top lane GH. Looking for the rotation onto Batjuk. Be able to get him. Has Swashbuckle ready if necessary. I'll force out the fortification from Yellow Submarine. Top lane, Batjuk.
Making a move. They want their XP. Lorinov and Omar are coming through the triangle. Might be slightly late.
I mean, this is going to be hard for Yellow Submarine to hold on to. Nigma Galaxy. I mean, anywhere that Lorinov goes, Yellow Submarine cannot be. The Cemetery dead. The Wisdom at the ready. It's both 7-minute Wisdoms going the way of Nigma Galaxy.
Dire's top tower.
I don't know who's going to be fixing these lanes. Shigetsu, he's playing Alchemist. He can't really join. Your supports are under-leveled, level 3 at the moment. These are the type of supports that want to be getting their level 6s. Batjuk also not getting too much out of the lane because his support was forced to leave the lane, try to TP mid, help him out. Didn't get too much out of it.
Middle tower is under attack.
And mid lane, seems like the tower is gonna die. This is before Devi even starts to join. He is free farming in the bottom lane as Night Stalker, level 6. Dark Ascension available.
We'll have some stacks going at least here for the team, Yellow Submarine. In the mid. Coming in with a wraparound. I mean, they keep sending heroes here to try and find some levels, but it's just not going to happen when Lorinov's about. Rain wants to try and get GH, but the stun from Omar's going to be up in a second. Rain, oh, he could be in trouble. He's going to have to use that last bit of mana to get away. We'll be out of range of the stun. My goodness, taking some risks there, trying to push for a kill that was probably, well, at least very unlikely to ever be his. They just cannot bring anyone within range of this Viper. And GH.
Cemetery. Level 3. Some stacks are being made at least. They're playing so aggressive behind enemy lines. They can feel that Yellow Submarine. They are very weak at the moment. Omar, this could be a big kill if they can get him.
I mean, gets the Hex off onto Rain. Left with the stun off Rain, going for GH. He's got to be careful with Lorinov about. Have the 4 of them, but honestly, even with the 4 versus 1, they don't want to be approaching this Viper.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I'll push them back a little bit. Of course, whilst they're having to deal with all this from around the mid, Smells getting complete free farm top. Down bottom, things aren't going too rough for Devi either. He's going to be able to go for the phase straight into the BKB.
Maxing out the Crippling Fear. I like it a lot. Lowers the cooldown on it, prolongs the duration. Batjuk gonna drop. They don't have the Playmaker right now. It needs to be Storm Spirit. Rain did recover slightly, but it's nothing too crazy. During the first nighttime, Devi didn't really achieve much in terms of putting the pressure because other lanes are going so well, he doesn't need to move. And now he is making the move. Does have Dark Ascension, 30 seconds of the nighttime if he wants to pop it.
Shigetsu. He's gonna throw out the stun. We'll be able to dodge the Viper Strike here with the Chemical Rage. At the nighttime as they're getting on top of Hakoda. Bringing in the numbers, Yellow Submarine, but not able to save the Ringmaster and not able to fight back. That's Nigma Galaxy. They'll have Lorinov look to finish the tower. It's the last hit as well. Cemetery not quite able to find the deny. And Devi, he's straight over towards Cemetery.
It's gonna be daytime. Needs 2 more hits.
Oh, he'll get
Gets
them.
him anyway.
In the final moments of nighttime. this is looking rough for Yellow Submarine. 13-3 here in favor of Nigma Galaxy, and just the fact that you just got to look at that Sumail in the safe lane, he's 3-0-3. Laurenov in the mid lane, he's 6-0-3. They're just coming up to 11 minutes in. The mid and the carry already getting numerous kills and assists in these laning phases. Bachuk, he senses something because he is ready to roll. He's not going to be able to roll in time though. He's actually going to get it up. Will manage to get over the tree line. The physical damage is coming in. They have the lockdown onto Laurenov. They might just be able to kill the Viper. They do. Massive kill, and it goes the way of Shigetsu. This time, Nigma Galaxy, they'll get punished. Rain closing in on towards Sumail. Shigetsu's going to run him down. Concoction at the ready. Jump forward here with the shield crash. Batchuk takes out Sumail. And that is a massive turn of events there for Yellow Submarine to find. Nigma Galaxy, they went a little bit too deep, and they did not expect Shigetsu to turn up to the action, and because he does, he gets a nice involvement on the kills, and that will put him back on track for a pretty good relic timing after that play.
Yeah, getting 500 gold from that kill, getting some extra gold from... No, nighttime, finger ready, still should be in... No, he had...
Ringmaster's going to save him.
He's there.
I mean, that's a huge
high
save.
level.
Yeah.
Level 9 on Shigetsu. Most importantly, he didn't die a single time.
No.
He is 2-0-2 on top of the network by a huge margin.
I mean, they want him. GH continuing the aggressive moves, but Cemetary's able to get the jump onto the two of them. Nigma Galaxy. Omar will tank the concoction. Yeah, you can see how aggressive Nigma Galaxy want to be. And for pretty much the first 11 minutes, they were getting away with it. But that last play up top, they get punished. Now straight back into action, they run down bottom. They will be able to get the tier 1 tower, but they won't get their hands on any of Yellow Submarine. Yellow Submarine able to avoid that play. And with that turnaround fight up top, new life sort of being brought into the lineup of Yellow Submarine here against Nigma Galaxy, despite some of these insane starts that Nigma Galaxy were getting in the lanes.
This is something that does happen. I think everybody experienced it, where you are too farmed, and the map is still pretty big, and then you make one bad move, suddenly the enemy, they are back on track. Because you definitely want to be putting that pressure. You want to be using the gold that you got to try to put more pressure onto the enemy team. And now Alchemist is going to finish that Radiance in the next minute or so.
Man, look at this.
Yeah, managing to recover. As long as Rain gets involved, this could be another massive kill. Cemetery,
yeah,
I believe he saw him. Rain, ready with the jump.
Making some really, really strong counter plays here. You know, with the 4 of Nigma Galaxy showing bottom, they know it's very unlikely that they can do anything to react to the fact that Sumail's getting dove beyond the tier 1 tower. An aggressive move succeeded here for the Yellow Submarine. Batyuk will get left behind, caught by the silence, so they'll lose the Pango. But with the way that the game was going, these are trades they'll take every day of the week. Taking down Sumail as the carry, only losing their offlaner in return. They're shaking up the game big time, Yellow Submarine, and starting to wipe away any sort of remnant from this pretty horrific laning stage that they encountered, specifically in the mid and the offlane. There's only a 1k gold difference now.
Yeah, a lot of that is centered around Alchemist, who is the most farm hero in the game. 8.3k, 14 minutes in, just finished off the Radiance, so he's in a pretty sweet spot at the moment. And as we suggested when we saw the Alchemist, don't give away any of the Aghanim Scepters. Play for yourself. I see Blink, BKB, AC. I think it's necessary. You're playing against Drow Ranger. You want to be having that AC as fast as possible to tank up yourself, tank up the team.
And this is the thing as well. You know, even if, as the Alchemist, you were going to be giving away Ags first, after what went down in the mid and the offlane, you're like,
oh, you're not
look what you guys did. You are not getting an Aghanims from me anytime soon until you clean up your act and stop feeding. You know, she gets to it. He'll get them later when they've been good boys. But the laning phase is like, no. I'm going to buy myself some items first. I'm going to carry this game. So, yeah, indeed. She gets to locking in for the team. Yeah.
Batyuk. The Fusil Blade finally finished. Still, again, he is getting good amount of levels. Considering how everything was going, he's the same level as Viper, who was 6-0-3 at one point. He was getting the solo XP. Batyuk, he's back again. Check his PC. I don't know how this guy is getting so much XP in every... Yeah, this guy's good.
He's good at fixing it when he's not good. You know, he can counter the not good with more good than the not good. So he's good.
Yeah, makes
So
complete
maths
sense.
out. Yep.
That was my cheese reference the other day. You just pulled
Oh,
it
what
off
happened?
with.
Wait, the
Yeah,
what
'cause I
did
was
you
talking
do?
about the cheese, the holes, the more cheese
Oh,
you
that's
have,
true.
the less. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, maths, physics, science, we got it covered here in this cast. We talk about the cheese with the holes, the good greater than the not good on a Pango in the lane. And Batchuk, same build as, I think he's pretty much got every game, right? It's always the diffusal agonyms from the off lane for him on the Pango.
Even treads, these are late treads. I think treads are
Yeah.
very good once you are playing from ahead. Playing from behind, it doesn't feel that good. It's not going to say 1,000 gold down the drain because you're still getting the value out of the item, but it is delaying some of your more important items. That being Blink Dagger, that being Aghanim Scepter. Shigetsu, and gets scouted here by GH.
He's going to be fine, though. GH will be able to defensively roll over the creep wave. Or Davai. On the hunt. Omar. He's got a finger and he's ready to use it. Find himself a stack.
Are scanning.
Scan spin here. They know the whereabouts of Yellow Submarine. Cemetery looking pretty dead. They'll find him. I'll take him out. Omar, being a sensible Lion player, doesn't just throw out the ult to get a stack. Knows that's not needed and he'll save it for later. Doesn't want to put it on cooldown yet. It was a very long cooldown. Level 1.
Something to point out is Essence Distiller, one of the best items you can buy against Night Stalker, because he has that unobstructed vision during his Dark Ascension, and then it shares the vision, what he does have, so you are seeing more if you can get it on top of him.
Yeah,
Use that
is
strength
pretty
against him.
crazy. Yeah. Divine. Be a little careful around here. Doesn't nearly get caught out by Shigetsu. Just going to try and enter back in onto the high ground. Rain would have been ready for him if he does come into the jungle. Divine. Still trying to do as much as he can during the night time. It's not easy now. Yellow Submarine are pretty set up and ready for these sort of moves. The game continuing to calm down a little bit, much to the pleasure of Shigetsu on his out. Might actually find a chance to go for Davai here, and with the jump,
Triple
they'll
bombs.
get themselves another one. Very nice setup of the damage output from Cemetery.
Oh man, these techies players, these spammers, you can see them. It's, as soon as you see these 3 bombs dropped immediately after the blast off, you know you're cooked. You're like, okay, we are playing against a guy that knows what's doing on techies. That was always the tricky part. Immediately going through the twin gates. They want more. The rest of Nigma Galaxy, they are lurking around. And they also have this Watcher that I believe scouted Hakoda.
Oh, they want this fight, Nigma Galaxy. They've got the numbers. Looking for Hakoda, but not feeling confident enough to push for the kill.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
So Hakoda's able to get out. Rain and Shigetsu very much enjoying the space that they're getting. Shigetsu not too far off from having the BKB. And already we've seen him do a good job of finding the right moves to be involved in and the right ones to stay away from. 2-0-3. With the BKB, he's going to have even more opportunities where he could look to join with the team.
And for the first time, they were in the lead. Because it started pretty dark for them during nighttime.
did.
They got 2-3 kills, and then mid lane was just completely dominated by Lorinov. It started to fall off. Alchemist still insane amount of farm that he does have. 13.5k, 20 minutes in. BKB about to be completed. Needs to farm this camp, and he will have it.
Radiant's middle tower is
They're
under
going to look to get very aggressive now. Nigma Galaxy bringing some mail in as well for this smoke all the way across the map here, 20 minutes in. And they'll find a freebie here under the tier 2. Shouldn't find anything more. The cores, again, from Yellow Submarine. Instantly, when they know this area is not safe, they are not taking any risks. Cemetery might be able to time the Wisdom Steal. It's up. If he takes a little walk up there, he'll be able to take it. Looks like he's not going to check it out. He seems more focused on
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Something
the
else.
Lotus. Yeah, unless he thinks he can maybe... I don't know. It's like he's in perfect position to go get that Wisdom. He really wants this kill. I guess is he going to go for a play here?
He doesn't know who it is. He saw Lotus as being...
Well,
he's AFK, Owen.
I guess so. Well, I guess he just assumed that the Wisdom was not going to be available to be taken. But it would have been. Yeah, Omar's able to just blink past him and still pick it up for themselves.
More like terrified about what's going to happen if he goes in. I think he should have went in. Doesn't matter.
He could have got that Wisdom. But yeah, doesn't go for it. Devi. I will not quite see him straight away. Smoke comes in again from Nigma Galaxy. Rain or Shigetsu would be the big catches. Cemetery, he's even deeper on the map now. I don't know what the plan is from him. Obviously, well, now it's for a Tormentor steal, I'd imagine. If
yes.
he catches Nigma Galaxy going
if
for
he
it.
commits, yes.
Yeah.
He could also just be here and not do anything like he did with the Wisdom.
Because he just really likes this side of the map. He's waiting for the big play. We'll see if the big play eventually comes.
Probably a
from down
Phoenix
there.
player as well. They love to be out of the map.
They're going to lose Hakoda. Samel gets the quick kill and is able to jump away. Shards come down. Will block Shigetsu off from getting to Omar, but Cemetery, he turns up to the mid, ready to get in with the play and help Rain take out Omar. As they'll get the support trade.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Not sure I like this shard pickup on Devi, considering that you need to be able to get the jump, find the backline, find this Ringmaster. It's an okay upgrade, but it's not the shard that you want to be buying. It's like you're still getting some kind of a farm during daytime. It's a good farming tool, but delaying your Blink Dagger just doesn't feel as good.
Dire are scanning.
He seems like to be completely skipping the Blink Dagger, or no, he's going back for it. I was a little worried, because you need to have that item on a hero, otherwise it just doesn't work. Nullifier is going to be great. You see Pango with the shield, big one being, of course, Escaped Act, Ghost Scepter available on Ringmaster. Yellow Submarine, they're going to smoke, trying to look for something. Shigetsu, he feels pretty strong with the BKB that he purchased, didn't even use it. We saw BKB usage from Rain. They also bought the gem. Playing around the runes, Shield Rune could be pretty massive if they can find an opening. Don't have abilities to go through debuff immunity, but they can lock them down from 100 to 0 if they don't overlap.
Devi, instant BKB. TPs are coming in. He's going to try and look to turn. The rest of Nigma Galaxy trying to join, but the BKB will now come to an end for Devi, and straight away Rain, he's in onto the high ground. He sees the chance to get onto Sumail. He's going pretty deep for this effort. Won't get the Vortex onto Sumail. Has to use the rest of his BKB to get away, but the BKB comes out, finishes, and when out with the snowball, then he is dead. Devi now able to make the jump into the river over towards Cemetery, chasing down the techies. GH will have the shards back up in a few seconds. Cemetery will fall. GH and Omar should be able to grab more. They get the stun opening, in fact, onto the bigger target. They find Batyuk. GH will trap in the Ringmaster. They do lose the Lion. Batyuk's going to try and roll back and aggressive onto them. And maybe with Shigetsu, they can clean up some core kills. Samael, the out's on top of him. He's in trouble. Shigetsu takes Samael down, jumps over towards GH. Double kill for him. Concoction thrown over towards Lorinov. Shigetsu getting a triple kill. A huge cleanup for Yellow Submarine. It looked to be such a rough start. Again, Shigetsu, he's saying, oh, that's it, Storm. You're not even getting the Ags first. I'm giving it the pack. Because, Storm, he went in, used all his mana, he died.
Never getting it.
No, he's not doing great for his kind of bid on getting the Ags from this out. Because Shigetsu's he's like, all right, guys, I guess I'll come across and I will carry you guys. Because he's turning up at the right time every single time here on the Alchemist. And 5-0-5. Yeah, as we see here, Rain goes in a bit deep, but obviously, as Rain would tell him, he's like, look, I died so that you could clean up the fight when they got overexcited and got baited to run onto your side of the map. It's big brain stuff here from Rain.
Yeah. You seem to be expert with these excuses. Why you're feeding so much. Like every single time somebody dies in a weird spot, you always have something to say, like somebody else to blame. But yeah, this this fight, like very good Rolling Thunder coming out from Bad Duke. He waited it for a long time. This is also pre-Blade Dagger on him.
Just going to turn inside. But yeah, sorry, continue. Yeah, this fight. The Blink Dagger.
Yes. For the next fight, he is going to have a Blink Dagger available.
Yep.
Going to be much easier. Level 18 now. Seems like they're not doing enough in terms of how much damage. I want to see the damage overall. I feel like
we can bring that up.
Damage.
We can bring that up. We got the technology for that. Look at that. Yeah.
9,000 coming out from him. A lot on the same kind of level of dealing the damage. I was maybe expecting. Yeah, I've been expecting maybe slightly more. It was Lauren on for the first 10 minutes, and now he's back to Lauren off. He's gonna need to step it up, considering the start that he did have. Problem is you're playing Viper. You can't really make that many moves. This is also Treads Viper. It's not Boots of Travel, so very difficult to connect with the rest of the team. You also want to be getting the farm. You can't just walk around the map doing absolutely nothing. So waiting for his BKB timing. Also very important that they recovered the gem. It was Lorenov who picked it up, and then he died, so they retrieved the gem. Rain again holding the gem. Will need to be much more careful with the next one.
Yes. Yes, indeed. And yeah, Nigma Galaxy, they really have to be very aware of where the Alk is and when he's turning up to these fights, because so far Shigetsu, his involvement has been the perfect balance. You know, this isn't an Alk that's overplaying his hand, trying to turn up too much, and it's also not an Alk that's sitting completely AFK. You know, when his team needs him to turn around these plays and come in, he absolutely has so far. Having a pretty crazy game. He's nearly level 20 on the Alchemist, 21k net worth. He's making this last pick Alchemist look very, very good here with the play so far.
Yeah, and you also want your Alchemist to join. This is not your investing into later stages of the game, giving out Aghanim Scepters. Instead, he is playing for himself, which means that all that network that he has on him, 21,000, 28 minutes in, the team needs him. The team needs him to deal the damage. AC completed, Basher on top of that. We'll have something to deal with the BKBs as well. There is double BKB timing, one available on Viper, one available on Night Stalker. Already used it, I mean, he only used it once, but I would assume that they want to have Nullifier for the next fight. Devi getting very close to it. Needs another 600 gold to finish it off.
Shigetsu ready to lead the charge. For the jump onto Lorenov in the mid. TP's coming in, but the burst, it's going to be there. They have the Vortex to lock down Lorenov. Will get the BKB off, but the physical damage comes in from Shigetsu. They take Lorenov out. He turns to Omar. Double kill for Shigetsu. Batyuk seeing if he can set up for more beyond the tower with the Rolling Thunder, but the Rolling Thunder now comes to a finish. I mean, they'll be happy to settle it like that. Quick little move. It gets them 2 kills, and they don't lose anything.
On time for them. More than enough minus armor, more than enough damage. AC minus armor from Lucky Shot. Acid Spray. I see if somebody's going to be able to maybe think about getting in. Devi, he was toying with the idea, but doesn't want to die.
This would be a risky steal play. And one that it looks like they're not going to come in time to make, as Roshan's gone. Aegis on Rain, and Rain is straight away looking for kills outside of the pit. Closes it onto GH. Samel's going to show himself with the multi-shot. Should be able to slide back to safety. Devi, he's going to get in. He's going to make the jump over towards the out. They'll get the Hex into the burst. They save him with the box. Can he get out alive? Shigetsu's able to put the BKB in the Chemical Rage. Hakoda bailing Shigetsu out for now. They are going to try and push on forward, Nigma Galaxy. They desperately want to find this Alchemist. Devi will jump over, put a stop to the attempt of escape from Batyuk. We'll see Rain jump back in. He's kind of just given his life here, I think, at this point.
Yes.
Zips in to make sure that this out could get out, but no! Shigetsu says, I'm not getting out! I'm going back in! Jumps in onto Lorenov. He's ready to run down Samael and Omar. Samael in trouble. The bomb thrown his way from the techies as he'll get taken down. Vortex on towards Omar. Shigetsu getting another clean up. Double kill. Godlike on this Alchemist. I mean, as I said, this is really immaculate stuff around this Alch. You know, I feel
man.
very rarely you see a team fight this well around the Alch carry. It's, as you say, pretty refreshing to see after some of these Alchs in the past are doing these Alchs build up. You know, Shigetsu absolutely showing us the potential of this hero when you play it in the style and the fashion that he is here with Yellow Submarine.
This is the old school Alchemist, and I can't believe that he survived. He was so low, and
he goes back in.
To go back in. Yeah,
Yeah.
Vi, he was the one who was pinging, like jumped
Yep.
him. They want to be able to kill this Alchemist, and I love the play from Rain, understanding that he has this Aegis and needs to be able to get in to try to salvage this fight. So he gets focused, they use spells on him, and then he regenerated enough, back to full HP, gets the jump, and afterwards, it's just Yellow Submarine show. They were ready to take that fight. Clutch save, though. If Alchemist dies there, they needed one spell, maybe one extra hit on him. It would be enough. And now, you are controlling power runes for your Storm Spirit. Does have DD in bottle. Nothing.
Very
I'm
impressive.
looking at Shigetsu, Owen. He's like,
Yeah.
nobody's getting an axe.
No,
Up until
nobody's
I'm
getting
6 slotted.
After the Swiftling. Now that'll be the real test, because is he going to queue up a moonshot for himself, or will he then start buying some Aghanims?
No,
I feel like
it's Axe.
it's
It's
are you
Axe
sure?
time for your Storm Spirit. Yeah, you got it. I would be
Dude,
okay.
I don't know about
even-
that. I think he might give it to the Pango first.
Pango already has his. I don't know if the.
Hey, you get some money
you still
back,
get
right?
a refund. Yeah, you get a refund, but I think Storm Spirit could be a big setup for Pango,
Yes,
for Wheel of
yeah.
Wonder as well. Nigma Galaxy in a lot of trouble.
They are now. This game 2 has completely slipped away from them. Again, just to, kind of rewind the clock and remember the laning phase. As I said, there was a point where Samel was 3-0-3 out of his laning phase, and the Viper was 6-0-3. But these few fights that Yellow Submarine have been able to turn around to say, whoever's making the call, whether it's Shigetsu himself, or there's someone else on the team calling for Shigetsu to turn up and return to farming. They've just played perfectly with this out, and it's looking impossible for Nigma Galaxy to deal with now. Rain, he will get caught as they're in with the jump. He's actually able to get the BKB off, and he's got plenty of mana to zip away or go for the zip TP. He's actually out and alive. Rain, now at this point, they can't even jump and kill the Storm. Rain's able to live.
Techies has a BKB cemetery managed. Like, look how farm he is. The most farm support in the game by a huge margin compared to GH, who's sitting at only 6,000. It does allow him to get the jump in the backlines. It's a lot of damage, and also being able to use his spells, get the taser, not caring too much about the nullifier either on this Night Stalker. They fully recovered, Owen, and they're ready
really
to
did.
potentially be the aggressors, be the ones who are controlling the rest of the game, controlling the map. Right now, vision for Nigma Galaxy is almost non-existent.
Look at that, coming up to 79% win probability here, according to the old Dota Plus. Shiva's guard done for Batchuk. Definitely getting to see this game, why we said at the beginning of this series that this would not be a walk in the park for Nigma Galaxy. Yellow Submarine been showing a lot of potential, and maybe they can sort of, maybe the concern now for Nigma Galaxy is, well, maybe that game one was as simple as it was because they got the lone druid, and maybe without that, things kind of get a little more complicated against Yellow Submarine with how well Yellow Submarine's been playing on this qualifier run. This is going to be a tough game 2 for Nigma Galaxy to get back in their hands, and could be a pretty difficult game 3.
Yeah, it could be. I agree with everything that you said, but I also wanted to see what Shigetsu's gonna queue up next.
Let's
He
buy
has
himself
shard.
Nobody's getting an axe. Maybe after that. Dude, he's going to queue up Moonshard first.
At least he can use that. You can use that on your ally, so at least that's something.
That's true. Maybe he
he's-
buys, he gets Moonshard and gives that to the Storm, and is like, well, you see, if you played your lane a little nicer, this could have been an Aghanims. But the best I could do for you is a useless Moonshard. Let's have a look. It's all very exciting to see what he's going to get, because he's going to have the Aghanim Shard money to buy it. See in the mid, I mean, they're trying to go for this Techies, but Cemetery, the BKB, is living a little longer than they wanted him to. as he's going to survive. And that's going to be
Jesus,
both of them
thank you,
dead
God.
there for that. Yeah, he's throwing out a tip for that one, Cemetery.
Again,
Yeah,
no
that's
real
Submarine.
follow. It was only 2 of them jumping tech
Yeah,
with
it was a bit
1900
desperate.
HP.
Here comes the push. Back Yuck in with a great jump. He's actually caught Lorinov. They close the gap in with the Vortex. Lorinov's in trouble. Shigetsu moves up with the Abyssal Blade. They've had to come out with the 2 buybacks. Nigma Galaxy, Omar and Davai. Davai at the side. He's trying to go in for this play, but his BKB's still on cooldown. It's a dieback on him. Cemetery is still alive. They cannot kill this Techies.
Middle barracks are under attack.
With Night Stalker, you can't take the fight. Like, he's the one that people are really afraid of. Sumail trying to pump in the damage, but not enough. Blocks ready behind Alchemist.
Shigetsu not taking much damage at all right now from this Drow. He is just massive on the Alchemist. Rain looking for the jumps. Want to get them, but gets the space to allow them to clean up that tier 3 and Rax in the mid lane. Shigetsu ready to do the damage top. And here it is. The Aghanims is queued up. Finally, he's ready to reward the
game
team.
might end.
He's like, well, now that I've carried you guys, I guess I can be a generous god and buy you some Aghanims.
Nothing they can do about this. That's 2 sets, 2 full sets. Bottom set is available. Roshan may respawn in 30 seconds. No need to rush anything. They can set it up, play in that area. You see the amount of bombs that they already have in the enemy triangle, seeing if they're going to be making the approach from this one. And Dakota drawing on a minimap, push out the bottom lane. Roshan is going to be available potentially soon. In a very good spot right now. Kind of very hard to throw the game as well. I'm looking at the items, how much gold they have on Nigma Galaxy.
Yes,
Sumail, like, this is not a Divine Rapier territory. This is not
No.
anything close. It's not like big damage upgrade, no Daedalus, no Butterfly. I'm also a little surprised that we are not seeing Aghanim Scepter on Drow Ranger, especially against some of
No,
these
not in a lot of the
matchups where
games.
you, like, it reduces the healing by 10% per stack.
There seems a real preference thing. Like some Drows, there are still some Drows that will buy it quite early in their build. But indeed, some other players
Yeah,
just
Ame will rush.
don't see it.
Ame will legit go for
Yep.
it as his first item.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Well, Nigma Galaxy are stepping out of the base.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Dude, Lacoste, do you see? Look where the Ags went. Poor old Brain.
He didn't get it, huh?
He gave it to the Pango first.
I see.
Rain. He's going to get the zip in here with the BKB.
He's mad. He wants in.
It's the pull in on towards the Viper. The setups there. Rolling Thunder comes in. GH and Lorinov dead. Lorinov will buy back immediately. As Yellow Submarine are ready to run straight over towards Sumail. Sumail caught out and killed off. He's out for 80. No buyback on him. As Yellow Submarine, they are very ready to close this game 2 out. Push it to a game 3 here, very likely. As the buybacks are running out for Nigma Galaxy. A very, very impressive game 2 from Yellow Submarine. Again, considering the laning phase, they turn it around. And there it is.
And they're going to call
GG's called. Wow. As you'd always hope to see, a game 3 is going to be coming up between these two to fight for that final spot from the Europe qualifiers for TI. And my goodness, after this game 2, Nigma Galaxy might be a little bit shaken up, Lacoste.
And they might be. It's going to leave a bad taste in their mouths if they don't qualify for TI. If they lose that 3rd game, especially with the lead that they did have. This was the turnaround point where they had a 5k gold lead and decided to go for the play. Batyuk, again, his positioning really good. Nigma Galaxy,
Yes.
they already know where he is. Omar using the stun, but it's not enough. They brought 5 members of the team, and they already used Night Stalker ulti prior to this, so he didn't have it available. He didn't join that fight because they were chasing, they were trying to make something happen in the mid lane. This Alchemist pick looked pretty genius, and also pretty genius to play for yourself instead of playing for your teammates.
No, absolutely. Yeah, this was just a lot of fun to watch as well from Shigetsu. Just pretty perfect movements across the map. Didn't die at all. Ends the game 11-0-13. They could not deal with him whatsoever after he got this momentum going in his favor, choosing the perfect moments to turn up to these kind of mid-game team fights and then just completely catapult out of control.
They couldn't do anything. It felt like they stopped playing completely. I think they also needed an earlier Blink Dagger on Night Stalker to try to keep this pressure, find the back lines, take out this Ringmaster that has been kind of the support hero of the tournament. If we exclude Bane, these heroes looked pretty damn insane. And Cemetery Techies, man, how many times he jumped in? He was always in the right spot. Itemization-wise, picking up this upgraded urn to share the vision with the Night Stalker, and also immediately going in, planting the triple bomb. And there was this fight in the bottom where Shigetsu, he almost dies and then gets saved by Hakoda's box. After that, Rain runs in, sacrifices himself with the Aegis, and then after that, everything is just easy peasy for Yellow Submarine.
Yeah, you do have to give it to Rain. After having a rough time in the lane, he really did play his part very, very nicely. But we've got to give the standout to Shigetsu. As I say, normally there'll be like a death here or there on the Alchemist, but not this time. They could never deal with him. It was, I think, as close as to a perfect Alchemist game as you could probably get, especially at this stage of a qualifier, stage of a tournament, qualification in the last series to try and determine the win. Very impressive stuff from him. And, after game one, we were very much like, well, you're probably not going to see Lone Druid get through again. Honestly, after this game two, Alchemist, it has been in the past, right? One of those heroes, especially when it's played like this, that you see it played this well, and you're like, we just have to ban that. Like, dealing with this out doesn't seem to be that possible. I mean, if you're Nigma Galaxy, do you think that is going to be the case after this game? You're like, okay, this guy knows what he's doing on the out. Do you just ban it, or you think they can account for it with their draft a bit better?
Not going to ban it in the first phase, I would say, but also we might see potentially Nigma Galaxy stealing it. They stole Drow Ranger in the second game straight out of the phase, but I would also love to see Nigma Galaxy sticking with their own idea, something like they did in game number one.
Yeah, that's, I said game three time. It's always fun to see, especially with as much that is on the line here between these two teams. Who is going to be able to get that final spot here from the Europe qualifiers? We're going to find out after this break. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. Game three, it's going to be crazy, I'm sure. Game three coming up between Nigma Galaxy and Yellow Submarine.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is time for Game 3 now between Nigma Galaxy and Yellow Submarine to find out which of these two teams is going to be going on to the International in Shanghai. The series have so far... I mean, how would you summarize the series so far, Lacoste? What would you sort of say from Game 1 and Game 2 from both of these teams?
Pretty chaotic in a way where Nigma Galaxy, I think more experienced team would be able to close it out with the lead that they did have, but also don't underestimate Yellow Submarine. Young squad, and you could definitely tell these players have been in top 100 for a really long time. Haven't managed to get like more experience on some like higher tier teams, but sometimes these type of teams do shine the most, where they may need a little bit of extra help from their coach, which is Metrum, which is the old coach of Team Entity, who is helping them out with the draft. And the drafts, they kind of look good. We said prior to this series that the drafts have been looking good. Maybe some mistakes here and there in terms of the gameplay, but other than that, the team looked very solid.
Oh, they have. They've looked very good indeed. And on one of those heroes that we're seeing coming through as the first pick this time. And understandably so. I think it's one of their best ones here for Hakoda. A first pick Ringmaster. Not something that you see teams do an awful lot. Normally gets picked around that second kind of phase. But they're going to bump it up in priority and just throw it out here as the first pick.
This guy owns on Ringmaster. Like, his positioning is very, very good. I think this is one of the hardest heroes to master in Dota. It might sound stupid, but the cast range, especially before you get Lens, before you get a Blink Dagger, it gets very difficult to hit his spells. It's skill shot on every single skill that he does have, and if you miss them, you're going to look terrible. Hakoda, he looked very solid. He looked very stable. And again, they are banning out... Yeah, Lone Druid's gone, but Alchemist, as you said, it's still in the pool. Maybe later down the line, there's going to be more thinking about that potential Alchemist coming out. I also would like to see maybe Lorinov on a different hero. I think they're going to be looking into a hero he's going to be playing something more active, some Ember Spirit that could come out, some backline jumper, because I feel like him playing Viper twice, he owned that second game completely, the laning stage, but I also feel like he wants to have slightly more impact when it comes down to these mid-game fights instead of just being the right clicker. It's not very interactive. It's not much you can do other than have a good positioning.
Here we go. Nigma Galaxy. Going to bring in the axe for Devi.
5 seconds remaining.
So I think this has not been something that they've been doing recently. I'll just check. Oh, no, they did do it once. Actually got them the win, or was part of the win that they managed to achieve against Team Spirit a few days ago. Had an incredible game there. 17-4-20 on his axe in that game, Devi. So one of the strong ones that is maybe a bit of a surprise they didn't show a little more often here on this run. But it's a very good one nonetheless. And they'll get it first pick here.
Axe is stable offlaner that always gets the farm, can farm the stacks, can get the most out of the lane, even in difficult matchups, can always creep skip, and is anti-carry. With the Blade Mail, nobody likes to play against this. So I think Shigetsu's game is going to be much more difficult compared to the previous one, even though he was playing against a lot of annoying things. Viper Strike, Tusk, BKB piercing ability, multiple ways of dealing with him, multiple ways of getting the jump vision advantage that they did have from the Night Stalker. A lot of these things on paper, it looked good, but it never really connected together in the game.
Well, Nigma Galaxy, they have gone pretty deep into their reserve time on these early bans. This is quite the time spent on this one. Yeah, they're really running down the clock on this. And it will end up just being the Earth Spirit ban. One of Rain's strongest. But yeah, spending a lot of time on that one. Nigma Galaxy.
What about some good old Silencer? I'd be down. I know the hero doesn't have the greatest win rate. It lost almost every single game in the Chinese qualifiers, but you might need to have something to stop this Ringmaster from getting his stuff done. Okay, banning out Earth Spirit.
Okay. This seems... I mean, are you okay with this? You know, kind of straight up showing these two heroes that are very likely to almost 100% be the off lane and the mid as your first two picks here. Is this not... Are you not kind of giving away too much here? Showing too much what you're going to do? Is this okay?
So. This could have been a support hero, something generic, and now you're going to get heroes that are going to get on top.
Yeah, I mean, they were very quick with that. Pango techies.
They know.
Yeah.
The same lineup pretty much that they had in the previous game. 3 heroes. Alchemist is still available if they want to go that route, but I also want to see maybe something from the mid lane, something that's going to get them that extra bit of a jump, unless Rain wants to play Pango, and then you can get another jump from the off lane. Whether we're talking about Primal Beast, could be very good, but you played off lane Tiny, could be Centaur that could come out. I'm a big fan of this.
Oh, it's a lot of fun, but they've first 3 picked all 3 of their cores, right? Unless this is some Axe or Sniper support, which it could be.
Could be.
There might be a little bit of a curveball, but it also might not be, and this is their 3 cores.
Yeah, Magnus looked insanely strong. We've seen Sumail play it once from the carry role. We saw Naive play it 2 or 3 games, and it farms so quickly. It's also a hero that can stop Pango from rolling in. Nigma Galaxy picking up Phoenix. They had a lot of success with Phoenix, and they've been opening it up with Phoenix in most of their games. Yeah, 80% win rate. A lot of team fight coming out from their side. A lot of anti-carry. Seems like they had they had enough what Shigetsu was able to do in the previous game. RP, call, multiple BKB piercing abilities, distance. Sniper also being a guy that loves to have a good front line in front of him. And that's going to be Axe, that's going to be Magnus. So far, Techies is kind of semi-jump. It's not really the jump that you need against Sniper. Pango's okay. I would be okay if he picks up something like... Ember Spirit is good in the game, but it also really gets dismantled by Sniper in the lane.
Yeah, what does Rain want here? Can't get his 2 spirits. Would you... Oh, and he can't get his actually Invoker either, so I say, would you like the Invoker? But that's gone. So honestly, pretty much the strongest stuff from Rain is taken away from him. So we'll have to look for something a bit different this game, as opposed to what he's been getting a lot of success with on his run here in the qualifiers.
The question is who wants to play this Pango. If they can maybe squeeze in something like a Centaur, it could be pretty strong for the whole game.
I like this.
That's one of the worst, if not the worst matchup against Sniper on Dota buff, I believe. Let me just double check that real quick so I'm not talking out of my ass.
This is strong. This is strong. It's also a hero that's going to be against, Axe and Magnus, 2 Blink Dagger heroes, or heroes that are pretty reliant on making the Blink plays. So the Haunt is going to be pretty annoying if they don't get the jump on the Spectre before he expects that a fight is coming his way. The Spectre pick looking pretty strong here for Yellow Submarine.
Yeah, Storm Spirit and Spectre are the worst matchups for this hero.
Yeah.
For a good reason. Easy to get the jump, easy to get on top of him.
That's why I feel like, does this Sniper maybe shift to some support Sniper and you get someone else for the mid lane? Or can you just not really do that nowadays?
I mean, anything's doable. Game 3, TI qualifiers, do you want to do it? That's the question.
10 seconds remaining.
If you can find a better core, you might need to suck it up and maybe find something better from the mid lane. Let's see who's talking on Nigma Galaxy at the moment.
Yeah, what are they going to do here? Because again, Axe is also indeed one that we did see this flexibility with, right? They did have a game where they played the Axe support, so the sniper or the Axe might be support if they do see a chance to get something in that's going to be like this kind of gotcha mid pick or off lane pick to finish their draft.
Okay, they banned Ember themselves because we also discussed that it could be
nice.
very good for Yellow Submarine. Just the pick overall, they are lacking some of the stuns. What do you have?
Mid snap. How'd you like it?
Mid snap. Yep, doesn't sound too bad. It gives you.
Oh. Okay, so they're going to do what you said. Actually, not run back Yuk on the Pango this time, put the Pango mid and then get back Yuk on the Tide. Do you like that switch up?
Yeah, if this is, I think they also have in mind that this sniper can still go to the mid lane, and with his fortune favors the bold, it's 50% now. So you get headshotted, it doesn't work. You just get a question mark, which is a lot of the damage that you're soaking up in these early trades. By trades, you're not hitting sniper, but you're just tanking the damage.
I'm just so scared for this sniper. If this is a mid sniper against a Pango, a Spectre, and a Tide Hunter, that sounds terrifying. And there is going to be some sort of switch up. So the Timber's coming in. Let's see where they put everything. I think it's going to be probably Omar Axe. And it still is going to be this mid sniper. I mean, my goodness, he's a brave fellow here, Lorenoff. They don't feel that they can move the sniper away from mid. I mean, this is going to happen when you pick sniper second in a draft, right? You are going to get these counter picks, and I don't know. Maybe correct me if I'm wrong, but this looks like playing a sniper game on nightmare difficulty.
It's pretty much only Spectre. Pango can also be very disruptive. It's also mid Pango, so I assume he's going to be getting the earlier Blink Dagger compared to Batyuk, who was also getting Aghanim Scepter into Blink. But I'm also looking at the matchups against Timbersaw. Like, they don't have much. Like, if we compare Sniper, how much he was countered, and compare how much Timbersaw was countered, I like Timbersaw more in this one. I feel like this hero is not addressed properly because they didn't know what they're going to be picking. So it does feel good. It's not a stun. It's not a catch. So Omar is going to be playing Axe position 4. It's doable. They played it before. This hero can be run from different roles because it trades so well in the lane. And also, Sniper, he builds into Silver Edge. I think this game, it might be some Dragonlance. It might be like earlier shard to have extra bit of a protection so you can remove yourself from Rolling Thunder, create against Spectre with the disarm, and also later on you pick up the Silver Edge against Spectre, against Tide Hunter. It does work really well, and then you can go back to one of the best items, probably the best item that you can buy on Sniper, highest DPS, if maybe exclude Butterfly, and that's going to be the new item, the Hydra's Breath.
This is going to be a lot of fun to see. Some switch-ups indeed. And as you say, maybe this final pick, Timbersaw, is going to be what kind of destroys Yellow Submarine's lineup. We saw the stats coming up there from Devi. This is one of his, it's got to be one of his most picked heroes with a stat like that. He had a pretty insane win rate on this Timbersaw. Yeah, it is. So it's his most played in pro games, 137 matches, 65% win rate in officials. And then on his pubs also, we don't have the most up-to-date stats, but until they were being recorded, 831 games, 61% win rate. So this is, he has found the space to bring out his best hero. And from what you're telling me, he's managed to find a way to bring it out as the last pick in a game where the hero looks pretty phenomenal in its matchups.
Yeah, he does. I mean, this I think Timbersaw is going to own this game. There's literally nothing that he's afraid of. Maybe mana burn from Pangolier, but other than that, he seems more than fine. Unless he's somehow isolated, so Spectre hits him with his dispersion, desolate damage. But other than that, I think this hero is more than fine. They have really no abilities to stop him from getting in, getting out of the fight as well. Devi, he's going to need to step up in this game because he's been set up for a success.
He really has. And as I say, from the stats, he's certainly got the backup to prove that he can do it here with this Timber. His best hero coming in at this defining moment at the qualifiers. Game 3 against Yellow Submarine. A Yellow Submarine with a lineup that, I can't help but feel that if this game doesn't get kind of taken under the control of Nigma Galaxy early, this Shigetsu Spectre in the late game might be something that they will not be able to deal with. Under the tier 2 tower, Samael is going to get taken down. Yellow Submarine having just enough to kill him off and find that first blood to start game 3.
Hakoda, this time around, getting Tame the Beast, getting him mid-skewer, and then catching him off guard, I assume. It's not going to be as strong for trading in the lane. GH did deny that Bounty Rune. So good start for him. We saw what Cemetery can do with the farm that he was getting in the previous game. Getting the BKB, being very tanky. Good start for this off lane. But Yuk also should have a good time in the bottom lane. He is Tide Hunter after all. Magnus, that's a carry Magnus. He puts more points into Empower, so not going to be feeling that much damage.
Of course, as the carry mag against the Tide, there will be the timings of the game where even if you get him in that RP, you're probably going to be ready to have the BKB ready to press, because a high chance the Batchuk will still get those Ravages out to disrupt your play. Top lane, Davai. Talked about the expectations for him. He ends up dying in the lane. Omar, also to get chased down here. The darts hitting, he will survive. But a very nice kill for them to find early on in the laning stage here, Hakoda and Shigetsu.
He thought to put more pressure with Whirling Death, and that is what you're supposed to do, but also sometimes in some matchups you want to go for reactive armor, be slightly more tanky. They cut down all the trees in this area, making sure that he's not going to be able to get that harassment, get that extra bit of a damage maybe. How's mid lane doing? 6-2. Sniper sitting at 9-1. Or enough sniper. There are a couple of sniper experts in the scene. Quinn being the one, but he's not playing anymore. Of course, XM, we gotta mention him. And Lorinov also being very big on sniper.
Bottom lane, GH. They're gonna have him. Now the Submarine starting to get some early kills here in the lanes. Bottom lane. At the least for Nigma Galaxy, they're making sure the Batyoke doesn't have an easy time finding the CS. Some of the slowest start right now out of the cores in terms of the last hits. Samael getting pretty much free farm as the Magnus, despite his support dying. Not super easy for GH to trade with them, especially once the levels are there. Cemetery is going to have a decent amount of burst to threaten the Phoenix. Top lane things starting to calm down a little bit for Divine. He's level 3. He's got the extra point to spend if necessary for Timber Chain. You know, pop it in there now. Get away from the two of them. Much less likely that he dies again now against those two top.
Doesn't have the strongest support in the lane as Timber, so because it's a melee position for. He doesn't trade that well, especially because they also got some extra bit of a gold early on from that assist. They got extra bit of a gold from the kill. And now Omar needs to find a way how to play this lane, because right now it's not really working out. Hakoda is giving him the treatment.
He's got stick charges and Fairy Fire here on Hakoda. Lorinov, he's actually going to get the chance to kill off Rain in the mid, and Cemetery will not be able to punish Lorinov. So Lorinov getting a very nice kill with the aggression. Hakoda will finish Omar off. Divide, he'll swing across, make sure to get that trade though. Takes down Hakoda in return. Yeah, mid lane, Lorinov getting a kill like that, it's going to set him on a good track to hitting that 6 pretty fast. Already about a full level of experience ahead of that, of the Pangolier in this matchup.
Not respecting Strongman Tonic there, because I was watching a different fight. He did have it because of the kill that he got early on. It's quite a lot of strength that you are getting. That's... He was level 3, so 8 extra strength, almost 200 HP.
Samael getting the chance to take down Batyoke with the help of GH. They punish the Tide whilst he's on his own. As DJ Omar just kind of chasing Cemetery across the map. Eyes on the mid, Hakoda. will get the connection, but until Rain's got the 6 in the Rolling Thunder, they can't go for a tower dive for the sniper. Very difficult kill to try and get.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Across the board, though, 5 minutes in. Pretty even. They're going to try for another setup onto Devi. We'll chain away. They'll have another dagger in a few seconds to go for Devi. He has got a Lotus, so we'll be fine. Relatively so, though. We'll have to still stay underneath the tower and not able to put pressure really onto Shigetsu. He's having a fine time here, farming in the safe lane as the Spectre.
I think they want to get him level 6 and then try to make a move on Lorinov, because right now he is getting the solo XP. The rune, Omar is going to take it. Sniper doesn't care too much about the runes. Shigetsu needs another couple of creeps to be able to get this. Get this level 6. Also something to point out, Sumail, he is skipping Mask of Madness on the hero. Last time he played it, he did go for it. We saw other teams also pick up Mask of Madness. Naive, it's your farming tool, it's your sustain in the jungle. And right now, he is skipping it.
I like this. You know, I don't really know what I'm talking about, but at least when I'm doing the Magnus, I prefer to go this way. You know, just getting the Echo into the Blink, if that's indeed what he does go for us the second time after the Echo. It's something about this opening feels a bit more explosive when you do hit that kind of Echo Blink dagger timing and go for the first RP play. So fun to see, indeed, Sumail going for something a bit different to what we've seen on the other carry Magnus play, where is always that Mask of Madness first. But not here today for Sumail, going for the slightly different build-up.
We'll see if he goes back for it. I'm a big fan of both Mask of Madness and Echo Saber, and then going for a Blink, you can go Mask of Madness into Blink, into Echo Saber. Depends how the game is going, who's being the initiator for the team, whether you need to Blink initiate or you can just get away with getting the farm. Problem is, sometimes you don't have the sustain to clear the jungle because of your enchantments. Magnus being Universal Hero, you don't get to get those cool enchantments as an offlaner maybe, so you don't have as much regen. And you don't have as much sustain. So a lot of the times you would see carry Magnus without Mask of Madness sitting at 60-70% HP coming into a fight. Not where you want to be.
As we can see on the numbers, with the way that the laning's going, Nigma Galaxy are getting that little bit more out of these lanes. Both Lorinov and Sumail having quite the start here, top 2 net worth. See Rain go for the Rolling Thunder, thinking about trying for the dive, and here's that timing you talk about. We Shigetsu coming in with the ultimate, jumps over towards Lorinov, but they don't have enough damage to get him. Rain will try and slide in to finish up the job, but has not got the damage. Lorinov is perfectly fine. He could just turn, look to take Rain out. Rain is up to the high ground. He's bottling up. Sumail, he's going to dive on forward for him, though. Omar comes in from the side. He'll be able to run down Hakoda with the Battle Hunger. Shockwave not going to quite clip Rain. But Sumail, is he able to find a chance to get him? He won't. So TP out will come in time to keep Rain safe. But unsuccessful there with that first
Sniper's
attempt
tanky
with the horn.
He's very tanky. Double raid ban because he got that solo kill. Managed to farm Belt of Giant Strike. Understanding the matchup. Not going for Blade of Alacrity. I have more damage. I will have more farm. It's more about the survivability. And so far it's working out. Devi farming on the other side. Completely uncontested as well. 45 CS on him. In the middle of the pack at the moment.
Not a super easy start so far for Rain. Mid lane, no longer really that safe of a space for him, especially with Omar hanging around, just spamming out the Battle Hungers anytime he steps up. Not easy to sit in the lane anymore against this sniper +1. Top GH. Ready to get aggressive. He's got the 6, Supernova at the ready. And they go for Hakoda. It's going to try and cycle away, but it's straight into Omar. He's got the call. They'll burst through him easily. Another kill
Nice
for
read
Nigma
from
Galaxy.
Omar.
3K lead now, 10 minutes in.
Voronov, I think he also wants to make a move with this haste. Seems like they want to catch rain. Omar is there. He could try to peep. Yeah, he has to TP out.
He's just not getting much space at all. Anytime this Pango tries to find somewhere to farm, Lorinov just turns up and forces him out of it. Top lane, looking for a Coda. There's only so much running he can do. Davai easily able to chase him down. Pick up a third kill here. And with that, should be able to finish off the tower. Whilst this goes on in the mid, Omar continues to be in quite the nuisance. They'll deal with him though, right? We'll come across. I mean, I said they'll deal with him. Omar's going to be able to run. Should have him in a second with a swashbuckle or a shield crash. And will indeed finally take the axe out, but it's drawn a lot of attention towards the mid.
Where Sniper's going to be. He doesn't care about action getting or coming to his lane, so he can maybe get a kill. He can maybe get some extra farm. Device stealing some of the stacks as well. Magnus continues to farm up. 4k gold lead now for them. Axe is very underleveled. Level 4 at the moment, but everybody else on the team is doing more than fine.
No, they really are. Samel is going to be insanely farmed with these timings. And he's going to be able to be involved quite early on with this build. Halfway on the goal towards the Blink Dagger. Timings for Yellow Submarine going to be a bit slower. They are going to need to somehow find a way to slow this game down. Allow Shigetsu to get this Blade Mail into Radiance. It's going to take a fair bit of time.
Wanted to mention it. It's going to be a very delayed Radiance. Blade Mail is super expensive item, 2.4k gold. And you're not getting involved. I can understand why he's getting Blade Mail. You're playing against a lot of uncontrollable damage rate against pretty much all 3 cores on Nigma Galaxy. But this could have also been Blade Mail slightly later. It's a bit of a cheaper option to farm. But that Radiance, that's a 20+ minute Radiance. If he dies once or twice, things are going to get pretty difficult for him to farm it.
Yeah, they are definitely hoping for a long game at Yellow Submarine. And maybe, that's not a bad shout for them to go for, especially when you consider, game 2 was one where Nigma Galaxy got a lead early on, wanted to make aggressive plays, those went wrong, and suddenly the game turns around. So perhaps Yellow Submarine playing for that same sort of mistake to come out from Nigma Galaxy, and just sort of, they're going to kind of sit back, hit creeps, and force Nigma Galaxy to have to try and make those moves, knowing that after that last game, there is a chance that Nigma Galaxy might make the wrong ones. So far, nothing really going wrong at all for Nigma Galaxy. That's the timing for Samael. So 13 minutes, we'll have the Echo. Actually, no, sorry, he changed it up. Okay, so he actually goes for the full harpoon rush. So this is something different to what we've seen. So I was expecting the Echo into Blink. He did have that queued up, but he actually says, no, I'm just going to finish the harpoon first. Top. They come in with the catch onto Devi. It's quite a big catch as well, taking him out. So that's the Timber gone. So yeah, Samel is... Yeah, he's going to be continue to hit those creeps and then until he has this Blink Dagger on top of the harpoon. Sure, if someone turns up to the lane, he can try and go for some setup play with the harpoon. But this does show that he's not interested in kind of getting involved yet. He is just going to continue to hit the creeps until the Blink Dagger is now done on top of that harpoon.
Yeah, that's why I thought maybe Mask of Madness is a better choice. Harpoon is good for setting things up with Skewer.
Yeah, it's a great item.
You're slightly more tanky. You would get that item no matter what. You would most likely get it at the later stages once you finish off your Mask of Madness, Blink Dagger, maybe even BKB if necessary, depending what you're playing against. But right now, it is just straight up Harpoon for Samael.
Shigetsu. But all the space that has been taken away from him, he's still managed to avoid death himself. 0-0-2. And he's starting to climb up the net worth. He's got a long way to go. But this, you know, the 5k lead or such that Nigma Galaxy did build up, it has started to kind of stabilize, which Yellow Submarine will not be too upset about.
If they can get to their item timings, if they can farm this
Yeah.
Aghanim Scepter on Tidehunter, maybe get a pick off in between without losing too much, they're definitely okay with that. Victor getting to her Radiance timing. Problem is, they don't really have many playmakers. It needs to be Pango with the Blink Dagger, who's still relatively far away from it, or if he can find an opening with the Swashbuckle into the Fusel Blade slow, and then Spectre comes in. But they also need to be aware of how they're going to be getting out of the fight as well once they commit. That's why we're seeing them not really committing to these fights. Instead, like you saw that fight top, where they managed to kill the Vi. Quick kill. They saw the egg. They don't want to overcommit. They're happy with whatever they can get, any kind of a small advantage. But the gold lead still keeps increasing for Nigma Galaxy.
Let's see if they want to go for that smoke move. Or if Samel's going to be content still farming. Blink Dagger's on the courier for him. It's in a very, very strong spot. If they want to try and make some play, maybe if he wants to go for the twin gate, head over. Okay, he's going to TP
He's TPing mid
to join the rest of the team. So here's that move. So really strong timing here. 16 minutes in. Blink Harpoon. Ready to go on Samel. They catch any of these heroes in an RP, they're getting the kill. The tide might be a little more complicated because he's got the Kraken shell, but anyone else, very dead. Easy catch onto the mid, find Cemetery.
without committing too much. It's just Harpoon, just Blink, and Skewer. No RP, still has that available for the next fight if needed. A little surprised that Lorinov is going for Mjolnir. I know this is a, like, probably more popular build in pubs, but this item is really not that great. Maybe he's thinking, I need to have like cheap option to deal with the Radiance, the mischance that against Spectre, but I feel like the other option feels much, much better with you getting the Dragonlance, getting the Shard, and then picking up Silver Edge, forcing Spectre to buy extra bit of detection, and then you have Silver Edge as well for Spectre and Tidehunter, and then going back to Hydra, because I don't consider Mjolnir to be a very good item at the moment. It's very expensive and not really doing that much.
Yeah, that's right, yeah. I think maybe one of the reasons as well where we're starting to see the rise of some of these carries that don't rely on building up the Mjolnir. Yeah,
exactly. It has been nerfed way too many times. Samel, bottom, he's going to be able to finish off that tower. GH in close vicinity, making sure that he has something just in case they decide to go on him.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Definitely looking so far so good, but it is, you know, one of those games where if you kind of throw a bad team fight into a Spectre that cleans up, that lead that you have against him will start to dissipate very quickly. So Nigma Galaxy, they've got to continue to play this opening very carefully to maintain this lead. The Assassinate coming onto Rain, but nowhere near enough damage to snipe him down quite yet.
Supports on Yellow Submarine are not farming much, so they can't really get stuff done. These are fighting heroes rather than farming heroes. They're still gonna smoke up, seeing that there is no egg available. Magnus still fight ready. Ideally, you would want to have Shigetsu to have Radiance at this point, but only Relic on the Courier.
He's on GH bottom. They know that he's used the Supernova, so GH pretty vulnerable here. Catch him in the chain stun. Will manage to take the Phoenix out. Cause of Nigma Galaxy, though, very safe elsewhere on the map. Lorinov still yet to die, 2-0-2. Getting to clean up the mid very, very easily. There still is that very, very fast timing on the Mjolnir, so his farm speed will be very strong, likely to stay up there parallel with the net worth gain of Samael.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And this is before he even gets empowered. It's a range hero, so you're not getting all the benefits, but it's still relatively good damage increase. Spectre desperately needs that Radiance. This is going to be their time to strike. But Duke finished off his Aghanim Scepter. Maybe they can sync up both Blink Dagger on Tidehunter, Radiance, and Spectre, and then try to take the fight. Tormentor is available. Radiant not going to find anything. But they still want to take the fight. Omar also with the Blink Dagger.
They have to set up this for this fight, Yellow Submarine. They can't start the Tormentor whilst they don't have info on the whereabouts of Nigma Galaxy, but they can set up for a team fight like this from the high ground. Nigma Galaxy. Smoke's going to come off. GH knows that someone's up here. We'll dive in to kind of check out the situation. As Nigma Galaxy don't want to enter into this corner of the map blindly. They'll back off.
They see that Spectre doesn't have Radiance yet. It's going to come on the Courier after this creep wave. And look where Cemetery is. Same spot, same items. He does have Essence Distiller. Could potentially see them once they go on the Tormentor. Does have Tumbler's Toy. So can go for the jump. Completely AFK in this area. Again.
Favorite spot of the map. Worked out right from last game. It really did. And as you say, just playing for the chances of seeing if you can get that sort of big play, big info for the team. Right, now for Yellow Submarine, they have got the blink on Batchuk, so they can look to set up the fights themselves with the jump potential of both him and the Pangolier. He's going to go for the TP out. They won't have anything to stop that, or look to drop anything for it. I mean, I guess the question from me really is, obviously I'm seeing this Spectre, Shigetsu getting to farm, getting to catch back up. Like, how much of an uh-oh is it for Nigma Galaxy that this Spectre's getting to do this? That he's got the Blamer, that he's got the Radiance? Like, is it already getting to a point where Nigma Galaxy are feeling a bit of pressure to speed things up, or do you not think they're necessarily feeling that at all?
They have Sniper, they have Magnus, they have good scaling. Axe is also going to be scaling at one point. You know, this is Blink Dagger, Call, going for the Force Staff next. Might even try to upgrade that later on. Rain, he's in.
Okay. Here comes the Haunt. They'll drop the Ravage. Only catches GH. So everything on a GH. They will be able to run down Omar. Don't get the cores, but they do manage to make sure that both kills go the way of the carry. She gets able to turn up, clean up.
Back to farming. These are the type of fights they want to get, and I think Nigma Galaxy, after seeing that they use 2 really long ultis, long cooldowns, they're gonna go inside the Roche pit and take it, knowing that they can't really contest without these abilities. Though I also opt to go for a BKB as his second item. I think it's the correct choice. You're playing against Pango, you are playing against more annoying spells, and also playing against Blade Mail. It can be super annoying if you want to be killing Spectre. Smail does get a pick off. BKB about to be completed, needs another camp.
Smail. It's going to not get the grab on Hakoda. Has the blink. One of the strongest items to have against these harpoon play styles. Always able to blink away. Start approaching the mid here, Nigma Galaxy. Stepping up for the tier 2. It's just, I just wonder if there's... do you not think there's that kind of feeling in the back of their minds, Nigma Galaxy, after that game 2 where this, you know, Shigetsu's play on the Alchemist, this guy knows what to do to turn a game around on his carry, and indeed this game, he's not died yet on the Spectre. He's 3rd on the net worth. He's rising up the ranks. I think I'd be a bit concerned if I'm Nigma Galaxy. Even though you do have scaling potential, you do have some of these heroes like the Sniper that are not going to have fun dealing with the Spectre later on. In the river, they will find Batchuk. So getting a big kill, but surely they want to try and look for more and more. If they slow this down, you got to be worried about Shigetsu. He knows how to heavy carry a game.
Yeah, and he's very careful. Like, this is a type of a carry player that knows when to take the risks. A lot of bombs here.
Oh my goodness, they'll get him, and they will survive the mines. And that will set them up to go for the Tormentor. Now, kind of low, but GH will heal them up. And should be able to find us.
Well, they are dropping low, but we'll be able to get it in the end. GH Sunray definitely helped. Up to 10k, highest net worth lead that we've seen them have. But Spectre, she is getting the farm.
She
will
really
also,
is.
yeah, she is, but she will also need, like, this is not one of those games where Spectre can solo carry. She also needs Pango to be able to scale. And right now, Rain, lowest net worth core. She can't do it on her own because she will, like, later on get broken by Sniper. We will see that. We will maybe see it even from the Magnus. Yeah, he has one queued up, so very good item in this game. We talked about it during the draft once we saw Spectre and Tidehunter on the same team.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, maybe I am overrating the Spectre a little bit. Maybe it's just sort of trauma from all those games in the past that you play where the enemy's got the Spectre hitting the creeps, and you're like, guys, there's a Spectre that we haven't seen in quite some time, and getting quite a lot of items online. I don't know. I feel like Nigma Galaxy have to be a little bit worried about Shigetsu in the mid. Jump's gonna be there to get the Vi.
Nice. Sinking, not overlapping anything. Divide doesn't get the BKB off. They get the kill, immediately back to farming. I think Nigma Galaxy should try to look for a fight, knowing, again, 2 very long cooldowns, 2+ minutes. Should try to find something. Smoke up, maybe buy gem. GH doesn't have it yet. Try to control certain areas of the map and play from there, but right now, there's not much going on. They are back to farming, maybe also respecting techies, knowing that they can't invade. We saw what they can do near the twin gates because he dropped them relatively low. Imagine if Tidehunter jumps on top of that. Imagine if your Spectre also gets on top with the ulti. Level 18 now, Manta finished. BKB next on the menu for Shigetsu.
I mean, that's going to really enable him to turn up to any of these fights very confidently against Nigma Galaxy. It's a male.
Thinking about it.
It's difficult though. I mean, anytime you're making these moves on the map against the techies, you never really want to be the one who blinks in first, because it might go horribly wrong.
They're using Essence Distiller plus Mines, so they see exactly where they are. They're blocking off the ramp, sending out Spectre illusions, knowing that they might strike while the ultis are down. 50 seconds for both of them to come back online.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Slowly able to enter into the high ground, but not able to get a catch. Rain trying for the Wisdom Steal, but he's going to get caught by the call. Samael, he'll drop an RP for this one. Ensure that they can catch and kill off the Pango. They see Divide, they know that he's not really got the team with him. He's going to BKB immediately. Knows that he's vulnerable whilst he's out alone. Does not want to risk the chance of them being able to make a play for him.
That's BKB out of the system. Roshan still going to be on this side for another minute and a half. Spectre continues to farm up. It's a scary hero. A bit of a forgotten hero.
It is.
We've seen it
I think it is.
here and there, but it's a hero that can carry the games.
Because this is the thing. I feel like the best scaling out of the heroes on Team Nigma, right, is the sniper. And that's the one that the Spectre kind of counters the most. That's my concern here for Nigma Galaxy.
You're not wrong, Owen. I mean, it is like that. She can disassemble that Radiance later on, pick up Nullifier, and get some Bloodthorn action going on. Scotty. There's a lot of items that Sniper is gonna need to be afraid of. I'm seeing what GH is buying, and I am agreeing. All of these auras tanking things up. Does have Greedy Enchantment, of course, 100 extra GPM. Gold is kicking in. How's Axe doing? He's also holding on to Greedy Enchantment. Force staff ready. Shadowblade queued up on him.
All right, I mean, this is going to be a lot of Shadow Blades. You're going to have 3 heroes picking up the Shadow Blade on Nigma Galaxy. So detection is going to be pretty huge, and they know it. You know, Yellow Submarine, they'll pick up the gem for a Hakoda.
Ooh, amplify damage. He kills it immediately. Lorenov's like, I could have waited it out. It's a big one. The fight's brewing. Hakoda.
Samael.
He gets blink again.
Yeah, Hakoda, his reactions, he's ready. Anytime he sees someone trying to come for him, especially if it's Samael, he's ready to react. It's a couple of times now Samael's not been able to get the grab on this Ringmaster.
Do you even go for him, knowing that
that he's probably going to get away?
Yeah,
maybe at this point you're like, yeah, whatever. You see the Ringmaster, you're like, I'm not even going to, yeah. So ideally, they would want something bigger as well, Nigma Galaxy, but Yellow Submarine are just doing a pretty good job of never really having their cores in a position where they can be jumped. And again, whilst Nigma Galaxy do have this gold lead, it's at this point only climbing up very, very slowly, and Shigetsu is getting all the space in the world. He's second highest on the net worth. You give him a few more minutes, he's going to be in that top spot as this Spectre. They haven't been able to hunt him down.
Never managed to kill him once. This guy didn't die for the last 2 hours, pretty much. Didn't die in the previous game, didn't die in this one. BKB now completed on him. Though they have BKB piercing abilities, he still wants to have that extra protection where he can maybe kill off the egg, remove some of more annoying spells, Fire Spirits, Battle Hunger, and also potential RP.
Samael? So you want to go for the jump
would
on
be
this?
Chibi with the Mantis.
Oh, they'll go for the jump. He'll be able to get the catch on the Cemetery. And the support kill. Still, can they try and turn these moves into more Nigma Galaxy? Farm is good on them, and they're getting support kills, but they really want to try and find the course. Try and turn this into a tier 2 push if possible. Rain, he's going to lead in, and there's the jump with the follow-up haunt. They're over on towards Lorenov. He's going to try and hide in the pit. Can he escape the Spectre? He cannot. Rain kills off Lorenov. Nigma Galaxy, they do manage to find Hakoda. Ravage comes out, though. Clips both GH and Devi. It's going to be GH dead. Devi will get the BKB off. It's going to look towards Rain. And BKB is about to wear off from him. It's getting a bit messy, this fight now for Nigma Galaxy.
He caught him.
Trying to get away here with the skewer. Goes for the TP. They'll force him away. It allows him to get out. But Omar left behind. 3 dead on Nigma Galaxy. Yellow Submarine only losing Hakoda, who did immediately buy back. And that's going to allow Yellow Submarine to move into the pit, get this Roche. And as I said, I think Nigma Galaxy, they might have this lead, but I think they might be starting to sweat a little bit, Lacoste.
Oh, absolutely. They're sweating because Sniper, he is getting caught. He was holding onto that Hurricane Pike for a really long time, but it wasn't enough. Spectre comes in with the dagger. She goes to Roshan's pit.
Oh!
RP's the ground.
He RP's the ground in frustration. He's dead. That's not a good sign.
In trouble as well.
He's going to try for the TP out, but again, Hakoda's ready with the whip. As Devi, healing him up, but Rain's in with the Rolling Thunder. They get the anchor down onto Devi. The Supernova will at least give the space to keep Devi safe. Omar's able to get him with the jump call onto Batyuk. They'll kill the Tide. So they will protect Devi, take down the Tide, but Roshan's gone. Aegis now into the hands of Shigetsu, and that gold lead that Nigma Galaxy had starting to drift away.
It's not much. This 6K, now 5K gold lead doesn't even feel like a lead anymore. I think they're still going to be playing slightly more passive, even with this Aegis. They don't want to be rushing things, especially once they don't have abilities online. If they don't have Ravage, if they don't have that Haunt, they're probably not going to try to engage. Ooh, Shigetsu. That was close. He almost picked up both runes. There was an illusion rune. If you pick that up on Spectre with Radiance, any Radiance carrier, you can farm the whole map.
Yes, it would have been the dream from it. Yeah, couldn't quite make it there in time. Yeah, this is stepping up to be quite the game 3. You know, 15 to 14, a gold lead that doesn't really mean a huge amount at 34, coming up to 35 minutes in. And the question of whether or not Nigma Galaxy are going to be able to get away with this draft where you know, sure, they obviously have the I'm just going to see the horn come out because they're going to just use it to freely take down Omar. But, you know, a draft where, you know, sure, the carrier is Sumail, but the true carrier, right, is the sniper, right? That's the one that scales the most. But they picked it second, and it's a draft where they've allowed the Spectre to come through as the last pick. And Shigetsu, after playing an insane Game 2 on his Alchemist, and now in this Game 3, still yet to die, this is going to be an absolute challenge for Lorinov and the lads to try and out-carry this.
Yeah, especially with the next item coming up.
Yeah.
This Scotty is going to reduce healing from Timbersaw. Oh, he's in trouble. Needs to up a BKB.
See what it can do with this guy towards Shigetsu. BKB's about to wear off. The rest of Nigma Galaxy are coming over. Not going to be able to
have
jump.
RP being used on a hero? We've seen the one on the ground, but haven't seen on a hero. Maybe one.
I was going to say, but did we have like a solo RP? I think he did drop an RP down onto one target, but indeed it's not been too flashy from Sumail in this early game. It's been a slower start for him.
We haven't seen too many in this game yet. Considering that you have Timbersaw, formation from Yellow Submarine has been pretty immaculate. Not grouping up, not allowing him to go for that multi-man RP.
Oh. Omar. He's in with the setup. Sumail popping the BKB. Ooh, it's a little awkward. He'll still get the skewer on a rain. Oh, they get the job done. It's not pretty.
I don't think it connected.
I don't think
the RP connected.
Yeah, but they got him. You know, it's a job done.
Dead. He's dead.
Yeah,
That's
he's
what
dead.
matters.
It doesn't matter. You know, they got the kill. And they did, well, they got the gem right from that. So, big kill for them to find there.
Gem is the big one. It's not so much about the kill. It's about the gem, seeing that everybody wants to pick up Shadowblade. Like, they have Magnus with the Silver Edge now completed. Sniper has Shadowblade. And also Axe has one queued up and just picked it up. So, later on, you will need to rebuy that gem.
Shigetsu, how far is he off the Skadi? Just about under 800 gold.
Radiant are scanning.
He's ready to fight again. Has the Haunt. They'll probably wait until the Pan goes back in. Next big item pickup for them done. Batyuk's got the Shiva's Guard. And we're seeing Sumail after the Silver Edge. He's going to be looking for the AC for the team. And how's Loranov's progress looking? Yeah, after the Silver Edge, he will want that Satanic. It's very close to being able to get the Silver Edge finished on the Sniper. And they have been able to hold on to their mid tower for quite a nice long time here. 37 minutes in. Nigma Galaxy still having the tier 1 mid alive. Definitely allowing to alleviate some of the pressure that Yellow Submarine are going to look to apply now. You know, Yellow Submarine absolutely feeling strong and ready to set up for the fights themselves now, with the moments passing and the game starting to drift into the later stages. Omar. Look for the setup onto the Tide. It's not going to happen, Rain. It's in with the Rolling Thunder. See Shigetsu look to go towards the Squisher Heroes first. Wants to take down Omar. Now he jumps over. They get the stun on towards Lorinov. Sumail put the RP to lock down Shigetsu. Lorinov's able to turn and start to stand his ground here under the cover of the BKB. Omar gets the call on towards Shigetsu. They bring him down.
Dies.
This time round, Yellow Submarine, they dive a tower too far. Sumail gets the last laugh. Double kill for him. For kind of the first time in these last two games, Game 2 and Game 3, it's the first time where Yellow Submarine, they pushed it too much. They went too aggressive. The jump was a little bit awkward, but right, they had to go very deep beyond the tier 1 up to the tier 2 to make that move. When he came in with the Haunt, wanted to get rid of the Axe first, they couldn't kill Lorinov quick enough. Sure, they get him at the end of it all, but he was actually able to turn and get a decent amount of damage off before he did die.
Yeah, and this time around, if he lands a 2-man RP, he becomes super tanky because of the 15 talent, 14 attributes, so that's 28 attributes, which makes him extremely tanky, and their damage is really not that high. It's a bit of a damage over time on Yellow Submarine, unless Pango's coming in with the roll, multiple connections, and as you said, they were diving in too deep. Also, Wheel of Wonder doesn't connect. They still have this tier 1 tower, so they were diving behind tier 1 tower, down to tier 2 tower, and there's still a fish available. But Yuk, I need to run it down the mid lane, pick up that juicy fish. Where's he sitting at right now? 5 at the moment.
Yeah, not too many.
Just trying to hype it up, yeah.
But indeed, Honestly, the best thing about them is probably that they're yummy, apparently. Not necessarily what they actually give you, because it's, we've seen some players just kind of straight up ignore, pick them up sometimes. Bottom. Samael. Feeling kind of chill. He's got the BKB in the Silver Edge, and he's ready to step up and go in here with Omar and Divide. He's going to get caught out by the wheel. Omar has to go down. Samael has to put the BKB and get out. He's going to go for the skewer TP, but the damage is coming out for Shigetsu. He gets in on top of him. That's Samael dead. And that's the gem on the deck. They move over to GH. And for the mistake that Yellow Submarine might have made in the mid, Nigma Galaxy kind of make a bigger one there. That is rough.
Nigma Galaxy. One thing you can always count with this team, they are going to make a mistake. They're going to make your heart rate beat go up by a lot every single time. If you're there, know it's happening. It's never clean. It's always a roller coaster of emotion, and their games
Divide!
And
he's gone back in. He's got BKB, but he's trying to do this solo. Okay, he's going to go for the BKB TP, and they don't have anything to stop it. So he'll get out, but having used the BKB there again. But yeah, you couldn't kind of get anything more really from a game 3 like this. The qualification game for TI, and I think everyone right now, whether you're rooting for Nigma Galaxy or Yellow Submarine, you're probably on the edge of your seat here 41 minutes in. 19 to 20, only a 3k gold difference. Yellow Submarine swinging the game back round, but maybe there's the chance here for Nigma Galaxy if Yellow Submarine do make these mistakes, if they can set up for the high ground. Now, if they don't get the clean jump onto the sniper, get on top of him with the Haunt, the high ground hold from Nigma Galaxy will be very strong around this Magnus sniper.
It will be, but look at what Shigetsu has in his quick buy. He does have a refresher, so it's not as strong as it was before. You can't be refreshing your BKB, your Blade Melts and Manta Styles, but you do refresh your ulti, which is the most damage that is being dealt, and also showing where everybody is. It's going to give you that secondary vision, secondary reset as well, if you want to call it, where they're going to be seeing everything, and they're going to be getting a better jump potentially for Rain. We said that Rain, he needs to also play a bit of a game where he needs to scale. He was thinking, what do I need to buy? Do I need to buy this Octarine Core, one of the best late game items you can buy on Pango? But instead, after seeing the BKB TP out attempts, he purchases the Basher, and Spectre's also not going for the Basher herself, which means that you need to have it. So with this Basher, Retrieve Gem that they did pick up, they're kind of in a really good spot. Tidehunter also picked up Hex, closer to level 25, so you can have that extra second on the Ravage. And I want to see next item also queued up potentially for Batchuk. If this game goes late, there's going to be a refresher Tidehunter with level 25 talent. It's almost 3.5 second duration times 2.
Yeah, that's so
7-second duration of AoE. It's a lot.
Like that's enough for the Spectre to just kill whoever he gets the chance to jump on during that Ravage.
Yeah, refresher.
Smoke time from Yellow Submarine. If they find a good fight here, they will take the gold lead. Nigma Galaxy seem pretty prepared. Grouped up. They can sense something's coming. Divide. Just going to show first. BKB's back off cooldown. Ryuk's going to open though with the Hex play. Oh my, he's in with the call. He's actually having a solid one here on the two of them in the backline. Skewer forward. Samael has the 4-up RP to take out Batchuk. A beautiful call there from Omar to start the fight. See if Yellow Submarine can continue to fight this. Shigetsu is considering getting back in on this. Dagger over towards GH, but the dive's up. They've lost Lorinov. They won't lose anything more though. So it ends up being the 2-for-1. Very, very quick move to start things off there. Omar gets a clean call, and Devi actually able to chase down Cemetery and make sure they get a third kill off the back of that fight. But yeah, excellent call from Omar, and no hesitation from Samael to follow up and just drop that RP and burst this Tide effectively before he could get any chance to Ravage.
Yeah, the call is one of the best options against Tidehunter. It cannot be dispelled. I want to see if he maybe switches things around. I would love to see potentially some Aeon Disc picked up on Tidehunter just so that you don't die, meaning that you get your Ravage off, you get your sight afterwards. And now Roshan, it does belong to Nigma Galaxy. This is also a fight where Shigetsu used his refresher. Didn't seem like it was enough. It was enough to kill Sniper, but everybody else, they survived.
Just for Submarine. Pass the gem over to GH for now. Nigma Galaxy back with a little bit more control on the game. Maybe this is the thing here. Even though the sniper vulnerable and does die, perhaps the rest of the team can kind of keep the team fights in their favor, even if they do lose Lauren off at the start. Yellow Submarine. They'll have some further big pickups pretty soon. Rain can start going towards that Octarine. He's got a lot of money towards it. Hakoda's nearly got enough to afford the Aghanims. Some more potential saves there with the escape acts.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if somebody picks up Nullifier. Just not sure who it is. It could be... Like, it could be coming out from the support. There were a couple of games that I remember where Phoenixes did pick it up because cores don't want to buy it. They're running out of slots, and then you can dive in, throw that Nullifier. Obs, Sentry, and a couple of bombs in the area. Sniper's level 25. His level 25 talent is insane. This is how VG Gaming managed to make a comeback in the Chinese qualifier against Yakuto Bros with 60k gold lead. You could not push the high ground. It's always up. Rain, he's in.
Very good angle to start the fight. They find Lorinov straight away at the beginning of it. That's Lorinov gone for 100 seconds. They'll move over towards Device. Going to try for the BKB TP, but the bash comes out. Puts a stop towards his TP out. 2 huge kills to be found. And again, I feel like this is kind of going to be Lorinov's life anytime he steps out on the map for the time being. This sniper will immediately die if they jump him.
7,000 damage from Spectre. She wasn't even, like, dealing the damage. This was just one ulti. Had another refresh already. Sitting on 5,000 gold. And it's going to be Abyssal Blade for him. He could buy it out completely after selling the treads. And he can also still go pretty big. Upgrade that shard. Upgrade his Aghanim Scepter as well. Aghanim Scepter is not that great in terms of, like, what it does. It's an okay upgrade. It reduces the cooldown by 20 seconds. That's also pretty big. Right, Hunter. He got level 25, now level 26. That 1 extra second and make a lot of difference. Especially with the Hex. This time around they were able to Hex him straight away. Didn't get the BKB off because he does have that superior vision once Spectre decides to haunt in.
Another tier 2 taken away. The net worth now even between these two teams here, 47 minutes in. GH very close to being able to pick that refresher up. Enough nearly has a Satanic. So now we'll see where he starts to go now with his items. Starting to fill up the slots as the carry mag.
It doesn't feel that great. Like, mag super late game doesn't feel as strong compared to some other carries, like Spectre, for example. What she does, you want to be going for these skewers, you want to be going for big RPs, you don't even have enough the slot in refresher. It gets pretty difficult. Rain.
He's the mail.
Spot.
She's going to find the jump. Oh, he's still alive. Finally goes down. Good fast play there from Samael. Immediately going in, but there's going to be the counterplay. Banyuk, he's in with the Ravage. It's a great one. Allows Shigetsu to get on top of Lorinov, but Lorinov's able to get the heal off. The Supernova's going to be there at the side. They get the stun on Shigetsu, but Shigetsu surviving throughout this all. Jumps over towards Lorinov. Lorinov's going to get chased down. He jumped in from Cemetery. Rolling Thunder comes in from Rain. As they did kill off Shigetsu, and Lorinov has managed to live throughout all of this so far. GH is starting to heal him up. Another call from Omar. We'll see another Supernova here. Burning Rain down. Double kill, triple kill for Divide.
Oh, what a disjointed fight. I think Hakoda in this one doesn't get the save off immediately. He boxes himself once they use RP, and then second time he comes in, also doesn't get to use the box, unfortunately, on Spectre, who jumped in away from the fight with Reality. And this time around, Nigma Galaxy, they get on top. These are long 100 seconds without this Bango.
The Satanic pickup on Lorinov, making all the difference. You know, he was allowed to
Absolutely.
survive throughout this effort that they tried to go onto him, and now huge timing. 3 heroes dead, no buybacks. Nigma Galaxy, they can either look to try and do some damage here to the first set of racks in the middle, or just bringing the tier 2 down the bottom. We'll see how much they can take away from Yellow Submarine off the back of that fight. Lorinoff leading the push. Tier 3's gone. Should have a solid shot of finishing off the barracks. Okay, just such a long time without the Pangolier. A painful minute for Batyuk. Divai diving in, feeling pretty indestructible now on the Timbersaw.
Without Spectre, without Pango, they really can't kill him. Does have BKB available, almost level 30 on this Timbersaw. That's gonna be 2 sets unless Shigetsu can somehow manage to get something done. 30 seconds without Haunt.
Massive progress in this game for Nigma Galaxy. Perfect fight, the timings on the items. The Satanic for the Sniper, the Refresher for GH, making all the difference there in turning that one around. And Divide just able to be this kind of unkillable monster on the Timbersaw, just in the faces of Yellow Submarine. They could not deal with it all in the position that they tried to take that fight.
Reset. He needs to be that unkillable beast. He needs to carry the game with the last pick Timbersaw. It's a good game for it. And finally he shows it. Took them long time enough. Sniper with the Satanic. Yeah, you mentioned it. It's a big increase of what the hero can do, giving him that second life. And now pretty much do or die for Yellow Submarine. If they lose another fight, this could be it.
Batyuk's on the hunt. They want to try and catch Nigma Galaxy by surprise. They get the jump hex on towards Omar. Now with the Supernova in response, though, again, Nigma Galaxy looking to kind of set up this area to hold their ground and push back Yellow Submarine. Jump forward from Rain. Rolling Thunder comes in right through the four of them. They jump in with Shigetsu. They find the Magnus. Samael's out of the fight. Now they move over towards Lorinoff. Rain coming with a beautiful Rolling Thunder to shake the team up. The buyback will come out from Samael, but Lorinoff's dead. He's also going to commit the buyback. Nigma Galaxy, they're trying to put so much into this, but they've lost Omar, and Omar does not have the luxury of the buyback. These are two big buybacks to use. Samael and Lorinoff with the buyback. They have to do something huge with this, as they are in a risky spot right now.
Oh, and there's still Ravage available.
Yeah.
He bought back, so he does have Ravage, because this could be tricky.
These buybacks, what do you do with it? You just bought back on your mid and your carry. You didn't immediately find anything. Yeah, I feel like you got to calm down if you're Nigma Galaxy now. Is it like, okay, we've used these buybacks, we just got to accept that reality. We sit back, we wait. Or what are they going to do? What's the plan?
I think they need to calm down a little bit, as you say. I think they need to find this Roshan. They need to give this Aegis to one of the cores. Spectre, buyback, available on her, sitting at 4,000 gold, thinking about what she needs to buy. Refresher, still on cooldown for a long time. 60 seconds for first ulti as well. Magnus now buying.
Oh man, this is.
Ooh, he's buying A on this. He wants protection.
Okay.
I think Spectre, she needs to remove this Radiance and get a Disperser instead. By Disperser, I mean Nullifier.
Okay.
Because
she's
GH
looking at
has
the
it.
Disperser first. He's got that queued up, but yeah, we'll see what he does with his time slots. But this is what? 6.5 minutes. Buybacks are going to be on cooldown for Lorinoff and Samael. Surely you do not want to fight in these next 6.5 minutes. You weren't able to find an immediate play with those buybacks. If you go for a team fight now, and one of the two of you dies, this is going to be game over. So this is a very scary 6.5 minutes. Sure, there's also buybacks on cooldown for Yellow Submarines, but not quite as big as that, as the buybacks that Nigma Galaxy don't have. You say Shigetsu, one of the best buyback heroes in the game, he has that buyback.
And Rain's buyback is also coming off cooldown. If they don't take the fight 2.5 minutes, they can't just really end the game. The fight's going to be a bit longer one, 45 seconds, up to a minute. Needs to save up the gold, though. Needs another 500-ish gold to have buyback available. Davai, he's going to be leading the charge. He's the one with the buyback, so he needs to be the first point of contact. With the shield rune, could be much easier.
As I said, Nigma Galaxy look for a fight now. This is going to be so risky. And is it worth the risk? Is the question. Do they need to take this risk?
I want to see Nullifier on Spectre. I know that's a lot of damage with Radiance and with the Refresher. but you
Yeah.
also want to be able to kill a hero from 100 to 0. Something that they managed to do multiple times with this Abyssal Blade, with this Basher on Pango.
Oh, they're trying for the Roshan. A fight gone wrong here, though, for Nigma Galaxy. May be the end of their hopes and dreams. As Yellow Submarine are leading in, they're looking for Sumail. They're going to find him. The Undisc is going to get popped. He'll pop the BKB and charge away. They got to run. Nigma Galaxy surely cannot be a part of this.
Refresher coming off cooldown. He has it ready if needed, but the BKB, that's the big one. On Magnus, Aeon Disc also procced.
Are they going to try and go again? Nigma Galaxy, they have no fear, apparently. Another smoke here. They want to try and catch Yellow Submarine by surprise, catch them at a point where Yellow Submarine are not going to expect this sort of aggressive move from Nigma Galaxy.
Roshan, he's shifting. I see Nullifier on Spectre. Let's see if he
There we
commits. Just needs a Splint Mail, unless he wants to keep both somehow. Buyback on Pango, coming off cooldown in 50 seconds. That's the big one.
Yeah. For Nigma Galaxy, still 4 minutes for that of Loronoff's and Sumail's. Goodbye. Still very much feeling comfortable enough to be the one to just kind of throw his body into the front of the action and just try and get information from Yellow Submarine.
Spectre also getting very close to level 30. Did purchase the shard. Dispersion, it's gonna hurt.
It's a nice one, yeah. This is a pretty scary level 30 hero.
They have this window, knowing that their buybacks are coming off cooldown. They can time it because they know Batyuk fought back at the same time. He did purchase the BKB, so we'll have extra bit of a protection. Gem purchased by Shigetsu. He's like, I have enough gold. We want to be able to see them. I believe Pango is going to be the one holding it.
Things starting to calm down a lot now. Both teams, I think, waiting until they do have the luxury of the buybacks across the board before they go for any sort of move. Only a couple minutes now until pretty much everybody will have the buybacks to play with. And in those couple minutes as well, as you can see, we're going to be reaching the 60-minute mark. A very, very good fight being given here from both of these squads to try and get that final spot from the European qualifiers to TI.
Anyone's game to take.
Yeah. It really is. And both of these teams, you know, whoever makes it is going to be an absolute treat to watch at TI.
Gotta feel sad, considering how well they played in the qualifiers. Yellow Submarine, a team that hasn't been to TI, and then you have these veterans on side of Nigma Galaxy. Let's see, next fight. Buybacks coming off cooldown, minute and a half for 3 big cores. Sniper tied, and Magnus. Cemetery, he is starting to plant some bombs in the area.
It'll be interesting to see actually who Devi is going to give the Moonshard to first. Do you give it to your Sniper or your Magnus?
Oh, you give it to the Sniper. I don't think
give it to the
Magnus is
Sniper.
dealing that much damage. Yeah, it has to be Sniper.
Yeah. So trying to work towards that Devi, because at this point he's got everything that he could have hoped for himself.
I think Shigetsu, he wants to get both of the items. He wants to have both Radiance, and he wants to have Nullifier because of the mischance. Playing against Sniper, who has no MKB, so only Mjolnir procs are going to go through it. And Magnus, also not a hero that buys the item, plus also the damage that he does with double Haunt. It feels pretty good. Like you saw that one Haunt in one fight, 7,000 damage pretty much dealt. Can we check the damage overall to see? I feel like Spectre damage is going to be through the roof. This is going to be some 60,000, 70,000 damage maybe even.
We'll see if we can bring up the hero damage. As, yeah, I'd imagine some of the numbers getting pretty crazy at this point. 60 minutes about to come up. There it is. Nullifier picked up and
Okay,
actually he still sells the Radiance. So just
He disassembled it. He disassembled.
oh, he still disassembled and then did it. Okay.
Yeah, okay. So I was thinking maybe he wants it, but now he's again sitting at 7,000 gold. Can get Moonshard for himself. Can get another item. Use this refresher. Use a BKB. Throw in a refresher. Bloodthorn looks pretty juicy. Aghanim Scepter's also okay. It's not the item that you usually see. It's the first time you use Reality on the Haunt Illusion. It gives you fear in 400 AoE around the target. It's 2-second fear. It's 50% slow.
Yeah, certainly not bad. But yeah, I should say not something that you'd ever really prioritize in the build, but could be a nice little addition.
Audacious Deso. We can call it Odeso because this has been the combo that's winning quite a lot of games. The Zoom,
Yeah, this is
Timeless.
Oof. This is a pretty
It's the
crazy
most
step
damage.
up in damage. Yeah, it's so much. So much.
Sniper, he found the same thing.
Still need to find some males neutral. Should give it to him. We'll see what options he gets. Probably the days. Do you think you take the days in on him? And the debuff? And play him for the RP on the mag?
Dehydrated device.
Whoa!
Okay. He's
Get
not
the
lying.
water. Get him some water. Have a drink.
It's been a long game. It's been a long
It
series
has
as well.
been a long game. It has been. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, we're bringing the hydration breaks in here. There we go. They're hydrated.
All right. Who didn't drink water? We had to check the cameras. If you're not drinking the water, you have to
everyone
take it. It's
hydrating?
in the contract. Yeah. It's in the contract. Got to take a sip. Even if it means spitting it out like at the World Cup. Don't want to have belly full of water. This game could still be going on for another half an hour, maybe even an hour.
Yeah, it's a tense one. 9 out of the 10 buybacks are back up. Only GH's and his is just kind of one kill in the team fight away from being there. So both teams have the luxury of the buybacks. Definitely the most concerning one, though, is the strength of the Spectre's buyback.
Are scanning.
Not easy to go on this hero when you know that they can come back in with the buyback refresher haunt.
Dire are scanning.
Smoke up for Nigma Galaxy. It's been scanned, though. Divine.
Cuts him down in half.
Oh, look at
But
this
you've
damage.
stacked
Banya.
almost.
Okay, I mean, they get the jump, no response, though. Shigetsu comes in with the ult over towards Lorinov. Omar trying to run in with the BKBs. They're going to have the Supernova, the Axe Supernova, picking him up, keeping him safe. They turn, look to Shigetsu, who'll jump away to safety,
dying.
but the safety is not there. Lorinov able to get the damage in from a distance, take him out. As it's all 3 cores dead, an immediate buyback comes in from Batjuk as Devi continues to chase them back to the base. Buybacks available on the Spectre and the Pango. So they
It's
come in
not
with them.
enough.
They get the jump forward into the Ravage. Devi's able to get the BKB off, though. Turns over, cuts down Hakoda. Devi surviving the efforts there from the Tide with the Ravage. Nigma Galaxy getting 4 kills and a buyback out of the Tide.
Yeah, being this absolute monster, level 30 Timbersaw jumping in with the Zune, cutting down, but almost insta-killing Tide with the help of a sniper. A couple of right clicks, it did come through. The Zune, bigger AoE from Shivas as well. Luckily for them, he doesn't have a talent as well that increases the AoE of the spells.
There we go.
Yeah, he got that
Refresher
buff
shard.
from sipping the water.
From the hydration, yeah.
Yeah.
Here we have it. Ready to push now with the Aegis and the Cheese. Can they force out the buybacks from Yellow Submarine? Nigma Galaxy in a very strong spot to push. Right? Caught by the
with
Hex.
the
They
Moonshard.
really don't want to use these buybacks on Yellow Submarine. They're so close to having Shigetsu back online.
It's too much damage. I think they're going to be playing against Mega Creeps. He's just going for tier 4s. Look at this damage on Sniper.
It's pretty crazy. That's the audacious, the Deso. A lot of damage. See them get the catch on a Divine. They're going to try and make a go for the Timbersaw. They'll get the angle. Omar's in with the call on towards the Techies. Divine gets the chance to put the BKB. Shigetsu jumps in. They have the stun onto Divine. Did have to use Rain's buyback. But they were able to wait with Shigetsu, but Rain using the buyback there.
I think Lorinov, he's just going for the end.
He's
he
looking
doesn't
to
care
end it.
about the Mega Creeps.
He wants to get himself to TI. He's going to get caught by the Hex, though. They've hexed him. Can they save him? The heals are coming out from GH. Lorinov just standing his ground, trying to heal up. RP comes in from Sumail. He's going to catch the two of them into the call. The Ringmaster trying to bail them out with the escape pack, but they're gone. Nigma Galaxy onto the Ancient, ready to close this up. As one final halt will come in, and he gets on top of Lorinov, but Lorinov's just going to ignore him, keep hitting the Ancient.
They called it,
to try and close this as GG is called. Nigma Galaxy have done it. 64 minutes in, the series is theirs. They're going to TI.
Well-deserved victory. In the end, they prevail.
Wow.
And you can see Lorinov. He's holding onto the Aegis. He's the one peeping from the distance. Sniper, Moonshard, Audacious, Deso. It's too much damage, and that fight that they take was... I don't know. I feel very happy for Nigma Galaxy, but as you said, they're also going to be feeling pretty bad for a team that is not going to be qualifying. And Devi, kid, immediately celebrating with the family. That's what matters.
Well, there we go. Nigma Galaxy. As we were saying during this game, they like to keep their fans, make sure their hearts are still working. As this game, not an easy one for Nigma Galaxy. Yellow Submarine absolutely putting up a very good fight throughout this one. But Nigma Galaxy able to find the way to close things up. I mean, right up until the end, with the buyback situation, that whole 7 minutes, the Nigma Galaxy had to be careful to not get dragged into anything that they didn't want to be in. They make it through that stage, and then the itemizations. Getting this Satanic online for the Sniper, getting the 60-minute items, the Audacious, the Stygian Deso. They were the tools that they needed to just be able to close this game up and get their ticket to TI.
Yeah, look at this fight. This is where they were like, what is going on? Like, how much damage is this? They are going to be able to jump the Sniper, but it is not enough. And it felt like there's too many things that they need to focus at these later stages as well. Their team fight is still super strong with Magnus. Also, Sniper, if he's not getting jumped, he's peeping from the distance. And then Timbersaw, Devi, he said that he needs to be able to be this unkillable beast. And he definitely delivered.
Oh, he did. He did. They trusted in Devi's Timber, and understandably so. It is his best hero, most played in pubs, in the pro games as well. Pretty much the highest win rate he's got out of his very frequently picked heroes. They get it through as that last pick, and it absolutely makes the difference. It ends up doing the most damage for the team, and of course tanking an insane amount, receiving 132,000 raw damage. This Timbersaw pick, absolutely the answer they needed to just kind of be that frontline chaos to ensure that Lorinov, despite in this game against the Spectre, in a game where there was a whole period where it looked kind of spooky for him on the Sniper, he was still able to have the last laugh as the Sniper, despite being second pick in the draft.
In the end from him.
Yep. No, really was.
He did well. Also, I got to point out that there was every single fight, somebody else on side of Nigma Galaxy, they were shining, whether that was a call from Omar that killed Tidehunter before he could get anything done in a fight, whether that's GH keeping them alive with the Sunray well-placed egg, whether that's insane amount of damage that you're dealing with the Sniper, Lorinov, whether it's Devi or Sumail at the later portions of the game, landing these 2-3-man RPs.
Yes, no, absolutely. Everybody playing their part beautifully at the end of that game for Nigma Galaxy. And Yellow Submarine not able to make it this time. They get so close. I'm sure we're going to see these players again, and maybe in this same iteration, because the squad looks strong. These are names that maybe some of the viewers wouldn't have heard of before today, but seeing them play here, I think they're going to look forward to seeing more of them in future qualifier runs in efforts to get to lands, because they're that close to being able to make it next time, Lacoste.
Oh, absolutely. Definitely looking forward to see if they're going to be able to, maybe keep the squad together, because this was insane performance. But I do believe we have an interview with the winners. I believe Devi is ready.
Davai, is he here? We're going to see if we can get him on the line. We can. Davai.
Hello.
I see you're already hard at work. Congratulations,
Yeah,
Davai.
yeah.
How does it feel? You're
Thank
going
you.
to TI.
Yeah, it's good. I'm sweating, and I don't know if it's because of the heat wave or because of the intense game 3. But yeah, I'm still trembling a bit. But that was a great game.
Yeah, we can hear it in the voice, and we can see the baby as well. You're feeding the baby. You were not feeding it in the game. That's what matters.
Exactly. Yeah, I promised my wife I'd get back to some fatherly duties after the qualifiers, because of course on that aspect I've been slacking during these qualifiers. But now that we qualify it, I can help out a bit more.
Yeah, how are you balancing that out? I wanted to ask. Like, it's two completely different things, but focusing more on family, or
if it's not like if I'm not doing a qualifier tournament, I'll try and help out at night a little bit in nighttime feedings. If it's during the qualifier, my wife just carries me, to be honest. And my best friend, he also helps out a lot.
Oh,
that's nice. Shout out to both of them. That's great to hear that you have somebody else stepping up because you also stepped it up in this series. Timbersaw being one of your most played heroes. You guys kept the flex open with this axe. Is this something that you called out for, that it's a free Timbersaw game?
Yeah, we saw. We had a few options at the last pick, but Timber just, we had a lot of time to think about it, so we took it easy. But Timber just made the most sense. I think he was the best. The series was going kind of slow, so Timber's the best scaler. It's like my best hero. It's easy for me to play in a high pressure game, so I think it was pretty obvious that we went for it.
And in a game like this, Davai, where it goes this long, we very much felt there was sort of this mid-game section where the Spectre was getting a lot of space, a lot of chance to farm. Like, how much were you guys sweating? Did you guys really have to lock in? At a point of this, are you trying to, especially when those buybacks came in, when we had that moment where you guys used the 2 buybacks on Lorinov and Sumail, what was kind of the call then? Was it kind of like, guys, we've got to calm down, wait the 7 minutes out before we go for something? What was going through your minds then?
A lot was going through our minds. A lot was going through comms. I don't remember a lot of it, to be honest. I do remember it was a bit scary. Once the snipers started just dying during the haunt, and they started getting every jump, it did get scary. But we managed to regroup, said, chill, play around the Phoenix, don't get out of position, and that way, we managed to come back.
I also got to ask you, like, how did you guys manage to get Lorinov be signed to a team? Because this guy has been like without a team for 9 months, ultimate standing, swapped like 7 different teams in the last year or so. How did you guys do it? Who said what? And now Lorinov's finally.
That's the question you have to ask Kuro, because I am not part of the contracting. I don't know anything about anybody else's contract.
Oh, I see. But glad to have him on a team. Glad I see the synergy between the two of you guys. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. How does it feel like compared to maybe some other mid laners that you guys played with, laning partners as well, you playing with Omar as well? How does it feel? Did you guys already like feel like it was kicking in during the scrims because you guys are a relatively new squad now?
Yeah, I would say as soon as we got Lorinov and Sumail, I could feel a difference. We kind of needed like a bit of fresh air, I would say. I mean, we all had like our issues in the last iteration, but just some fresh air really helped us. And Lorinov and Sumail brought a lot of new energy to the team. I found it very easy to have a lot of confidence in them. They kind of knew what they wanted, and it's easy to trust them, So in that way, it was also easier for the other 3 of us to play.
Oh, well, it's great to see you guys do what you're able to do today. Very entertaining Dota, and the viewers definitely won't be able to wait to see you guys at TI. It's going to be a lot of fun to see you there, Davai. We'll let you go. Thank you very much for your time with us today, Davai. Have a wonderful evening. Congratulations again, and we'll see you at TI, Davai.
Thank you. See you there.
See you.
Great to see. Hard at work there, Davai. He might have finished the work here at the qualifiers, but his work's not done for the rest of the day, Lacoste.
No, definitely not. I saw that bottle being empty, even though in Dota it's not refillable. It needs to refill it in real life. And it's very cute. It's very kind of just awesome to see him being a father, and also because Dota is a bit of an older community as well, and we can even see the professional players who are still competing being fathered, trying to balance these two things. And love his energy. You can definitely tell in his voice, like it's been an awesome series, especially Game 3. Like you could feel it. Like it's do or die pretty much, and it's due for Team Nigma Galaxy. They definitely deserved it, and I'm glad to see the boys back at TI.
Yeah, and especially, as you said, with some of the different changes they've made, right? We're getting to see Lorinov turn up with a very strong squad around him, and Sumail. Again, questions were asked at the beginning of this qualifiers, like, okay, Sumail moving to carry, how's he going to do? I'd say he's done pretty well, you know, showing us a good variety of different styles from the safe lane, and just showing that he's been putting in the hard work. Again, to go back to the first game of the series today, where he gets this lone druid, something that he doesn't really play in professional games. It's not a Sumail hero of the past. He turns up and absolutely smashes the game with it. So you know that he's been putting in the prep, showing us what he's got ready to show, and I'm sure he's got a whole lot more ready to go. And we're going to get to the treat of seeing that at TI with Nigma Galaxy moving on. Just an overall look at the bracket here, ladies and gentlemen, just give you a reminder of what we've had play out over the last few days. But what matters is who the 4 teams were to make it through this all. As you can see on the right of your screen, Team Spirit, Team Vision, Nigma Galaxy, and Hooligani are going to be going to the international here from the European regional qualifiers. Yeah. I mean, I think thoughts about all of this, Lacoste. Is this kind of what we expected, or
not really?
What would you say?
I would say that most of the people did expect Spirit and Vision to qualify because they are, I would say, higher caliber teams than everything else. We had Navi, we had Virtus Pro. They're not going to TI. Really glad that Hooligani that they stepped it up because they were playing some amazing Dota. Yellow Submarine as well, giving in a good run against Nigma Galaxy. But Nigma Galaxy, with this squad, I think I mentioned it a couple of times, it looks like one of the best iterations of the team that we had in some time. Because they were experimenting, things are not working out, and the squad looks good. And we're going to be seeing Hooligani as well at TI. Very hyped about it because these underdog stories, they're always going to be interesting.
No, for sure. Absolutely. I think, there's been qualifiers in the past where it's kind of felt like Nigma Galaxy sort of scraped through, but this one, no. The wins, very hard fought. The ideas that they've got seem to be working out very, very nicely. And yes, without a doubt, this looks to be a Nigma Galaxy that could go decently far in the competition this year at TI. Can't wait to see them. Ladies and gentlemen, that is it for the Europe Regional Qualifiers, the International. It's been an absolute pleasure having you tune in with us for the action over the last few days. Take care of yourselves, and once again, congratulations to the 4 teams making it through this region. We will see them, and all of you, of course, at TI. Thanks for watching. See you at TI. We can't wait.